Chapter 301, Fighting to Death, Southern Azure Sword. What do you mean by this? When Lady Casanova and the others saw that the members of Omni Sword had surrounded the Soul Trap magic circle, they felt that things were probably worse than they thought. Isn't it obvious? We were allies before this, but not anymore. Southern Azure Sword smiled. He was really glad that he got on Han Tianyu's side, one step ahead of them. Otherwise, he would end up in the same miserable position as Lady Casanova and the others. Humph. Southern Azure Sword, do you think that the aristocrats would let you off the hook easily if you changed sides now? Demon's Grimace asked. Ho ho, what if I tell you I've changed sides long ago? Southern Azure Sword felt extremely smug at this time. Although he was now inferior to the aristocrats, being able to step on Demon's Grimace, Lady Casanova, and the others made him feel great. He had always known that Demon's Grimace, Lady Casanova, and the others looked down on him. However, his guild was the weakest among the three major guilds. What could he do about it? Didn't the two of you look down on me before this? Now, am the one that's going to destroy the two of you. At this moment, Southern Azure Sword felt great. All the unhappiness that was bottled up due to the fact that the both of them looked down on him had been completely swept away. You, Demon's Grimace, wanted to interrogate Southern Azure Sword further but was interrupted by Billy Boy. Okay, that's enough. This guy has probably betrayed us since a long time ago. The aristocrats definitely knew about our plans and movements long ago, which explains why they had planned everything perfectly with Verger Glider and were just waiting for us to come. When he saw Southern Azure Sword retreating earlier, things were already clear to Billy Boy. It was over for Arcosio's Sanctuary and Magia Thieves. Now, the only thing they could do was fight to their deaths. We have an advantage in terms of numbers. We have to destroy the magic circle no matter what. Otherwise, it'll be over for us. Billy Boy tried to motivate the joined army that had almost lost all morale, then ordered them to attack. Charge! All the members of the two guilds started to charge forward, only in their underwear that had no attributes. Mages! Use area of effect spells. Southern Azure Sword smiled slightly. Although the enemy had an advantage in terms of number. Players who were naked faced a sharp reduction in attributes and had almost no defense. When the magicians on his side used area of effect spells, one wave of spells was enough to kill a huge number of same-leveled warriors. F***ck. I got killed instantly, boss, we can't get through them, just charge forward. Ignore everything else and charge forward. We must get through. Currently, Billy Boy had no other way. Although they had a lot of people, as most of them had already died once, none of them had any equipment. Isabella had made all of them naked. Now, they could not attack and they could not defend themselves. Even though they had an advantage in terms of number, all of the players died as soon as they went up. Their weak attacks dealt almost no damage to the enemy's tanks. Moreover, on the enemy's side, there were well-prepared clerics ready to heal at any time. The amount of damage they dealt was like nothing. Haha. Billy Boy, aren't you China's top PvP captain? You better not lose to me today. Southern Azure Sword smiled smugly. If he won this battle today, it would mean that he had defeated the joined army of 5 other guilds with his small army. Also, it would mean that he had defeated Billy Boy's top commander. Of course, Southern Azure Sword would never mention the fact that Billy Boy was leading a group of naked players with no equipment. What do we do? Demon's Grimace panicked. The players under his command were dying one after another and they could not get past the Omni Sword members at all. There's nothing we can do. Our players have no combat power at all and Omni Sword has a complete healing system. It's impossible to get past them. Billy Boy said. Then what do we do? We can't leave this damned map at all. It takes 5 hours for the magic circle to automatically disappear. If we wait until then, we'll probably be killed and be back at Beginner's Village. Demon's Grimace was extremely worried at this point in time. One day ago, he was still smug about the blockade effect of the Soul Trap magic circle. Now, however, This special effect had forced them into a desperate situation. They could not use return scrolls. Quest maps were separated from the main maps. A barrier prevented players from moving between such maps. Players on quest maps could only resurrect on the same map. The current quest map had obviously become a huge death house, and the players who were part of the joint army of the 4 major guilds were prisoners on death rows. Sigh, let's call a truce. It was hard for Billy Boy to say these words out loud. A truce was just a nice way to put it. In other words, he meant surrender. Frankly speaking, Demon's Grimace was a little unwilling to do so. He was a veteran player who had been around the game community for decades. If he had to surrender to 2 small boys who had not even reached puberty, wouldn't his reputation go down the drain? Think about your guild members. Billy Boy shook his head. As guild masters, if they took the responsibility and quit the game after losing the battle, it would be forgivable. However, if they dragged all their guild members down with them, they would end up offending these players. They were members of the professional gaming community. Dawnbreak was just one game. If this game was over for them, they could still make a comeback in another game. However, if they offended all their fans, they would not have the chance to make it big in the next game. Speaking of which, Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace were pretty lucky. Both their guilds had never been specifically attacked by the aristocrats. Looking at how Han Tianyu was acting, anyone could tell that the 4 guilds who dared to attack him were all done for. Han Tianyu would kill them all until they ended up back at Beginner's Village. However, Happy Drunk did not support Han Tianyu. He agreed that these 2 major guilds should be taught a lesson and that they should pay compensation, but they should not be totally destroyed. There would definitely be a competition between the 4 major cities in the future. If Magithieves and Arcosio's sanctuary were completely destroyed, this would undoubtedly weaken Dawnlight City. On this point, Jiang Fei supported Happy Drunk. However, Han Tianyu was extremely angry. Even so, Han Tianyu did not openly show his anger because he wanted to protect Jiang Fei's reputation. At least, all this while, players from the aristocrats had just been attacking players from Fantasy World and Heaven's Wargod. They had never deliberately attacked Arcosio's sanctuary and Magithieves. Heaven's Wargod and Fantasy World had almost 140,000 players altogether, but how could these naked players possibly be any match for 100,000 powerful, fully equipped players? Therefore, it was an eye-opener for all the pub players in Dawnlight City. The entire quest map was full of naked Twilight City players who were being chased around and killed. Moreover, the whole map was almost filled with tombstones. The players from Twilight City were killed as soon as they were resurrected. Now, it was getting harder and harder for them to look for a spot on the map where there were no tombstones in order to resurrect. In just 2 hours, the levels of the players from Fantasy World and Heaven's Wargod had dropped by an average of more than 10 levels. It could be said that the 2 guilds that ranked 2nd and 3rd in Twilight City had been destroyed. Han Tianyu had not fully let out his anger yet. He was still bringing people around, hunting these Twilight City players down. Even God could not save these unlucky players. The entire quest map was blocked. Even if it was not blocked, the intercity teleportation points had not been activated yet, so they could not escape. While Han Tianyu was madly killing the players from Twilight City, Magithieves and Arcosio's sanctuary finally surrendered. Chapter 302, Han Tianyu's Real Purpose. In less than 3 hours, all the players from Twilight City had disappeared from the quest map. Han Tianyu, who was filled with anger, did not bother to listen to the explanations of Supreme Wargod and the others. He and the other players from the aristocrats only knew how to do one thing: kill. Although the Soul Trap Magic Circle could imprison players and prevent them from resurrecting in the city, the game rule, which did not allow players below level 10 to leave the Beginner's Village, was obviously more superior. When these Twilight City players dropped to level 9, they were automatically transferred back to Twilight City's Beginner's Village. At last, this trip to another city, which was supposed to be a trip where they abused others instead of the other way around, had ended. After these players returned to the Beginner's Village, Jiang Fei did not know how many of them would continue to play the game. However, it was very clear that many of them would quit. Moreover, the two guilds, Fantasy World and Heaven's War God, were now completely destroyed. Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace sent me a message saying that they want to negotiate for truce. What do you think? Although Happy Drunk was talking to Han Tianyu, his eyes were on Jiang Fei. It could not be helped. Happy Drunk could not possibly persuade Han Tianyu, who was consumed with anger. He could only pin his hopes on Jiang Fei. Although Happy Drunk hated the fact that these two guilds had conspired to destroy the aristocrats, he was very serious about the game. He knew that they needed the strength of Lady Casanova and the others later in the game, as there would be intercity competition. If they instantly destroyed these two guilds out of anger, people from the other cities would be able to defeat them easily in the future. Happy Drunk had good thoughts, but Han Tianyu could not care less about that. Han Tianyu did not take this game too seriously. Looking at how he was acting today, Han Tianyu was probably determined to destroy Magic Thieves and Arcosio's sanctuary completely. Let's go and talk to them first. Even if we're going to kill them all, we still have to let them say something before that. Jiang Fei and Happy Drunk were like-minded, but they saw Han Tianyu's gloomy face. They knew that anger had made this tycoon lose control of himself, and there was probably no one who could persuade him. Fine. I'll do it for you. I want to see how they're planning to call a truce anyway. Han Tianyu still cared a lot about Jiang Fei's reputation. Although he was still angry, he still agreed to go and talk it over instead of killing them immediately. Through Jiang Fei and Happy Drunk's joint efforts, Han Tianyu finally sat down at the negotiating table with Lady Casanova and the others. I think the war between us was actually due to a misunderstanding. Demon's Grimace obviously wanted to start the negotiations with a grand opening in order to save the last of his reputation. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong negotiation target. If he was negotiating with Happy Drunk, he could probably finish his opening. However, Han Tianyu did not take kindly to such things. Swing, while Demon's Grimace was still talking, Han Tianyu already pulled his rainbow blade out. Clang. Han Tianyu casually caressed the rainbow blade in his hand, while he squinted at Demon's Grimace. It was obvious what he meant. If you continued with the nonsense, I will kill you here and now. Demon's Grimace was so scared that he no longer dared to make a single sound. He had no weapon, so it was unclear as to whether he could beat this fully equipped tycoon before him. However, even if he could, the negotiations would crumble as soon as he attacked Han Tianyu. Then, their two guilds would immediately be annihilated. This was a responsibility he could not take. We've lost this time. You set the terms. If you're still unhappy, guild officials like us can delete our game accounts. Please just let our guild members go. It's not easy for them to gain levels. There's no need for them to be dragged down with us. Lady Casanova was way more sensible compared to Demon's Grimace. Her words immediately touched the hearts of the players in Magic Thieves. Ho ho, sure. Delete your accounts, then. Han Tianyu was still not taking them seriously. So, you promise to let them go? If that's the case, Billy and I will delete our accounts right now. Lady Casanova said seriously. That's what you said, I didn't agree. Han Tianyu said playfully. When she realized that Han Tianyu was not planning to let anyone go, Lady Casanova looked at Happy Drunk helplessly. She really did not want to deal with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu was just something else. He was never bothered about gaining or losing any interests, he just did whatever he felt like doing. He was too difficult. Well, Happy Drunk noticed that Lady Casanova was asking him for help, but there was nothing he could do. Currently, he was just a worker under Han Tianyu's commands. His boss was angry, so there was nothing he could say. In desperation, Happy Drunk could only signal Jiang Fei to help persuade Han Tianyu. Fine. Jiang Fei nodded. He felt that he should stop Han Tianyu too. Otherwise, the strength of Dawnlight City would be weakened significantly. Then, the ones who would benefit from this would be Saint Light City in the southwest and Dusklight City in the southeast. Brother there's no need to go too far. You should calm down. Punishment will do, it's better if they get out of here alive. Jiang Fei advised. No way! Why should I let them go so easily? When they planned against me, they didn't plan to let me out alive. Han Tianyu glared at them. It looked like he was determined to abolish the two guilds completely. Jiang Fei did not know what to say. It was true that the three major guilds were planning to destroy the aristocrats completely, just like Han Tianyu said. This time, if Jiang Fei did foil their plans, it would have probably been over for the aristocrats. Brother Ah Fei, help me out. For the sake of my guild members, I beg you. Lady Casanova immediately sent Jiang Fei a private message to plead with him when she noticed that Jiang Fei was about to give up. Jiang Fei also knew Han Tianyu very well. Out of everyone in the entire Dawnlight City, the only person that could affect Han Tianyu's decision was Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded, then said to Han Tianyu, let me put it this way. See it like you're doing me a favor, let them go, brother, doing a favor for you isn't a problem at all. If this was the doing of Big Brother Bear and the others, I can definitely laugh it off and forgive them. But these people have absolutely nothing to do with you. They're just taking advantage of your kindness. If you're asking me to let them go just like that, I simply won't do it. Although Han Tianyu did not directly reject Jiang Fei's request, he still did not agree to let go of these people. Hearing this, Lady Casanova could not help but feel disappointed. It seemed like it was really over for the two major guilds. Wait! Billy Boy suddenly appeared. He dragged Lady Casanova, then turned to Jiang Fei and said, Brother Ah Fei, we Magic Thieves will voluntarily merge into Imperial Dragon and accept your management. At the same time, all the core members' work agreements will also be transferred to be under Imperial Dragon. Do you agree with this? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck by Billy Boy's words. What are you doing? Lady Casanova looked at her husband in shock. Don't interrupt. I have the final say. Although Lady Casanova had always been in charge of the guild's administrative work, Billy Boy was very determined this time. Ah Fei, quick, agree. I've been acting for the whole day just for this moment. It's a huge gift from me to you. Jiang Fei, who was confused, suddenly received a private message from Han Tianyu. Chapter 303, Celestial Race Inheritor. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not expect that Han Tianyu was just pretending to be angry all this while. Han Tianyu's plan was to drive the two guilds into a corner, then make it seem like Jiang Fei saved the day at the last minute. This way, Jiang Fei would benefit from this and Lady Casanova and the others would feel like they owed it all to Jiang Fei. Speaking of which, Han Tianyu had spared no effort in trying to get closer to Jiang Fei. In fact, while Isabella was torturing the joint army, Han Tianyu had already started to think how he could use this incident to make Jiang Fei owe him a favor. Okay. After Jiang Fei tried to reject Billy Boy twice, he finally agreed reluctantly. A big guild was now under his control and they were even extremely grateful toward him. You guys, seeing that Magic Thieves had merged into Imperial Dragon and was now safe from being destroyed, Demon's Grimace was caught in a dilemma. He was unwilling to merge his guild into Imperial Dragon. However, if he did not do so, his guild would be gone in a blink of an eye. Fine! Arcosio's sanctuary will follow Magic Thieves' footsteps and merge into Imperial Dragon as well. The agreements of the core members will also transfer to be under Imperial Dragon. In the end, after Demon's Grimace weighed the pros and cons, he made a decision. As they had to give their precious guilds away to someone else, it would be nonsensical to say that Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace were not anguished. However, as professional players, they had to decide. There was no way they could save their guilds anyway. If they gave their guilds to Jiang Fei, they would not be in control of their guilds anymore. However, if they did not give their guilds to Jiang Fei, the aristocrats would destroy their guilds right then. The outcome was the same. If they gave their guilds to Jiang Fei, then at least the ordinary members of their guilds would not be killed and returned to the beginner's village. Although they had failed in the game Dawn Break, they could still make a comeback in other games. If they kept being stubborn and did not give their guilds to Jiang Fei, all their guild members would be killed and returned to the beginner's village because of their decision. If this happened, the core members who had signed contracts with the guild would probably be unaffected. However, those ordinary guild members would probably hate them to death. To their professional careers, this was definitely a disaster. Things like signing the guild merging agreement and the transfer of the core players were extremely troublesome. Jiang Fei knew nothing about it. Fortunately, however, Jiang Fei had Rosette Rose, who was great at these things. She was definitely a professional when it came to making people sign contracts that put them at a disadvantage. He left these trivial things for Rosette Rose to deal with. Jiang Fei was not worried about paying the core members who were transferred and were now under his control. He still had a huge amount of money in his hands, billions in cash. He could easily play with something that was bigger and more costly, let alone a guild. As for the ones originally in charge of the management of these two guilds, Lady Casanova and Billy Boy said that they could stay in Imperial Dragon and work for Jiang Fei. Of course, this was if Jiang Fei agreed. If Jiang Fei could not assure that they would not betray him, they could immediately delete their accounts and disappear. However, Jiang Fei was naturally willing to let them stay. One had to know that currently, the only ones under Jiang Fei's commands were a bunch of punks and a group of girls who were not serious about the game. None of them could get anything done at all. Now that there were two professional players presenting themselves in front of him, what reasons did he have to not make use of them? As to whether these two people would try to seize his power for themselves, Jiang Fei had never even thought about it. Even if these two did not try to step on Jiang Fei's head, he was still too lazy to manage the affairs of the guild. If the two of them were interested in fighting for rights and authority, Jiang Fei would be more than happy to let them do more work for the guild. Anyway, in terms of interests, there were already agreements in place to keep them in check. Furthermore, there was Rosette Rose to keep everything under control. Moreover, they had a strong ally like the aristocrats. To be honest, Jiang Fei was not too worried about Lady Casanova and Billy Boy misbehaving. As for Demon's Grimace, he did not join Imperial Dragon. However, he also did not delete his game account. He just left without a trace. Nobody knew if he went to join another guild or became a pub player peacefully. Clapping, just as Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu settled everything in regards to Magia Thieves and Arcosio's sanctuary, they heard a sudden applause coming from the sky. Who the hell? Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not expect that there was another player who could fly other than himself. Hello! Verger Glider. You're awesome. The aristocrats, good one. Following a voice, a figure descended from the sky. Only when he touched the ground, Jiang Fei and the others could see him clearly. It was a handsome young man who was about 23 or 24 years old. He looked like a human, but his eyes were golden. He was fully equipped with dragon-scaled armor, which shined with a golden light. He looked extremely cool. Cosmic Dragon, Celestial Race, Divine Inquisitor, level, 38, health points, 11,000, mana points, 30,000, magic attack, 4,758, remarks, the Vice Guild Master of Dusklight City's Church of Saints Guild. Holy! The others who saw this guy who had descended from the sky probably only felt curious. But Jiang Fei could access this guy's basic information through the mysterious ring. It would have not bothered him if he did not take a look, but once he did, Jiang Fei was shocked. First of all, this guy was actually the inheritor of the hidden celestial race. One had to know that the celestial race and the Nephilim race were the most powerful races in the light and darkness factions. If this guy could get the celestial race's inheritance that was on par with Jiang Fei's Nephilim race, it just meant that this guy had extraordinary abilities and luck. The guy in front of him was from the celestial race. This was the first thing that surprised Jiang Fei. The second thing was that this guy was from Dusklight City. One had to know that the intercity teleportation points had not yet been activated. So, how did this guy get here? Could it be because he had used a teleportation tool? Kid, who are you? Han Tianyu asked in a suspicious tone. This kid randomly appeared out of nowhere, and he was even fully equipped with golden armor. He looked cooler than Han Tianyu, so Han Tianyu naturally disliked him. Ho ho, I heard that you're the most powerful player in the entire Dawnlight City, let's have a duel. Cosmic Dragon totally ignored Han Tianyu. Instead, he spoke to Jiang Fei and smiled. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. He also wanted to see how strong this celestial race guy was. You go first. Cosmic Dragon was acting all high and mighty as if he was going to teach Jiang Fei a lesson. In that case, I want stand on ceremony. Jiang Fei nodded. Since this guy was from the celestial race, he did not have to hold back his powers. Jumping slash. Jiang Fei leapt up and instantly appeared beside Cosmic Dragon while he spurted a breath of cold blue air. Rapid frost burst. Minus 6,987, what? Jiang Fei nearly scared Cosmic Dragon to death the moment he attacked. When Cosmic Dragon first arrived, he saw Jiang Fei riding on the back of a dragon with Isabella, going around killing enemies. Even though the damage that Jiang Fei dealt was not low, it was not that high either. Hence, Cosmic Dragon did not think that Jiang Fei was that strong. He was challenging Jiang Fei as an excuse. He actually wanted to duel with Isabella. However, it was quite shameful to call a girl out for a duel. Since it looked like Jiang Fei was her friend, he wanted to beat Jiang Fei up in order to force that girl to make a move. As he totally underestimated his opponent, he was not even able to show any of his abilities before Jiang Fei's frost breath dealt away more than half of his health points. At the same time, he was also stuck in a frozen state. Chapter 304, Don't Disappoint Me. TSK. Here I thought that he might be someone troublesome. Looks like he's just another weakling. Jiang Fei clicked his tongue and dissed him. With a swing of his hammer, the sure critical hit would immediately kill the bugger who called himself Cosmic Dragon. Ding! A golden light flashed and a magical shield appeared in front of Cosmic Dragon. Jiang Fei's hit was completely nullified. What the? Invulnerability? Humph. If my transformation skill was not on cooldown, I could still kill you even with invulnerability active. Jiang Fei exclaimed. Almost all light-related class would be able to use a shield, if not invulnerability. One was harder than the other. At that moment, Jiang Fei's demon morph skill still had over 2 hours before he could use it. That skill could never be used in this fight. Jiang Fei wanted to test out his full power instead of relying on Isabella. Verger Glider. I've underestimated you. You have my respect, said Cosmic Dragon as he talked in a manner so arrogant. Even though Jiang Fei's sudden ice burst was powerful and managed to freeze him. The man stood tall as if he had confidence in defeating anyone. I'd see how long your invulnerability lasts. Jiang Fei took a step forward and continued to attack. Even though the invulnerability was still active on Cosmic Dragon, Jiang Fei would not allow him to get away from him. This little bugger had mana more than health points. It was obvious that he was a magic class. If Jiang Fei allowed him to get closer, Jiang Fei would be disadvantaged. Divine Shackle. Even when Jiang Fei tried his best to stick to Cosmic Dragon, he could never escape the effect of a binding skill. Once the shackles bound Jiang Fei to a spot, Cosmic Dragon quickly got away from him and used a skill to restore his health. F***ck this bugger. I hate little buggers like you who can heal themselves. Jiang Fei frowned angrily when he saw Cosmic Dragon healing himself. Jiang Fei knew that his basic attack was not high, almost to the point where without instant ice burst, he could never deal fatal damage. His natural enemy would be those class who could heal themselves. Once the distance between Jiang Fei and Cosmic Dragon was around 7 meters, Cosmic Dragon started to chant a spell. At the same time, the invulnerability effect on him had expired. Intercept. At the second when the light shackles dissipated, Jiang Fei leaped forward towards Cosmic Dragon. If Jiang Fei allowed a magician to finish their chanting, he would be the one who would take a powerful, fatal damage. Wham! -3768, right as Jiang Fei's hammer was about to hit Cosmic Dragon, a powerful shockwave of light blasted Jiang Fei back and at the same time dealt almost 4,000 damage. It was obvious then that Cosmic Dragon had anticipated this move. When Jiang Fei was blasted away, Cosmic Dragon casted a slow spell on Jiang Fei and started to move away from Jiang Fei as he started to chant a new spell. This sort of battle strategy is called kiting. An advantage almost all range attackers love to use. Trying to bully me for my short range? No problem. Jiang Fei huffed and puffed angrily as he activated the Blood Cross skill. Blood Chain. Ever since he had the accessory equipped, he had always been using the Link skill and never the Blood Chain. When Jiang Fei realized that Cosmic Dragon was kiting him around, it was a good chance to use the skill to draw their distance smaller. KSEHIK. A bloody color flash of light burst out of Jiang Fei's left palm and zoomed towards Cosmic Dragon, chaining him. In that next second, he was forcefully pulled towards Jiang Fei. The chain then circled around the two of them and bound them together. No one could leave as the two of them started to take damage from the Blood Chain skill. I need to end this battle fast. If I continue this any longer, the man could heal himself while I would slowly bleed to death. Jiang Fei thought to himself and made a quick decision. Even though he had 4 times the amount of health points, he could not keep up with an enemy who could heal. While Jiang Fei started to feel pressured, Cosmic Dragon was calm and composed. Since the two of them were bound together, Jiang Fei's attack on Cosmic Dragon was not interrupted. However, this magician was special. Divine Inquisitor was a hidden class that specializes in heavy armor. With Ruthless Barrage stacked to the point where Jiang Fei was dealing 300% damage, the damage Cosmic Dragon took was only a little over 1,000. It was a huge difference when he used Demon Morph to attack. I'm getting tired playing around with you. Cosmic Dragon smiled as he purposely provoked Jiang Fei. Divine Embodiment. At that point, it was high time for Jiang Fei, the Demon Race player, to know just how strong he was. To completely crush him, Cosmic Dragon had activated a strong skill. A bright golden light engulfed Cosmic Dragon, which gave him invulnerability as well as greatly increased the user's defense. Additionally, all damage taken during the active period would be reduced by 40%. That was not all. The buff skill would also protect the user, ensuring all the chanting would not be interrupted by any means and would not be delayed by attack. Once the skill was used, Cosmic Dragon completely ignored all Jiang Fei's attacks and started to chant. Jiang Fei could see that the man was about to release another powerful attack. 1, 2, 3. The total duration of the skill cast time was 7 seconds. By the time he was finished, Jiang Fei could feel a powerful berserk of light element around him. Commandment, Sword of Judgment, all the light element that's sparkling around Jiang Fei combined and fused into one huge sword. The sword floated above Jiang Fei and was about to shoot at Jiang Fei. S**HT. Jiang Fei was about to use Demon's Harborage to fight back, but he did not know just what kind of skill that Cosmic Dragon was using. Claret Aegis. Even though he had no information about the attack, Jiang Fei dared not to take it without any protection. At the very last second, before the sword drops on him, he activated the skill Claret Aegis to reduce the damage by half. Boom! -24,173, Jiang Fei was knocked away and had lost more than half of his health points. Shocked and surprised, Jiang Fei immediately consumed health points. Just how strong is this F***er? If I had not used Claret Aegis, I would have taken more than 40,000 damage. Jiang Fei frowned as he glanced at Cosmic Dragon angrily. In his heart, Jiang Fei calculated and knew immediately that Jiang Fei was far weaker than he was. Even though he had not used his Demon Morph skill, the enemy would also have some sort of transformation skill as well. If that was the case, there was no difference in the final outcome. The only thing that Jiang Fei had that might win the battle was Isabella. That little princess would be his ultimate killer. If Jiang Fei had Isabella to fight for him, not even 5 of Cosmic Dragon could handle her. The truth was that Jiang Fei losing to Cosmic Dragon was only natural. The man had a hidden class, the Divine Inquisitor. A powerful light elemental battle class. Despite having a hidden class as well, Jiang Fei was a crafter, not a fighter. He was the best in crafting equipment. However, in terms of combat power, though Divine Blacksmith might be stronger than other profession class, Jiang Fei would always lose to a hidden class that was suited for battle. Blood Pool, plus 24,842, with the battle still raging on, Jiang Fei had to restore his health. He did not want to trigger the effect of the Undying Aegis. Cosmic Dragon could heal himself at any time, hence the battle was clearly one-sided. Well, I had my fun. Let's end it here. Verger Glider, you are stronger than I'd imagined. Well, a little bit stronger. Cosmic Dragon paced slowly towards Jiang Fei and started to tease him. He had even showed the nanometer gap between his fingers to Jiang Fei just to taunt him. Jiang Fei almost snapped. He was so close to calling Isabella and getting this F***er killed. Jiang Fei's initial plan not to use Isabella was to test of his combat power, but this little wanker had used his class to counter Jiang Fei. Yet he dared to act all high and mighty. Chapter 305, Guilds Combining, Cosmic Dragon preemptively stopped combat mode. At that point, Jiang Fei had also stopped. He would not want to behave irrationally and fight the other party like a sore loser. From the result of the fight, Jiang Fei had deduced that Cosmic Dragon's hidden class as well as his hidden race were his kryptonite. Jiang Fei had high physical defense and high health points. His attack power was only normal before transformation. On the hand, Cosmic Dragon was dealing magic damage. The kind of damage that would ignore physical damage completely. At the same time, having heavy armor would mean high defense capability for him. That assortment of attributes made him a powerful magician. Jiang Fei was like a fierce wolf that would not even bite down on a spiky porcupine. The most annoying thing about Cosmic Dragon was his ability to self-heal. Even though the amount of healing is incomparable to a healer's, his defense and his magic shield were so strong that it completely toned down attacks received to a lover's pat. In all honesty, Jiang Fei could never defeat Cosmic Dragon without the help from Isabella. I'll see you again, little kid. I hope that next time, you would be stronger. I expect a surprise from you. Do not disappoint me, said Cosmic Dragon. He then pulled out a pearl the size of a soccer ball and disappeared with a bright divine light. Where did he go? Cried Han Tianyu. That's a teleportation pearl. It can't be stopped by any barrier or obstacle and transports a person to another point in the world. Use it one more time and the person would be transported back to his previous location, said Isabella. I see, said Jiang Fei as he finally understood how Cosmic Dragon was able to teleport inside Dawnlight City and leave instantly. The next encounter with Cosmic Dragon would be when the teleportation circle between cities had been restored. Ah Fei? How do you feel? It seems that little brat was clearly your polar opposite, said Han Tianyu worriedly. The battle took place for a long time. Even though from the side, Jiang Fei looked like he was bashing the opponent relentlessly. However, everyone knew that Jiang Fei was completely countered. Cosmic Dragon was fighting with still his trump card hidden while Jiang Fei was fighting to a point where his ultimate recovery skill was used. One more mishap and he would have revealed his trump card, which was the Undying Aegis. My mistake. I have equipped the wrong set of equipment. Jiang Fei brushed it off as if it was nothing to him, whilst thinking of how he was pressured so badly. After a quick thinking, he understood his mistake. In all of Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei was able to stand out in terms of combat power due to his overwhelming level gap. In PvP, if he were challenged by another player from Dawnlight City, where average players would have a gap of 10 levels with him, Jiang Fei would crush them easily due to his sheer level advantage. In fact, that was the only advantage he had over the other's players. In which, the slight overconfidence had made him blind to other factors. Jiang Fei did possess an accessory with the skill Mana Burn, and if he had equipped it, he would be a threat to Cosmic Dragon. If he was careful enough to activate the skill and timed it perfectly, one skill alone would be enough to kill him. The problem was Jiang Fei did not participate in PvP. In fact, he had never really thought about it. Most of the time, he was fighting in dungeon. Hence, his equipment set was geared toward boss fights and monster killing. It would be easy for him to fight a dungeon boss, but if he had faced off with an equal-leveled player with almost the same equipment geared, Jiang Fei would have insufficient attack and would also be extremely weak, even naked in the face of a magician. Luck has it that there is a need for a change of armor. The next plate armor that I'm making, I would have to think about PvP as well as boss fights. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The new game notice notified about the PvP battles. Jiang Fei would have to start paying attention to equipment that were more suited towards PvP instead of purely PvE content. Since the system would not allow switching in equipment during a battle, Jiang Fei would have to be ready with a set of equipment that could suit both PvP and PvE so that in the future, he would not have to endure such shame of losing in a PvP fight. Well, the fight is over, the boss is dead, and the two guilds are sent home. Let's just kill all the monsters and go back to the city. It is probably time to check on the next quest, said Jiang Fei as he got back up. In his mind, he was thinking about the level 40 plate armor. However, to find a recipe would not be easy. They're extremely hard to come by, especially since no one actually sold them in the market. Since he thought that it would be a long time before he could craft a level 40 plate armor, might as well focus on the task at hand, which was the teleportation circle quest. Very well, said Han Tianyu. He realized that Jiang Fei was not showing any signs of being affected by the battle with Cosmic Dragon. It was best for him to leave Jiang Fei alone instead of consoling him. He then got happy drunk to find the NPC and continued the quest. Before leaving, Jiang Fei remembered something and quickly opened up his friend list. I need your help. Find me a level 40 dungeon. Jiang Fei contacted Smart Tomato and sent him a short but concise message. Even though that player was extremely money-minded, he did get things done. Level 40 dungeon? Smart Tomato replied immediately. That's right, alright. I'll look for it. At the meantime, would you be interested in a level 40 secret dungeon? A level 40 secret dungeon? Are you sure that's correct? Jiang Fei replied, shocked. Yes. It's a level 40, 5-man secret dungeon. I've entered it to confirm. Although I was killed immediately at the entrance by level 38 monsters. But I am sure that it is a level 40 secret dungeon, said Smart Tomato in his reply. The man dying in the game was treated as a norm. In fact, dying in the game and losing a level was considered to be nothing. As he so said himself, it was an occupational hazard. A level 38 monster at the beginning of the stage, Jiang Fei muttered. Judging from his words, it did seem like the dungeon was indeed a level 40 dungeon. That made Jiang Fei a little worried. A secret dungeon would have the same difficulty as a heroic difficulty of a normal dungeon of the same level. The one that Smart Tomato was selling was a 5-man secret dungeon. Without Isabella's dragon transformation, Jiang Fei had absolutely zero confidence in raiding the dungeon. As a matter of fact, Isabella had only just used her dragon transformation. It would be days before she could use it again. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei was pondering on buying that secret dungeon information. Name your price, Jiang Fei replied. If the price was too high, he would decide on buying it later. You must know that this time, I am not the only one that had found this secret dungeon. Others might have already found it. I'd say 3,000 should be fine, 3,000. Ugh, Jiang Fei hesitated immediately. Just as he was about to decline the sale, the chime of system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Lady Casanova has joined the guild, ding! Billy Boy has joined the guild, ding! Shakugan no Shana has joined the guild, ding! A new returner has joined the guild. A long list of notification popped non-stop as vast number of new members joined the guild. Seemed like Rosette Rose had completed the contact with the two guild masters and had them disband their guilds completely. Even though, before this entire incident, Imperial Dragon had only 100 players, Jiang Fei had a territory built and it was then a middle-class guild. The maximum limit of members that they could have was up to 10,000. Completely assimilating the two guilds would not be an issue. Okay. Let's make the trade, said Jiang Fei to Smart Tomato. He wanted to decline the sale, but since the guild was assimilating with Magic Thieves and Arcosio's Sanctuary, both guilds' elite party would be joining his guild. As for the other normal, non-contracted members, they had chosen to leave the guild due to such a major change. Jiang Fei was satisfied as long as he had grasp on the two guilds' main attacking party. In that case, he shouldn't have a problem in tackling the 5-men secret dungeon. Perhaps, he would not even have to wait for Isabella's dragon transformation skill. Chapter 306, Honorary Elder Command Plate. Since a large portion of the members of Magic Thieves and Arcosio's Sanctuary had joined the Imperial Dragon, Han Tianyu had passed over all the acquired equipment from the war to Jiang Fei. It was an extremely easy feat for Isabella to kill over 200,000 players with a single draconian partial forbidden spell. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for all of the aristocrats to just pick up all the equipment on the field. Alone, the Imperial Dragon could never finish picking all the equipment by themselves. The sheer amount of dropped equipment was overwhelming that they would never be able to pick them all before the game server shut down for the day. Those who had joined the Imperial Dragon would be able to retrieve their own equipment to request for stronger equipment amongst the pile. It was a kind gesture to compensate the levels lost from the war. On the other hand, those from Magic Thieves and Arcosio's Sanctuary who had chosen not to join Imperial Dragon would not be compensated. Responding to over 10,000 members' request was a feat that could not be done in a single day. In the end, Rosette Rose had asked the girls from the Rosette Knighthood to help out with the request. It was tough, but all requests were processed in a few days. Even though the girls were seen often not playing seriously, they were all ladies from the upper society. Even though they had not learnt the art of management, they had picked up the skills on the fly. Although they might not be as good and efficient as Rosette Rose, they had still gotten the job done. When the final boss was killed, all the lower-tier monsters had stopped respawning. In half a day's time, players of Dawnlight City had cleared every single one of them from the quest map. Ding! Quest, Mana Node has been completed. The map will now reload. After the system announcement was made, the quest map was restored to its original construct and settings. Monsters that originated from that map started to respawn. However, unlike the quest monsters, they were really easy to defeat. Their experience points and loot were very low. Contribution points were also removed from the drop. The Soul Trap Magic Circle was already destroyed. The two guilds of Twilight City were defeated and Magic Thieves and Arcosio's Sanctuary were absorbed by Imperial Dragon. Most of them had lost on average 2 to 3 levels from dying. Their loss was significantly severe, but if they chose to join Jiang Fei's guild, their loss would be reimbursed by a little. During this time, Jiang Fei was confirming with Smart Tomato about the level 40 secret dungeon. Even though the guild had accepted many strong players, Jiang Fei could not raid the dungeon that Smart Tomato was selling. After handing over the management to Rosette Rose, Jiang Fei felt more relaxed. It was the best move for all since Jiang Fei was bad at management. In Rosette Rose's point of view, the happy news was really too sudden. One day ago, Imperial Dragon was just a small guild with 100 members. The territory was a plain field of emptiness. In just a span of a few hours, Jiang Fei had had Magic Thieves and Arcosio's Sanctuary to submit to him. Hence, technically, the guild had become the strongest guild in Dawnlight City. That made Rosette Rose delighted. Since there was no other guild that could compete with Imperial Dragon at the moment, Jiang Fei was satisfied with Rosette Rose taking on the management. The future seemed brighter and more hectic. Jiang Fei was extremely confident with Rosette Rose and she was proud of it. Don't worry about me. The stage that you have given me, I'll be sure to treasure every moment of it, said Rosette Rose to Jiang Fei. On the dawn of the next day, Jiang Fei went to school after breakfast with his parents. In school, there was a looming darkness that spread among the students. Jiang Fei could feel the intense atmosphere in the air. When he walked into the classroom, the sound of page flipping could be heard loud and clear. It was already January and 2 months since dawn break was launched. The reason why the atmosphere was dark and tense was due to a single reason. The semester's final examination was coming. Since humanity had begun to hold examinations, all who called themselves student would strive to be the best. Hence, in that school, those who were taking their tests would chant, "Test! Test! For the best! Score! Score!" So we won't be poor. With technology advancement, the test result system was digitized and parents would be requested to sign the student's report card digitally. It was every student's nightmare to let their parents see their results. Besides the few who did not care about their future, most of the student would fight until their last breath for the best result. Jiang Fei was one of the students who strived to have better results. However, he did not have such determination to study. Instead, he relied on his otherworldly abilities to cheat. Even though he was not knowledgeable, he was still calm about the test. Especially since that was not his greatest fear. After so long, no one had ever questioned his ability as a smart student. When noon came, Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu. "Ah Fei, after school, don't go home just yet. Come to the 108th floor and meet me there. Is there something going on?" Jiang Fei asked casually. He was on the 100th floor and going up a few floors was not troubling at all. "You'll see when you are here, okay? I'll see you then." Even though Han Tianyu did not specify the reason why he wanted to meet Jiang Fei, he could tell that it was probably a small matter from his tone. The whole time in class, Jiang Fei did not pay any attention to the teacher. He had a deeper understanding as to why Han Tianyu had almost never attended school. What they did, what Jiang Fei had gotten involved in, what the world of metahumans and martial artists had been doing, all of them had nothing to do with school. There was nothing in school that could teach him on how to become better in life. However, Jiang Fei's parents were normal people. He would not want them to get involved in all of the mess that he was in. To hide that fact, Jiang Fei tried to pretend his life was only normal. If he had to, he would even attend school or university. After school, Jiang Fei went to Manda Square and pressed the 108th floor button in the elevator. Most of the lots there were part of Han Tianyu's office. Since Jiang Fei was no longer a stranger to the secretary who sat by the entrance of his office, she let him in after a simple greeting. "Yo! What's up? What the F asterisk CK? Don't just come in like that. Don't you ever knock? Why, come on, what if I'm in here with a girl, doing some adult stuff," said Han Tianyu as he rolled his eyes. "I'd rather scare you than let you cheat an innocent woman," said Jiang Fei casually as he sat down on the sofa. Ever since he was open to the world of metahumans and learned that he was almost at the same level as them, the feeling of superiority was gone. Now, he felt like he was standing on the same platform as Han Tianyu. "Fine, you win. Here! Catch!" Han Tianyu pulled something out from his desk and tossed it over to Jiang Fei. It was made of jade and was crafted to look like a small plate, roughly 6 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, with Chinese characters carved on it. "What's this?" "It's from Old Hai, an honorary elder command plate of the China Martial Art Alliance." Jiang Fei examined the piece of jade and remembered that the old man had mentioned about it. Jiang Fei did not think that it would be done so fast. With that piece of jade command plate, Jiang Fei's name would be among the list of members in the China Martial Arts Alliance. He was now open to the vaults of China Martial Arts Alliance. Materials. Resources. Chapter 307, Preparation before Entry. "Did you ask me to come here, just for this?" said Jiang Fei as he held up the piece of jade. "Of course not," said Han Tianyu as he got up from his executive seat and came to Jiang Fei. "I've heard news that someone from the Zhang family had been contacting you." "Ah. That must be Zhang Yangshu," said Jiang Fei openly. There was nothing to hide. Zhang Yangshu had openly come to Manda Square to pick him up. It was impossible for him to hide that. I don't have anything to say against you meeting with a member of the Jiang family. However, I must warn you that they have great ambition, though they lack the power to do it. I'm sure you already know that there is no powerful metahuman supporting the Jiang family. They were destined to be in the second rank, said Han Tianyu. His voice was filled with malice even though he said that he did not mind Jiang Fei meeting with Zhang Yangshu. In Han Tianyu's eyes, Jiang Fei was just like a piece of white paper. Han Tianyu was his only friend and benefactor for now. It would be too much to say that Han Tianyu was trying to control or even make use of Jiang Fei. However, he would wish that Jiang Fei did not go around getting close to the other family. Although Jiang Fei was strong, when put next to a metahuman, he was still a young boy. A hot-tempered boy who would not mind getting into war with others just to protect his brothers. Han Tianyu would not know about how the other family treats their friends and close ones. However, if Jiang Fei got close to those who did not mind stabbing a friend's back, he might pick up that behavior. What happened if Han Tianyu required help and Jiang Fei backstabbed him? It's fine. I have thought about it. I'm keeping my distance but not too far, alright. Forget about what I said. Do you remember about the fight between the metahumans? Han Tianyu did not want to push Jiang Fei to do something he did not want to do. Hence, after Jiang Fei had brushed it off, Han Tianyu did not pursue the matter. He then changed the topic. What about it? Jiang Fei pretended to know nothing about the incident. It was obvious since Han Tianyu's face suddenly lit up. It must be the disappearance of the spaceship that the Lockheed family was supposed to claim. Did you remember that I said the fight was because of some prize? Yeah, he. It's funny because just as the Lockheed family had won the fight, their prize was stolen. Han Tianyu laughed, just as Jiang Fei had predicted. Really? How is that possible? Of course it was possible, because it was him that had stolen it. Even so, Jiang Fei had to pretend he did not know anything about it. Oh! You didn't know? This news has been around for several days before I've picked it up. This is by far the happiest news that I have ever heard, cried Han Tianyu as he laughed again. The Lockheed Cooperation and Manda Group had been rivals for a while. Both were weapons manufacturer at the highest price and capability. Both of them made basically the same thing. If it was not an aircraft carrier, it would be long-range ballistic missile. As rivals, both sides hated each other to the core. Hence, when the Lockheeds were having a bad time, Han Tianyu was naturally be delighted. Did they catch the culprit? Jiang Fei asked as he tried to be as innocent as possible. From what I've heard, the Lockheed had narrowed down the thief to the Warner family. While the Warner had denied ever having seen the prize, both sides were just throwing insults to each other. I don't see them going to war with each other, unless it was a war of insults. Is that so? Jiang Fei relaxed when he knew that someone had taken the blame for it. I think there will be something exciting to see in the near future. When that happens, I'll bring you along, said Han Tianyu. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Until then, said Jiang Fei as he stood up and moved towards the door. What the hell? Am I wasting your time? Come on, have a little chat, said Han Tianyu, pretended to be angry. Talk to yourself. I've told you. I don't swing that way. Close the door when you get out, cried Han Tianyu casually as he waved goodbye to Jiang Fei. The only reason why Jiang Fei was able to talk to Han Tianyu so casually was because of their bonds as brothers. On the other hand, the Zhangs would not find earning Jiang Fei's trust that easily. It's about time to let the Zhang family know about respect, said Jiang Fei, clenched his fist. In his room, Jiang Fei touched the ring on his fingers. 0541 was still hibernating. A few days had passed since Jiang Fei had been busy with the Mana Node quest. There was zero progress in finding a suitable power source for the ring. King annoying. I'll head over to the Alliance to see if they have anything nice. If they don't have anything, I'll just make some excuses and ask for some nuclear power cell from Brother Yu. Jiang Fei was annoyed as he had not been involved in that circle for too long. There had been too many things that he was not told of. Nuclear aside, he did not have any idea where to get a gun on the black market. When night came, Jiang Fei logged into the game. It took a whole day, real world, for Rosette Rose to work and not stop since Imperial Dragon had been accepting members. When Jiang Fei logged in, there was already over 30,000 members in the Imperial Dragon. Everything about their membership, down to their contracts and even their positions in the guild, had been arranged neatly. "Good job," said Jiang Fei as he met Rosette Rose. The two of them were close, and she did not mind that Jiang Fei had done absolutely nothing in management. Both of them knew that if Jiang Fei had helped, things might get even more confusing. "Little Rain and 7-Star Warrior, I want the two of you to stand by for a while. There's something I need you to do," said Jiang Fei in the guild chat. The two then immediately obeyed and waited at the city. "Lady Casanova, could you do me a favor and pick the best player? I need a few of them to raid the heroic difficulty dungeon." Jiang Fei had also asked for Lady Casanova to handpick the best players she knows. He was making preparation for the level 40 secret dungeon. At that point, Little Rain and 7-Star Warrior were at level 35. Lady Casanova and her merry little lots would be at most level 36. So, to prepare them to tackle the level 40 secret dungeon, Jiang Fei would have to bring them for a leveling spree, as well as farming for better equipment. "Will do! It would be very easy since we have the combination of 3 guilds. I'm sure finding 40 strong players would be fast," Lady Casanova replied. Even though she was technically under Jiang Fei's leadership, she was given a high position in the guild. Hence, she did not feel like she was being exploited or used. 40? Don't misunderstand me. I only want 5 of your best. A tank and 2 healers must be included. Jiang Fei was preparing for the 5-man dungeon. If he were to bring a whole team of 40 players, there was no reason to raid a dungeon anymore. But that's heroic. Lady Casanova did not understand what Jiang Fei was thinking. A heroic difficulty dungeon would be impossible to raid without a full party. However, halfway through the conversation, Lady Casanova remembered that Jiang Fei had cleared a 40-man dungeon alone. The fact that he wanted to bring them along must be for a good reason. Chapter 308, The Best Combination. As Lady Casanova was rallying her troops, Jiang Fei recruited Little Rain and 7-Star Warrior. He then proceeded to tell them his plans. "Brother Glider, if we are going to the secret dungeon, can we bring my sister along? She is a hidden class and is very strong," asked Little Rain as he fidgeted shyly. "Huh? Your sister? Do we have another hidden class player in the guild?" asked Jiang Fei, shocked. "Ah. No. She's not in the guild. She has, somehow, made her own small guild. There's only like 6, 7 players. I don't mind if she joins this dungeon run, but this is a guild activity. I cannot have outsiders joining us," said Jiang Fei after thinking about it. Advancement hidden class mostly relied on a player's luck. If luck was on their side, the player's own skill was also tested. Those who were able to complete the difficult task would never be weak. Taking her in would be beneficial to the guild. "Okay. I'll tell her to contact you directly," said Little Rain as he summoned the little chat box and talked to her sister. Ding! "Gale Eversummer has sent you a friend request." In no time at all, Jiang Fei had received a friend request from Little Rain's little sister. "Is Gale Eversummer your little sister?" "Yup. That's her." Once Jiang Fei had confirmed her identity, Jiang Fei accepted the friend request. "Ah. Are you that Verger Glider? The one who has always been on the top of the ranking board?" asked Eversummer once she was accepted. "You are correct, so it's true. ID always thought that that stupid brother of mine was lying," cried Eversummer gleefully. "Haha. So, you know about the conditions, right? I assume you'll be joining my guild." "Wait. It's all of us," Eversummer said vaguely. "Sigh. How many are you there?" "Including me, 6, that's fine. I'll add all of you in." 6 out of the 10,000 players in his guild would not make a difference. Ding! Gale Eversummer has joined your guild, ding. War Brothers has joined your guild, ding. Tits and Brain has joined your guild, Tits and Brain? What kind of in-game name is that? Jiang Fei thought to himself. It was an instant transfer since Jiang Fei had chosen to invite the entire guild, absorbing yet another guild into his own. Tell your sister to come along. If her level and equipment built is strong, it'll have Lady Casanova to recruit one less player, said Jiang Fei to Little Rain. I will, Little Rain replied. In no time at all. A cute petite elf girl came running from afar towards Jiang Fei. The heroic difficulty dungeon run and the later secret dungeon was limited to only a handful of players. Eversummer knew about it because Little Rain told her, and thanks to him, she was able to join the party. Hence, she was smart enough to know not to beg Jiang Fei to recruit the rest of her friends. Gale Eversummer, Elf, Moon God Sacrifice, Level, 35, Health Points, 7,800, Mana Points, 11,000, Magic Attack, 750, Jiang Fei stared at Eversummer for a moment and was stunned for a good 3 seconds. Little Rain was right about her being a hidden class, and she was even one level higher than Little Rain. Gale Eversummer's mana pool was good but was incomparable to Cosmic Dragon. Hers was definitely much larger than the other common magicians. The one factor that Jiang Fei could not comprehend was the extremely weak magic attack. She was weaker than a level 30 average magician with green equipment. Hello everyone! Gale Eversummer greeted everyone by bowing politely. I see that you are a hidden class. What sort of specialty does your hidden class give you? Asked Jiang Fei. Based on the visual appearance of her equipment, Jiang Fei knew that her gears were above average. There was no reason for her to have such a low magic attack. Something must be affecting it. My specialty? It is healing. What else? Jiang Fei asked. It was not rare for an attacker class to have healing skills as well. Nothing else, huh? Nothing else? Jiang Fei was stunned. That could not be it. If I may, Little Rain immediately came in to explain. Gale Eversummer hidden class was called the Moon God Sacrifice. Her role was limited to only healing. In fact, the staff that she was wielding was a chromatic evolving weapon that increased healing effect instead of any magic attack. Her intelligence stat was only average, hence the low magic attack. Moon God Sacrifice was a class that could not use shield, nor could she cast any supporting buff effect. Her role was simply a healer. However, due to her specialty being narrowed down to a single task, her healing capability was superb. In fact, alone, she could replace 3 or even 4 healers combined. Her healing skill's cast time was shortened. She had an array of instant healing skill and even 0 cast time mass healing skill. She was the ultimate healer. Interesting. Jiang Fei's eyes glinted when Little Rain was done explaining. He then quickly messaged Lady Casanova. Excluding the healer, have 1 tank and 2 more attackers. Very well, said Lady Casanova. At that moment, she had already readied her team. When she received Jiang Fei's orders, she kicked the 2 healers out of the party and let them resume whatever they were doing. Hey! Fatty! Get your hairy butt here! ITS dungeon time. The reason why Jiang Fei did not invite Xiao Feng in the first place was due to his role. He was a supporter and could not heal nor deal damage. If he was in a large party of more than 10 members, he would be like a god of blessing. On the other hand, 5 members could not really emphasize his buff effect. Since Eversummer was there, Jiang Fei thought that he might pair well with Eversummer to be the ultimate supporter-healer combo. One could do nothing but heal while the other could do nothing but support, cast buff. Okay. Wait for me. Xiao Feng immediately replied. Like an obedient follower, when Jiang Fei cried for him, Xiao Feng would dump anything that was in his hands and run straight to him. When the whole gang gathered, Jiang Fei opened the party chat and explained their situation and current destination. Jiang Fei's little secret dungeon raid team was set. Including the one that Lady Casanova had brought along, Jiang Fei would not have to worry much. However, there was just one last thing that could affect the entire dungeon run. Without Isabella's dragon transformation, the last boss would be difficult to fight. The other two members that Lady Casanova brought along were called Burning Eyes Shauna and a new returner. Huh? What is this team composition? Jiang Fei furrowed his eyebrows when he noticed Lady Casanova and the other two members. Lady Casanova had assumed that Jiang Fei only wanted to help the guild members to gain some levels. As such, she had not thought about a proper role. She was a berserker at second-class advancement. Even though she wore heavy armor, she was the type that could deal damage and take damage. A new returner was a standard, textbook guardian. A new returner was the sub-tank. As for Burning-Eyed Shauna, he was a warrior with a rare class advancement, Chapter 309, Archdemon Fighter. Burning-Eyed Shauna's class was a rare advancement of warrior like Jiao Feng's Feng Shui Master. It was not considered as a hidden class. It was not unique as others could pick up the advanced class. However, the advancement quest would be extremely hard. Almost all rare advancement classes were strong and had a specific role. Jiao Feng's Feng Shui Master, for example, was focused solely on support. He could not heal and had very average attack power. In a small party, most would ignore him. Only large parties would benefit from him. Archdemon Fighter had its own pros and cons. Among the warriors, this class was the only one that had a great range of attack. An Archdemon Fighter's weapon of choice would be a spear. Hence, it had a longer range compared to a hammer or a sword. However, by having a spear, close-quarter combat would be extremely weak. When an enemy got too close to an Archdemon Fighter, they would be helpless like a hunter. Although the attack range of an Archdemon Fighter was longer and further than a typical warrior, their maximum attack range was only 20 meters. To put it in perspective, a magician's cast range would be 35 meters and a bow user would have a maximum attack range of 45 meters. An Archdemon Fighter not only had limited range attack, their continuous fighting capability was also weak. The class advantage was having a very powerful burst of attack. Or in gaming terms, nuking power. When an Archdemon Fighter activated Berserk mode, they would lose 1% of their maximum health points per second, unable to receive heal, in exchange for gaining 50% increase in attack power as well as 100% magic attack imbued attack. If a Berserk was like a guerrilla attack, an Archdemon Fighter would be the Suicide Squad bomber. For a short duration, they would gain an explosive burst of attack in exchange for their survivability. If an Archdemon Fighter has the element of surprise, any hidden class player would be killed by him. On the other hand, if an Archdemon Fighter was caught off guard, they would not prolong the fight, perhaps even consider running away since an Archdemon Fighter would lose. Everything seems fine. Let's go. The team had Little Rain as the magician and Jiao Feng, a full-time supporter and a half-baked attacker. All in all, the team composition was a mess. Even so, Jiang Fei was too lazy to rearrange the team. Bottom of the blood pool was in the middle of the city, hence everyone arrived fairly fast. Once Jiang Fei chose the dungeon difficulty, everyone entered. Cried Eversummer when she saw Isabella walking behind Jiang Fei. She does not appear in the party's member list. How did she get in? Asked Lady Casanova when she too noticed Isabella. Don't fret. She's not a player. She's my battle companion. Jiang Fei purposely omitted the word pet since he knew that Isabella would be angry if he did. Now that everyone was already in the dungeon, Isabella's true nature was exposed. Jiang Fei did not forget to hide her, it was only that he was too lazy to continue playing dumb with everyone. Besides, he had already let her go all out during the war. Even though there were some who had not yet seen her with their own eyes, the news about Isabella's transformation into a powerful dragon would be spread across Dawnlight City faster than a viral video. I see, everyone was shocked for a moment when they understood the situation and promised Jiang Fei to keep it a secret. However, Jiang Fei did not care about their promises. At that point, Jiang Fei not keeping Isabella in the pet slot was proof that Jiang Fei did not mind about her real nature being exposed. Even though Isabella's true nature was a surprise to everyone, but once they knew that she was not a player, her powerful attack became easier to digest. If she was a player, it would be hard to believe since her attack and stats would be too powerful for a player to even have. No one could have the power to kill 200,000 players like that. On the other hand, it was considered to be normal for NPC, non-playable character, to be that strong. As to how Jiang Fei managed to enslave such a powerful NPC would be a mystery. It was either luck or perhaps Jiang Fei was just too sly of a person. How else would he be a guildmaster? The commotion with Isabella ended very swiftly, and after everyone confirmed their roles and their positions, the team charged into the first wave of monsters. Anew, you're to deal the killing blow if other attacks could not finish the monster. Remember to protect the 2 cloth armors, said Jiang Fei to a new returner. In a party dungeon, every member of the party must have their specific roles and not to attack random monsters at will. When Jiang Fei was alone before, he had Isabella to take care of the battle. Everything would end so fast that Jiang Fei did not need to even attack. In a party, if the tank had failed to hold onto a monster's aggro, they would head straight toward those who dealt the highest damage, most commonly, the magicians. Hence, if the party was not careful, death would be inevitable, especially in higher difficulty dungeon. I don't really care about how you guys work together, but I'm going to attack. Find a proper rhythm for yourself, said Jiang Fei before he charged in head first and cast instant ice burst. Flame burst! That was Jiang Fei's and Isabella rhythm. A sea of explosion filled the screen as damage texts popped out. -14,554, -15,731. Since Isabella could not equip anything on them, they relied on their levels to gain power. Now that Jiang Fei had reached level 42, Isabella's overall strength had greatly increased. WTF? Over 10k damage? How is that possible for an AoE skill? A new returner cried in awe. Kill the intruders. After Isabella's attack, all the aggro of the monster was focused on her. Not even Jiang Fei could deal such potent damage, much less anyone else. Black Dragon Breath. A stream of darkness came outpouring from Isabella's mouth and instantly killed all the monsters. King Hell. No wonder Jiang Fei could solo this dungeon. Not even 40 players could clear this dungeon as fast as him, said a new returner. At that point, it was as Lady Casanova has anticipated much earlier, Jiang Fei was clearing the dungeon whilst babysitting the other party members. There was not much to do since Isabella and Jiang Fei's combination attack was too strong. All they could do was to simply attack a monster that had slid out of their position and escape from Isabella's certain death skill. Now I know how the guildmaster remained at the top of the ranking board. We have 8 people right now and we are getting experience points like a waterfall. Imagine having all those experience points alone. He could even gain 2 to 3 level in just one dungeon run, said a new returner to himself. Ever since he had entered the dungeon with the party, he had been muttering to himself. No one would call you a mute if you shut your bloody mouth. Lady Casanova screamed at Anu. This bugger was her underling. Before the merging of the guilds, she had been patient with his blabbering. However, since this was the first time Jiang Fei had invited her, she had to take care of that chatterbox. Talking to himself non-stop was so embarrassing for Lady Casanova. Hee. While Lady Casanova was fuming, the others were giggling. They had nothing against a new returner's constant blabber since they were ignoring him. Instead, they were amazed at how he was able to continue talking to himself while attacking monsters at the same time. That mouth was like Chris Tucker's 7 to 11, 1. Translator note, 1. Chris Tucker 7 to 11. Reference from the movie Rush Hour 2. Chapter 310, Not a Single Mistake. As the battle proceeded, Jiang Fei was finally able to witness the prowess of Gale Eversummer as a healer. Her instant healing skill could heal as much as 4,000 health points and her mass healing skill was over 3,000. This babe had skills with such a short casting time and large healing quantities. Under her care, even if someone wanted to commit suicide, it was impossible. Before this, Jiang Fei used to solo the bosses. Now that he had a party, the entire process had been shortened greatly. Hence, the first 3 bosses were handled easily. Since the lucky Jiang Fei was in the team, the entire party was able to loot great drops even though the first kill had already been taken. Each boss had dropped at least 2 violet-grade equipment. Although it was not much, it was still a great loot. The bloodless chestplate that Jiang Fei had obtained was given to 7-star warrior. That chestplate was a chainmail, and since Jiang Fei had intended to change his gear to a higher level, there was no use for him in keeping the bloodless chestplate in his inventory. Ding! A golden light flashed and someone in the party had gained a level. Since the start of the dungeon, there had been 3 players who had gained a level. When he was running solo, he could not feel the excitement of leveling up since he had gotten used to gaining level quickly. Now that he was several levels ahead from the rest of the party member, he noticed that his level gain was much slower than the rest of the party. Compared to Jiang Fei, the rest of the members were leveling up faster since the experience points needed to level up was less than his. Guys, the next one is the 4th boss. Things will get serious and I want everyone to be alert, said Jiang Fei after the party had been in the dungeon for roughly 2 hours. The Bloodborne High General. The boss with over 400,000 health points and extra painful attacks. Jiang Fei was only able to defeat the boss by using his demon morph skill. Now that Gale Eversummer was there, she could heal Jiang Fei. It was safer since her healing would far exceed Jiang Fei's lifesteal effect. Technically speaking, Jiang Fei did not have to use demon morph and could still defeat the boss. As long as the tank did not fall, no one would fall into the blood vortex, and that no one was stupid enough to be killed by the boss instant kill skill, the boss fight would be a breeze. This battle would be something to look forward to. Jiang Fei's current party was not made up of random girls and delinquents. If they were not the best player in the game, they would be one of the strong players. With Jiang Fei's command and order, the entire party had no problems in dodging and evading the boss skill. The team did not hold back Jiang Fei, allowing him to fight at his own pace without distractions. With no casualty, the boss was defeated and the party proceeded to the next boss. High General's Boar Beating Stick, 2-handed weapon, epic, physical attack plus 1128, strength plus 25, critical rate plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, equip, increase critical damage by 100%, level requirement 32, Sister Casanova, this one is for you, said Jiang Fei. 7-star warrior was using fist, and since his weapon was a chromatic evolving weapon given to him during the completion of his hidden class, he had no need for a new weapon. Jiang Fei did not need it, and neither did Burning-Eyed Shauna and a new returner. Their class did not allow them to use a 2-handed weapon, leading the only person in the team who could use the boar beating stick to be Lady Casanova. Well, that's very nice. Lady Casanova gave her thanks and immediately equipped the weapon. Lady Casanova, did you know that this weapon fits you like a glove? A minotaur wielding a boar beating stick. Why does that seem so familiar? A new returner teased Lady Casanova. One of these days, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. That mouth of yours. URGH, perhaps it was her character setting or even her own personality, but when she grunted, puffs of steam came out from her bullhead nostrils. The previous weapon that she was using was Jiang Fei's own rainbow blade. Even though it was an epic tier weapon, the attack power was slightly weaker than the boar beating stick. Any normal female player would immediately think twice before discarding the beautiful rainbow blade and use the hideous boar beating stick. If Lady Casanova would even consider a weapon's appearance in general, she would not have picked Minotaur as her race in the first place. Besides the boar beating stick, the boss had also dropped an epic tier magician's robe. Since it had attack stats, Jiang Fei decided to give it to Little Rain. The party rested for a little while before continuing the journey to the final boss. After 20 minutes, the final boss was in sight. Overseer Carlox, enhanced, Bloodborne, leader, level, 40, health points, 450,000, magic attack, 6,500, skills, death ray, petrification eye, blood rush, unending blood rush. Note, Blood God Vagar's espionage. The final boss of the heroic difficulty of bottom of the blood pool. The last time Jiang Fei had fought Carlox, Isabella had the boss killed in just one single hit. Hence, to be fair, Jiang Fei had no idea how the boss skill worked. The party first cleared the monsters around before fighting the boss. Without Isabella's dragon transformation skill, Jiang Fei was a little scared. That was the final boss of the heroic difficulty dungeon. If he were to just charge in fearlessly, he could be killed in a jiffy. Death Ray. Carlox's eyes beam death rays that will deal 10,000 magic damage per second. During the skill, Carlox will spin around in a circle. Focus Glare. Focus on a single target, observing every action that the target makes. If the target executes any action that will generate aggro, Carlox will immediately give up on the current target and move towards the aforementioned target. Blood Rush. Carlox marks a random player except for the one close to him and gains 10% attack power. Marked players will receive all damage dealt to Carlox. Sea of Blood. Carlox creates a Sea of Blood. All players that are in the Sea of Blood will receive 2,000 damage per second. Carlox gains 5% bonus attack power for every player that is in the Sea of Blood. Burning Blood. Passive effect. Restores 20% of health points every time Carlox kills a player. Active effect. Lights up the Sea of Blood and burns all players within the Sea of Blood for additional 2,000 damage per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Gains Berserk Mode. Oh my, Jiang Fei looked through all the skills and felt a chill go down his spine. Almost all of the boss skill required a player to run around. The more players there were, the more mistakes they could make, which would result in a domino effect that would inevitably end with the whole team being wiped out. As expected of the final boss of the heroic dungeon. Not only it required a strong team, it also demanded a team filled with cooperative players. No one was allowed to make a single mistake. Chapter 311, Carlox. Remember to evade all the boss skill. Going in, Jiang Fei and Isabella charged in first before the others and began the fight. Instant Ice Burst. Minus 6,872. Bash. Minus 1,879, minus 1,923, minus 1,845. Lightning Strike. Minus 200, Jiang Fei's array of skills were unleashed to draw all the aggro toward him. He had to work extra hard since the only attacker was not Isabella but the rest of the team. If he failed to keep the aggro on himself, the boss would attack the others. Compared to Jiang Fei, the others had less defense than him, making them more vulnerable to the boss. Intruders? I shall let you suffer the fate of death. Jiang Fei's attack immediately triggered the boss fight. With a loud growl, the boss began to attack back. Minus 3,520. The boss relied more on its skills to attack, hence the normal hits that landed on Jiang Fei were further lowered with Jiang Fei's damage reduction skills. Gale Eversummer was healing casually from behind the front lines, making sure that Jiang Fei was always at full health. Once the aggro was set in, everyone else started to attack with all they got. Everyone except Isabella. She had the strongest attack so far, and if she were to attack without constraint, Jiang Fei will immediately lose the aggro grip. However, the boss health was still going down. Jiang Fei's current team was not perfect, but it had powerful damage output. Xiao Feng might have low attack, but with his fire art, Scorch, which provided 20% additional fire damage, the entire team damage was boosted. On the other hand, Little Rain, the only magician in the party, was not doing much damage as the others. It was expected since beside him and a new returner, the rest of the members were either hidden class player or rare advancement player. Little Rain was just a common pyromancer. However, Jiang Fei was not giving up on Little Rain. Even though he was not able to make much contribution, Jiang Fei wanted to cultivate him because of the forbidden spell he had. All he needed right now was more maximum mana pool. Once his cultivation was a success, with strong equipment and other supporting skill, he would gain power much stronger than an NPC. Isabella had also demonstrated the prowess of a forbidden spell since she had single-handedly defeated an army of 200,000 players with just a partial forbidden spell. Hence, it mattered not that Little Rain was underperforming. Once he was strong enough to use the forbidden spell just one time, even Happy Drunk would gladly lick Jiang Fei's boots just to get a piece of that cake. Ding! Carlox has his eyes on you. Burning-eyed Shauna, the system warning notification popped up on everyone's visual feed as they were busy fighting. Burning-eyed Shauna was chosen as the target, and any action executed by him would result in an immediate shift in aggro. Bird Eye. Stop! Jiang Fei cried. Understood, Guildmaster. How long does this effect last? Asked Burning-eyed Shauna as the effect was active for some time and he was getting bored. The debuff icon on Shauna's head was not going away. I don't know, said Jiang Fei as he quickly turned to the boss and continued to attack. The truth was that he did not know the skill effect since Isabella had instantly killed the boss with a single hit. Haha. Fear! Run! Flee away, little bugs. When the boss had hit the 80% health point threshold, the boss roared and immediately swung around, dealing powerful shockwaves that sent everyone back. Jiang Fei was even knocked 10 meters away. Jiang Fei felt something was going to happen and warned everyone. Be careful. The boss is going to use Death Ray. Watch your position. Gale Eversummer quickly used her instant mass healing and restored the health that was lost during the boss knockback attack. Pew! When the boss stopped spinning, he turned to Burning-eyed Shauna and glared at him as his eyes began to shine bright with the color of blood. WTF. "I'm the first one to go," cried Shauna. Knowing that Jiang Fei had already warned everyone about the Death Ray, Shauna quickly moved away from the boss line of sight. He did not want to be the first to die. Shauna was a warrior class player, but since he was sort of a hybrid between melee and ranged attacks, his health pool was not high, barely reaching 10,000 health points. If he were to take on 10,000 damage per second, not even Gale Eversummer could out-heal that damage. BZZ. BZZ. Two beams of red laser blasted out of the boss' eyes. Everyone was already out of the boss attack range. When the boss started to chase after Shauna, everyone ran along the turning. As they ran, they attacked whenever they had enough buffer space. It was an easy skill to evade. Perhaps a complete idiot could survive the attack. Perhaps the only thing that was lost was the damage buff of Ruthless Barrage. When the boss spun and knocked everyone back, Jiang Fei's attack combo was lost, resulting his attack to revert to when he just started the first attack. After one complete spin, the boss stopped beaming out death rays and returned to the center to begin his normal attack. However, since Jiang Fei had moved from his original position, the boss target was reset, and this time, he chose 7-star warrior. My pain! You shall share it with me. A red mist suddenly gathered around 7-star warrior. The boss roared and gained additional damage. 7-star warrior did not know what happened since there was no debuff icon appearing on his status bar. However, when he began to attack, whatever damage he had dealt to the boss was dealt to him as well. It was bad since 7-star warrior relied on his skill, which consumed 1% of his health point every second to increase 50% of his attack. Every hit on the boss caused more damage to 7-star warrior. Summer! Can you handle the heal? Should I have 7-star to stop attacking? Asked Jiang Fei as he was worried about her. Relax, I'm only healing 2 people right now. This is nothing to me, said Gale Eversummer proudly. If Jiang Fei were to ask about her damage, she might have something else to say, but since it was about her heal, there was nothing to say. But no problem. With Eversummer's super healing capability, the skill that the boss used on 7-star warrior was a complete waste to him. Death shall come for you. Out of a sudden, the boss ignored Jiang Fei completely and began to chase after Gale Eversummer. Once he got close to her, he pointed his fingers to the ground where she stood. A bright red circle appeared underneath her feet and started to pour blood. Run! The sea of blood is coming, cried Jiang Fei. Gale Eversummer was standing with the rest of the other ranged attackers. Hence, The sea of blood that gushed out of the ground had engulfed all of the ranged attackers. Not only did those players took damage, the boss had also gained 25% damage. Chapter 312, A Surprise of Red Light. When Jiang Fei's voice reached everyone's ears, they immediately turned around and ran out of the sea of blood. Ever Summer had even cast a healing spell whilst running away. That was the benefits of having many instant healing skills. One did not require stopping to channel a spell. Ding! Carlox has his eyes on you. Gale Ever Summer, oh no! Summer! Stop healing, cried Jiang Fei. Just as every ranged player was out of the sea of blood, the boss had chosen Ever Summer to observe. Oh crap! Ever Summer grunted. She had never thought that the boss would pick her, a healer, out of the whole team. Without her, there would be no healing. If she refused to stop healing, the boss would stop attacking Jiang Fei and chase after her. War Brother and Shauna. Don't use your skills. Everyone else, switch to potions to restore your health. There was nothing Jiang Fei could do ATT that moment. The only healer on the team was already sighted by the boss. If Jiang Fei had a 40-man team, one healer would be much of a problem. Don't panic, I'm going to change my buff. Zhao Feng suddenly shouted when everyone had lost their hope. Oh heaven and earth, grant me the authority of life. Life transfer. Zhao Feng activated his first skill, transferring 50% of his total health points to restore Jiang Fei. It was temporary healing, and if Zhao Feng used it again, he would kill himself. Spiritual Burst. The next skill Zhao Feng used was a skill he had obtained at level 30. The effect of the skill was to instantly render the next skill activated. Blood Art, Release. The skill that was supposed to have 2 minutes long casting time was shortened down to just the time taken for Zhao Feng to chant those 3 words. Blood Art, Life Plunder, time remaining, 10 minutes, Blood Art, Life Plunder, damage taken will be stored in a separate gauge which will produce a barrier that will further absorb damage. Besides Zhao Feng himself, the skill had affected 4 other targets. The targets that Zhao Feng had chosen was Jiang Fei, Lady Casanova, Little Rain, and Gale Ever Summer. There was a good reason why he had chosen them. The first being Jiang Fei, since he was the only one who was tanking the boss. 7-star Warrior and Burning-Eyed Shauna were excluded from the skill effect due to their own skills. The skill would only absorb damage from external source and not from oneself. The skill would not be effective for the both of them since their own skills would consume their own health points. The 2 of them should just stop attacking and deactivate their skills to survive. A new returner was also excluded from Zhao Feng's skill because he was just useless. He might be useful in fighting monsters, the boss fight would be unaffected with or without him. Protecting him with the skill would be a waste. With Zhao Feng's support, for Jiang Fei, the boss attack was reduced. With the gathered charge of T-Blood Pool, Jiang Fei would last for a longer time. By the time the boss was left with 50%, the boss used Death Ray again. This time, the first target was Gale Ever Summer. With the experience from its previous use, the entire team had understood the mechanism of the skill. Once the boss activated Death Ray, he would look and turn toward the direction of the first target. Since the team was only a few players instead of 40, everyone was not confused and could evade the skill very easily. Imagine having 40 players in that room, running around without proper leadership. The chances of players being killed were high. When Death Ray had ended, the entire team attacked with every the little time frame they had. They had stopped receiving healing for some time now and everyone was at their limit. 7-star Warrior and Burning-Eyed Shauna were not able to fully maximize their damages because their health points were dropping to a dangerous level. Jiang Fei was not in a good situation as well. At that point, he had to rely on his healing skill. Blood Pool, plus 38,916, the boss skill usage seemed to be a cycle-by-cycle sequence. After Death Ray, the boss would use Sea of Blood. Since Gale Ever Summer could not heal or attack at that moment, the entire team was at the verge of dying. Ding! Carlox has his eyes on you. Lady Casanova, Miss Casanova. Stop! Summers, heal us quick. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. If the boss was insistent on targeting Summer with his skill, the entire team would be wiped clean. Moon God's Grace. At the face of death, Gale Eversummer calmly activated one of her long cooldown skills. The skill was an instant cast, and once it was activated, a bright crescent moon shone from the sky and descended toward Gale Eversummer. Everyone that was 40 meters from Gale Eversummer would be healed instantly for 6,000 health points. Besides Jiang Fei alone, the rest of the team was healed almost fully. Hold on for a little longer, guys. The boss is going to use his own ultimate skill. Once it's over, everything will be easy, cried Jiang Fei to motivate the team. Due to the fear of aggro confusion, Jiang Fei finally allowed Isabella to go all out. In all fairness, once Isabella was allowed to go all out, the damage dealt to the boss was so much more significant. No sooner, the boss was about to use Death Ray again. After Death Ray was used, Sea of Blood was cast. This time, the boss did not change its target. Lady Casanova remained on the sideline, watching everyone else fight for their lives. At 20% health point, the boss unleashed his ultimate skill. Blood God, I beseech you, bless me with your power of blood. Bring death to these infidels, SSS. SSS. The sea of blood begun to turn into mist, and no sooner, the entire room was filled with the red mist. At that moment, everyone knew that the final fight was imminent. They had to attack with all they had in order to finish the fight before they die. -2,000, -2,000. 2,000 damage per second was nothing but a menial task to Jiang Fei. However, not everyone in the room had health points like a Goliath. Little Rain and Zhao Feng were currently the two weakest players in the team with only around 7,000 to 8,000 health points. They would not even last for 5 seconds. How do we continue this fight? Jiang Fei panicked. The boss passive skill would restore 20% health points for every kill. It will only take 4 deaths for him to fully recover his health. Relax. I'm here, said Gale Eversummer with a hint of confidence. Moon God's blessing. A bright light shines softly in the middle of the mist, changing the color from red to white as if it was purifying it. +2,000, +2,000, +2,000. The skill effect restored 2,000 health points per second for a total of 8 seconds. Even though it was 2 seconds shorter than the boss' ultimate skill, it was very useful for the entire team. Right! Let's end this fight, cried Jiang Fei. Everyone was excited as the final boss was about to be killed. Compared to Jiang Fei, everyone else had never cleared a heroic difficulty dungeon before. Ugh! The Blood God will have your life. Without the threat of the boss' ultimate skill, there was literally no more difficulty in killing the boss. Even though the boss had gained Berserk, Jiang Fei was as hard as a rock. He would take all the physical damage and walk away unscathed. Additionally, they had Eversummer, the best healer ever. When Jiang Fei went to pick up the loot, there was a surprise that even Jiang Fei had not anticipated. Before this, once a boss was killed, the boss would no longer drop more than 1 gold grade, legendary tier equipment, yet there was a light. A red light. Chapter 313, The Eunuch's Tomb, The Observer's Eye Patch, Cloth Armor, Ancient, Physical Defense +10, Magic Defense +10, Vitality, -40, Intelligence, +40, Magic Damage, +15%, Equip, grants the status, Ultra Casting. Increases magic damage by 100%. Mana cost for all skills is increased by 200%. 1 second cooldown time between status reactivation. Level requirement, 32, WTF. This is OP, cried Jiang Fei as he read the equipment stats and skill effect. That was the first time he saw an equipment with a negative attribute. Magician started off with low vitality to begin with, and this equipment wanted to drain that away. As a trade-off, the equipment 40 intelligence stat was so strong it was the same as equipping 2 epic tier equipment. Additionally, the 15% extra magic damage was extremely useful for an attack-based magician. Not to mention the skill it granted. Ultra casting? A skill that increases the mana cost of a skill in exchange for damage amplification. Such a status effect was so overwhelming that it was extremely useful in both PvP and boss fights. If the player was good, they could exchange their survivability for raw power. What a trade-off! Ho ho, little Rain! This one is yours. Jiang Fei snickered as he tossed the eye patch to Little Rain because he was the only magician in the team who could seal proper damage. Besides the ancient tier helmgear, the boss had also dropped 2 violet grade equipment. One was a single-handed sword and a pair of cloth armor boots. The sword was given to the shield-wielding guardian, a new returner, and the boots were given to Ever Summer since it had healing enhancement attributes. The dungeon was done and Jiang Fei did a quick analysis and found that Little Rain, who was the lowest level before the dungeon run, had gained 2 levels. Everyone else had gained at least 1 level. Jiang Fei himself had not gained any level and was still at level 42 while Little Rain was at level 37, the same as Zhao Feng. Gale Eversummer had reached level 38 only after the final boss of the dungeon was killed. 7-star Warrior had gained a level, reaching level 38 at the 3rd boss and had approximately 50% experience points. That was the entire of Jiang Fei's secret dungeon party member. Although the average party level was slightly below the required level, Isabella's powerful attack and Jiang Fei's own demon morph could compensate the sublevel gap. Hence, with that thought in mind, Jiang Fei decided to try the secret dungeon. Alright, the dungeon is done. You guys know the dungeon mechanic and how the boss fights. Please take the other members and run the elite difficulty, said Jiang Fei to Lady Casanova. Alright. I will organize the dungeon run as a guild activity, said Lady Casanova. Jiang Fei trusted her. Ever since she and Billy Boy entered the guild, Jiang Fei had immediately given the two of them the role as vice guild masters. They would be working hand in hand with Rosette Rose to manage the guild. Even though Jiang Fei was just a silent partner, he still understood the responsibility of being a guild master. He might be bad in managing, but he knew how to see a person's ability and assign the hard work for them to do. Lady Casanova was a true pro in this field. After all, she had played and been a guild master for many games throughout her life. Her role in the guild was to organize guild activity as well as general human relation management. Billy Boy was good in PvP fights as well as being a captain in any PvP team. Now that Jiang Fei's guild was up and strong, it was hard to avoid having wars with other guilds. Hence, Billy Boy was given the role which he did best, PvP captain. Rosette Rose was able to share most of the workload with Lady Casanova and Billy Boy. Hence, she was able to focus on other matters. In a way, she was still Jiang Fei's female butler. All internal finance was managed by her. In a way, be it members' contract or guild resource management, she managed them all. Even though Jiang Fei had never taken up roles of a leader, he had never even been a class monitor, but after hanging out with Han Tianyu for so long, some of his skill rubbed off on Jiang Fei. Technically speaking, it was considered as military-style responsibility arrangement that Jiang Fei had learned from Han Tianyu. After Lady Casanova left, Jiang Fei brought the rest of the secret dungeon raiding team to the secret dungeon. Oh my! I'd never thought that you guys are that rich. Jiang Fei laughed and said. That was because everyone else's mount was the 1,000 gold horse. Guild Master, there's no need to be that sarcastic. Gale Eversummer rolled her eyes since Jiang Fei's own mount was literally a dragon. Compared to the horses, Jiang Fei's juvenile skygliding dragon was at least 2 times the value of a 1,000 gold horse. Don't compare me with you guys. I'm only lucky enough to get this from a boss drop. I would never buy an expensive mount. Jiang Fei laughed as he said. He knew that his own dragon was 1,000 times cooler than a golden horse. Bro, take the lead. We're all waiting for you, cried Zhao Feng as he got bored. Instead of flying, Jiang Fei chose to ride the dragon on the ground with the rest of the party. However, his mount was much faster than the horse. After a few seconds of dashing, Jiang Fei had to stop and wait for them for more than a minute. This went on for a few times until Jiang Fei got bored. You know what? Meet me at this location XXX. It'll be at the entrance waiting for you slowpokes. With that parting tease, Jiang Fei zoomed into the sky, leaving a trail of dust for the rest to see. The rest of the team sulked a bit and only arrived at the entrance of the secret dungeon 20 minutes later. Rest a little and well go in the dungeon. Side note, this is my first time entering this secret dungeon, so I have no idea what we will be facing inside. Ding. You have entered a secret dungeon, the eunuch's tomb. The first thing that Jiang Fei saw was a large underground structure. It was dark and damp. Light was scarce in there. However, with a little focus, they could see a long pathway with many skeletal soldiers patrolling. Whoa! There are skeletons walking around. Say, are we Tomb Raiders? Asked Jiang Fei excitedly. Luckily they are just skeletons and not zombies. That would be extremely disgusting. Gale Eversummer was as arrogant as a princess. Jiang Fei looked further into the pathway and noted a few things. For skeletal soldiers made a group and all of them were level 38 elite tier. Their attacks were slightly higher than elite tier monsters one could find outside a dungeon. No wonder Smart Tomato was killed instantly when he entered this dungeon. His level was simply too low. Prepare to fight, said Jiang Fei as he pulled out his hammer. The 4 skeletal soldiers were nothing, they were killed easily by the team. However, these skeletal soldiers had a hidden gimmick. When they were destroyed and turned into a pile of bones, the broken bones wiggled on the ground violently before flying toward each other, forming an even larger monster. Chapter 314, Overpowering Boss Skill, Demonic Skeletal War General, Spectre, Advanced Elite, Level 40, Health Points, 35,000, Attack Power, 4,500, Skills, Cleave, Smash. Jiang Fei glanced at the huge and newly formed skeleton. Although its size was significantly larger than before, it was only an advanced elite monster and did not pose any threat to Jiang Fei and the group at all. It took only a few hits before the demonic skeletal war general was eliminated. This time, it did not revive again. It appeared to have died once and for all. The group then moved on. At the entrance to the secret dungeon, the little monsters were not difficult to deal with. They all came in groups of 4. Although it was troublesome to kill these monsters as they would always revive once after being killed, it benefited Jiang Fei and the others as it meant they earned extra experience points. This was a level 40 secret dungeon after all. Not only was Jiang Fei receiving the full amount of experience points, the rest were even getting additional boosts of experience points due to their level differences. Therefore, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. This secret dungeon is even easier than I had imagined. 7 Stars Warrior exclaimed while fighting the monsters. Be careful. Although this is the heroic mode meant for 5 people, it is still a level 40 dungeon. The overall difficulty would not be any lesser than the heroic mode of the bottom of the blood pool, Jiang Fei said. The group continued moving forward. Soon enough, they arrived at the end of the walkway. Hee, the demonic skeletal war general is guarding the door. I wonder what these freaks will turn into after they die, Jiang Fei said and laughed. Right then, there was a group of 4 demonic skeletal war generals in front of Jiang Fei and the rest who stood guard before the end of the passage. They would have to kill these monsters to get through to the other side of the walkway. Eversummer, get ready with your healing. I am going in, Jiang Fei called out to Eversummer before rushing forward to fight the monsters with a single jumping slash. Rapid Frost Burst. Minus 7,521, minus 7,684, minus 7,769, minus 7,581. As Jiang Fei's Rapid Frost Burst was linked to his health points, the damage output was very impressive. Besides, the breath of frosty air had also frozen the 4 little monsters in place. Flame Burst. Isabella's attack followed swiftly after and dealt nearly 15,000 critical damage to each of the 4 monsters. Little Rain's attack landed on the monsters soon after. Although his damage output was not as great as Isabella's, he still dealt nearly 8,000 damage to the monsters. Since Jiang Fei and the team's attack tempo was rather fast, Little Rain decided to activate his new equipment's ultra casting state. Although it burned mana points at a very shocking rate, the double damage allowed his damage output to increase significantly. Little Rain's damage output instantly exceeded 7-Star's Warriors, despite the latter being a high damaging class and only ranked second after Isabella. Although these advanced elite monsters' health points were as high as 35,000, these little monsters were easily eliminated by Isabella, Little Rain, and Jiang Fei. After a round of attacks from each of them, coupled with Isabella's Black Dragon Breath, the little monsters were completely defeated. Hardcore! Jiang Fei exclaimed from afar. As he and 7-Star's Warrior both did not know any group attacking skills, they could only observe the battle. However, they were only able to observe for a short while as Jiang Fei's reaction quickly jinxed the situation. Crack! The bones which had fallen to the ground started shaking again. Swiftly, the bones grouped together and formed a brand new monster right before Jiang Fei and the rest. Pale Bone Chimera, Spectre, Vice Leader, Level 41, Health Points 80,000, Attack Power 5,000, Skills, Bloodlust Mania, Frenzy, Bone Burst. Bloodlust Mania instantly deals significant damage to the target while healing oneself simultaneously. Frenzy, increase attack power by 100% for 5 seconds. Bone Burst, when the Pale Bone Chimera is at 0 health points, he will not die. He will enter a state of energy collection for 2 seconds. At the end of the 2 seconds, the Pale Bone Chimera will explode and deal the amount of damage equivalent to his own health points to enemies in a 20-meter radius. This damage will be split among the opponents affected within the explosion radius. D*a minute. That's a lot of damage. After Jiang Fei read through the boss attributes, he could not help but curse out loud. This self-destructive skill was the worst of its kind. Jiang Fei was only able to know about the boss skill through the mysterious ring. If another group had come, they would be at a disadvantage when faced with this monster for the first time. Regardless of the difficulty of eliminating the boss, the 80,000 damage from the explosion would still be borne evenly by the group of 5 after the boss was killed. Those wearing cloth armor would unquestionably be killed by the explosion, while those wearing leather armor would not be any better off. Under such circumstances, anyone would be pissed by the outcome. Come on! I'll pull the boss aggro. You guys should focus on hitting him from a far distance. 7-Star's Warrior, move further away when the boss is about to die. Jiang Fei ordered. All right. The remaining 4 people all nodded their heads in unison. As Jiang Fei was the one who brought them over to the secret dungeon, 7-Star's Warrior and the rest all believed that Jiang Fei would have extra information about the secret dungeon. Therefore, none of them questioned Jiang Fei's ability to predict the unknown. After giving out the orders, Jiang Fei immediately moved forwards to engage the monster. As usual, he started with the Rapid Frost Burst. However, as this monster was at the Vice Leader rank and had the identity of the mini-boss, he was unaffected by the disabling skills. Therefore, Rapid Frost Burst was not able to freeze him in place. The monster was immune to it. Bella, you and Little Rain should be more careful. As this mini-boss had 80,000 health points, they could not kill him with merely a round of skills. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to place his attention on controlling the boss aggro. Otherwise, even if the boss could not kill Isabella in an instant, nothing could stop him from killing Little Rain. After the battle had begun, everything went smoothly. After all, it was only a mini-boss. Although his attack power was rather high and could go up to 10,000 after activating Frenzy, Jiang Fei still had very strong physical damage reduction. Therefore, the Pale Bone Chimera could only deal a maximum of 7,000 damage to Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei had taken on the secret dungeon alone, this might have truly been a threat to him. However, Jiang Fei had come with his team. With a strong healer like Gale Eversummer, Jiang Fei had nothing to worry about. Very soon, the boss' 80,000 health points had dwindled down to less than 5,000. 7-Star's Warrior. Stop right now. Move away. Jiang Fei called out to 7-Star's Warrior who was standing next to him while attacking the monster. All right. 7 Stars Warrior replied and nodded as he immediately stopped attacking. He quickly ran 30 meters away. In less than 3 seconds after 7 Stars Warrior had stepped away, the boss health points reached 0. Crack! The pale bone chimera started collecting energy around him after forcefully maintaining a bit of his health points. There was no way Jiang Fei could run 20 meters away in 2 seconds. Intercept! Jiang Fei initiated his intercept skill at 7 Stars Warrior, who was still in the midst of running away. In an instant, Jiang Fei appeared next to 7 Stars Warrior. 7 Stars Warrior was stunned. He could not understand what was happening. Quickly, run! Jiang Fei pulled 7 Stars Warrior along as they continued to move away from the boss. Chapter 315, Multicolored Army, Boom! Just as Jiang Fei and 7 Stars Warrior exited the 20-meter radius, the boss suddenly started disassembling. As a bright green light flashed before everyone's eyes, the bones started firing in all directions. If the two of them had run any slower, they would have most definitely been hit by the explosion. If that were to happen, neither of them would have survived. This D*Ned monster is truly overpowering. Xiao Feng mumbled to himself. I think there's something there. Gale Eversummer had a good eye for things and immediately noticed a piece of the boss remnant bone glowing brightly. A mini-boss is still a boss. It would definitely drop something. Jiang Fei laughed as he walked toward the growing piece of bone and picked it up. Shuffle, a blue light flashed before him and an excellent grade equipment appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. Although Jiang Fei had very high luck and would usually receive rewards at the top of the list of drops from bosses, the mini-boss only dropped excellent grade equipment at best. Therefore, regardless of how high Jiang Fei's luck was, he could not breach that limitation. Assassin's Wristband, Leather Armor, Excellent, Physical Defense plus 50, Magic Defense plus 50, Agility, plus 20, Strength, plus 20, Equipped, increases assassin skill damage by 20%, level requirement, 40, class requirement, assassin, what? It even has a class requirement? Jiang Fei was stunned when he picked up the equipment. Yeah, this was explained in the informational video on the official site. All equipment above level 40 would have a fixed class designation on top of enhanced defensive attributes. These equipment would greatly strengthen certain class and skills, but they would also be limited by class and even race designations. Gale Eversummer explained. That explains. Jiang Fei nodded. He had been roaming about with Han Tianyu for the past few days and had not checked out the official site. Alright, I will keep the equipment for now. I will store it in the guild storage when we get back. As there were no assassins in their team, Jiang Fei placed the equipment into his backpack for the time being. The small group continued to walk until the end of the passage. They soon arrived at a very spacious hall. Is this the mausoleum? 7 Stars Warrior asked, confused. Perhaps, Jiang Fei nodded as he replied. Right then, there were countless skeletal soldiers before them. These soldiers were all lined up nearly in the middle of the hall. Each formation had at least 100 skeletal soldiers. They were like an army waiting to be inspected. How do we fight them? Xiao Feng asked. Although these skeletons were all normal elite monsters, they could still easily kill Jiang Fei and the rest in an instant if all of them attacked at once. Right then, the little monsters in front of Jiang Fei's group started forming 5 different formations. The formation in front of them had a red flag hanging in the middle of the formation. On their left was a huge white-colored flag flapping about in the middle of the formation despite the lack of airflow. On their right was a huge green flag within the formation. The furthest formation from Jiang Fei and the rest was one with a huge black flag. At the center of these 4 formations was an even bigger formation. The skeletal soldiers surrounding it had numbers equal to all 4 of the other formations combined. There was an even larger yellow flag at the center of the formation which was brightly ablaze. There was a huge word restriction zone at the center of the flag which glowed equally brightly. Set up a defensive circle and we can start killing them in groups. Jiang Fei glanced at the highly concentrated crowd of little monsters. He knew it was impossible to kill them one at a time. They would have to pull groups of them together before they started killing these monsters. All right, Xiao Feng exclaimed as he nodded and changed the magic circle to Cloud Art. Cloud Art, Air Shield, reduces the damage you receive by 50 points. After the reduction, the damage you receive cannot be less than 1. After Xiao Feng had reached level 30, all his skills were enhanced. The original 10 points of damage reduction from his air shield had been increased to 50 points of damage reduction. Although this kind of fixed damage reduction was not very effective against boss monsters, it definitely took a lot of pressure of the tanker when fighting against large groups of little monsters. I am getting ready to attract the monsters. Bella, it's time for you to showcase your new skill. Jiang Fei turned around and smiled at Isabella as he charged toward the closest formation of little monsters. Crack! As Jiang Fei approached the monsters, the originally still standing skeletal soldiers began moving about as their bones started making cracking sounds. Come at me! After awakening the little monsters, Jiang Fei did not move any closer to them. Instead, he stood right where he was and started adjusting his position. All right. Let's have a go. Jiang Fei laughed loudly as he started breathing out a blue frosty flow of air. The little monsters in the front row were all frozen immediately. Consequently, the movements of the groups of little monsters slowed down as they began moving closely together, becoming increasingly congregated. This would make the AoE spell of a magician much more effective. Flame Rain! Isabella chanted the spell at a very fast pace. Although she could not use the draconian magic spell in her human form, she was able to complete the magic spell in a very short time span. Boom. Although it was called the Flame Rain, what came down were flaming meteorites the size of a human head. These meteorites covered a radius far larger than the flame burst and swiftly engulfed all the little monsters within. Lightning Strike. Jiang Fei used his group aggro pulling skill to ensure all the little monsters focused their attacks on him. This was done to prevent the little monsters from turning their attention to the magician casting those spells. Unlike the Flame Burst, the Flame Rain did not deal a one-off explosive damage. Instead, it came in waves of damages which lasted for 8 seconds and could deal a total of 20,000 damage points. Of course, this required the enemies to be within the area affected by the Flame Rain. However, as the skill covered a larger radius, it was more effective when used to fight groups of little monsters or during a group battle as compared to the smaller radius Flame Burst. Before Isabella's Flame Rain ended, Little Rain's AoE skill had also reached the enemies. As his class was Pyromancer, all his skills were all fire-based magic spells. However, even with the activated Ultra Casting state, his damage output could not rival with that of Isabella's. In spite of that, dealing 8,000 damage to each little monster was already a great feat for most magicians. With 2 magicians with AoE skills, the pace at which they were killing the little monsters was indeed very fast. The others who did not have AoE skills, like 7 Stars Warrior, were simply picking off the few little monsters who escaped from the magic spell range. In a short while, the battle came to an end. Crack! It's happening again. Jiang Fei and the rest were already very used to the revival of these little monsters. Everybody, stay alert. This might be a very fierce one. Jiang Fei reminded everyone loudly. The monsters they had fought earlier were all in groups of 4, such that their combinations were only from 4 to 1. However, the current state involved 100 little monsters forming a single combination. The bones were combining at a very high speed. In the blink of an eye, a huge pale bone giant beast as tall as 6 meters had formed before them. These skeletal soldiers had given up on forming a human-shaped combination. They appeared as a beast instead. The beast had the brain of a chicken, the chin of a swallow, the neck of a snake, the tail of a fish, and the claws of an eagle. It even had huge wings of bones on its back. As there was not an ounce of flesh on its body and it was formed entirely from bones, the beast looked exceedingly frightening. Crack! The beast used its huge claw to swipe at the floor, which gave off a hair-raising screeching sound. At the same time, a huge gap appeared on the surface of the floor. It was as if the newly formed boss was showing off its powers to Jiang Fei and his team. Chapter 316, Bone Chimera Phoenix, Spectre, Empowered Leader, Level 43, Health Points 300,000, Magic Attack Power 8,800, Skills, Hellflame, Decay, Bone Wing Swipe, Spectre Summon, Life Flame Transfer. Hellflame, Bone Chimera Phoenix spits fire in a radius in front of it. It inflicts significant flame damage on the opponents in the affected area and reduces the opponent's armor and magic resistance by 10%. This effect can be stacked 3 times. Decay lowers the target's attack and casting speed by 100%. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Bone Wing Swipe flaps both wings to instantly deal twice the physical attack on the target, accompanied with a knockback effect. Spectre Summon, the Bone Chimera Phoenix will summon a teleportation door at the start of the battle. Skeletal soldiers will continually appear from the teleportation door in aid of the Phoenix. Life Flame Transfer, when the Bone Chimera Phoenix approaches death, it will ignite ghost flames to burn the surrounding remnant skeletons. For every skeleton burned, the Phoenix recovers 5% of its health points. It can only be used once. D*A*. A level 40 monster is indeed uncommon. After checking through the attributes of the monster, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although it was a strengthened leader level boss, this Bone Chimera Phoenix was even more difficult to handle than the heroic mode of the bottom of the blood pool. The only thing that Jiang Fei felt lucky about was the fact that this secret dungeon was merely a 5-man mode. Therefore, the health points and attack power were still at a manageable level. If the 2 attributes were both at the 40-person level of difficulty, he would have no choice but to wait for Isabella's transformation cooldown to be over. This is insanely difficult. 7 Stars Warrior exclaimed as he looked at the huge bony monster. Although he could not see its exact attributes as Jiang Fei could, he could still see the amount of health points the monster had. For the difficulty of a 5-man secret dungeon, the Bone Chimera Phoenix, which was the first boss, already had 30,000 health points. One could only imagine how much tougher the ones lined up further behind were. Alright. I will pull it to the wall later. You will all attack from behind. If there are new monsters, Bella, pull them towards you. Ever-Summer, focus on healing. As for the others, kill all of the little monsters. Jiang Fei gave it some thought before deciding on the battle strategy. Their small team had a huge advantage as compared to the others. The advantage was Isabella, the human-shaped pet. Not only did Isabella have very strong attack and defense, she also had an extremely high level of intelligence. She could perfectly follow orders that Jiang Fei gave like normal players. Isabella's health points was even higher than Jiang Fei's, and she had no issue withstanding attacks from the little monsters. As such, as long as Gale Ever-Summer focused on healing everyone, the final recovery skill of the boss was basically pointless. If it were another group of people, they would probably have to sacrifice a lot of time and effort to figure out the boss skills. Even if they could do that, they would still have to deal with the continually appearing little monsters, as they could not allow the numbers to stack up. As such, they would probably have to go through the entire ordeal twice. That would significantly increase their probability of being annihilated. Alright. Understood. The rest all nodded in agreement with Jiang Fei's plan. Alright. Healer. Pay attention. Am going up against it now. As Jiang Fei was now facing a magic attack-based monster, he did not have his hopes up. Jump slash. Jiang Fei instantly appeared in front of the boss with a single skill. Rapid Frost Burst. Minus 7,128. After pulling the boss aggro, Jiang Fei immediately turned around with his back to the other teammates. He slowly backed away as he lured the boss away to the corner of the hall. Roar! As the boss let out a loud piercing scream, it spat out a huge fireball. This was clearly its normal attack. Bang! Minus 8,500. As Jiang Fei did not have very high magic resistance, he instantly lost 25% of his health points from the normal attack. Plus 3,150, plus 850, plus 850, plus 850. As Jiang Fei did not stop backing away, Gale Eversummer had to follow closely after him. Therefore, she could not stop chanting her spells. She was only able to use her instant skills and regeneration to heal him. Despite that, the amount of health points recovered by her skills was definitely on par with the two previous clerics combined. Follow me! Start attacking! Once Jiang Fei lured the boss to the corner of the wall, he immediately cast all his spells once again to lock the aggro all on himself. Once Jiang Fei had established the aggro on himself, the others gradually started attacking. Unlike Isabella, Little Rain did not dare to keep his super spellcaster activated for a long duration. As the explosive damage created a lot of aggro and was difficult to control, on top of the costly amount of mana points required, it was not a worthy deal to keep the super spellcaster activated. The boss had a lot of health points and could not be killed very quickly. Therefore, unless under dire circumstances, which required him to go all out, Little Rain did not need to activate the skill. Roar! After letting out a loud scream, the phoenix spread its wings and started attacking Jiang Fei again. Minus 3,427, minus 3,741. After receiving the damage, Jiang Fei was instantly thrown backward. However, as Jiang Fei was already positioned close to the wall, the knockback effect was not observable. Otherwise, if the tanker was knocked away, he would definitely be thrown in a different direction. That would result in a very unfortunate state for the other melee attackers. As the battle went on, Jiang Fei's health points remained at a stable level due to Gale Eversummer's strong healing abilities. Although the boss had rather strong attack, it did not pose any threat to Jiang Fei. Splat! When its health points reached 80%, the Bone Chimera Phoenix started using most of its skills. It first spat a gray-colored ball of flame at Jiang Fei which dealt 15,000 damage. At the same time, it reduced Jiang Fei's armor and magic resistance. However, this was only the beginning. After using its skills, the Bone Chimera Phoenix did not slow down. It let out yet another loud screech and swiftly summoned a purple teleportation door behind itself. Thereafter, 2 elite-level skeletal soldiers charged out from the door. Since then, an elite skeletal soldier would appear from the teleportation door every 20 seconds. Bella, intercept the monsters. As Jiang Fei ordered, Isabella threw out 2 consecutive abyssal flames, which pulled the aggro of the 2 little monsters toward herself. Isabella now had 85,000 health points. Moreover, her defense points was not any lesser than Jiang Fei's. If not for the way Jiang Fei treated her as a normal girl and did not hide behind her, Isabella was definitely a much more qualified tanker than Jiang Fei. Eversummer, are you feeling overwhelmed? Jiang Fei asked Gale Eversummer, who was occupied with healing 2 different targets. It's still manageable. Bella can tank even better than you can, Gale Eversummer spat out honestly without hesitation. That's obvious. I am tanking against magic spells. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at her statement. However, right then, a ray of gray light emanated from the boss' eyes and landed directly on Gale Eversummer. Decay! It instantly reduced the attack and casting speed of the target by 100%. Gale Eversummer now had to spend twice as long chanting a spell. Her healing speed was no longer as fast as it was before. Chapter 317, Recipe, Phoenix's Downfall. As Gale Eversummer's healing capability was suddenly reduced by half due to the effects of lethargic, it immediately became hard for Jiang Fei to maintain his health points at a safe level. Claret Aegis. Seeing that the boss was about to spit fire again, Jiang Fei hurriedly used his life-saving skill, which would reduce the damage of the next 3 attacks by half. Minus 7,541, the boss skill, which originally dealt 15,000 damage, was reduced by half, but Gale Eversummer's healing was still not at its best. Armored Bulwark. Jiang Fei used another life-saving skill. Although Armored Bulwark could not absorb magic damage, it could absorb the damage from the boss Bony Wing Swipe. Bella. After you pull the aggro of the small monsters, continue to attack the boss. Jiang Fei knew that they could not delay this battle any further. While he drank some potions, he also activated Lifelink so that he and Isabella could recover 500 health points per second. Against the boss' powerful attacks, relying on Lifelink to recover health points was far from enough. Fortunately, Gale Eversummer had a number of instant healing skills. Although these skills could not prevent Jiang Fei's health points from decreasing constantly, they could prolong Jiang Fei's life. Blood Pool. Plus 38,916, Jiang Fei activated Blood Pool, bringing his health points back to full. Although his health points were decreasing constantly, it was the same for the boss. This boss only stayed at one spot and attacked. Even though the boss could weaken the clerics and its attacks dealt a lot of damage, it did not restrict the attackers in any way. The attackers could safely attack the boss with all their might as they did not have to move around and change their positions. Damage figures continuously appeared above the boss head. It was clear that this boss, which only had 300,000 health points, would die soon. Roth! The boss let out a shriek and tried to ignite the bone fragments around it. Unfortunately, Isabella had generated the aggro of the 4 monsters that it summoned previously and none of them died. Obviously, as the boss had failed to use life flame transfer, its death was certain. It was quickly killed by Jiang Fei and the others. As soon as the boss died, the portal closed. The 4 remaining small monsters were killed in less than 20 seconds. Ding! Once the boss died, Zhao Feng's body flashed. The little fatty had leveled up. Currently, everyone in the party was already level 38 except for Little Rain, who was still at level 37. 7 Stars Warrior was close to reaching level 39. This showed that the monsters in this secret dungeon gave a lot of experience points. Looking at his own experience points, Jiang Fei realized that he was still very far from leveling up. He could probably only level up after they clear the 4 groups of monsters in front of him. Come on! Let's see what this big guy dropped. Little Rain said. Okay. Jiang Fei stepped forward to flip the boss shining fragments. Swoosh! A blue light flashed. F***CK. An empowered leader boss only dropped 1 blue equipment? At this point in time, everyone including Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Recipe. Phoenix's Downfall, use, allows you to learn how to make the equipment set Phoenix's Downfall. Required, level 4 Tailor, Phoenix's Downfall, Cloth Armor Equipment set 7/7, excellent, Equipment set Physical Defense plus 575, Equipment set Magical Defense plus 859, Equipment set Intelligence plus 245, Equipment set Vitality plus 55, Equipment set Spirit plus 15, Magic Attack plus 125, Random Enhancement *7, Level Requirement 40, Equipment Set Effect, March 7th increases your magic attack by 10%. Equipment Set Effect, May 7th increases the critical strike chance of your fire magic spells by 15%. Equipment Set Effect, 7/7 summons a skeleton phoenix to fight for you. The strength of the summoned skeleton phoenix is equivalent to an elite monster of your level. The effect lasts for 1 minute or until the phoenix is killed. Cooldown, 2 hours. Equipment Set Recipe. Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly sparkled. Although it was just an excellent equipment set recipe, recipes of this quality could be used unlimited times. So, he could definitely produce this equipment set in large quantities. As the quality of an equipment set recipe was higher than the actual pieces of equipment after crafting, this equipment set was only a green equipment set if crafted under normal circumstances. However, because of the attributes of the equipment set, someone who had this green equipment set equipped was not any worse than another player with individual pieces of blue equipment. Awesome! Little Rain was immediately interested in the equipment set. As it could be mass-produced, if they looked for a good tailor and had enough funds, they could definitely create equipment sets that were of excellent quality. Although the odds of a good tailor actually crafting excellent equipment sets were probably far worse than Jiang Fei, other tailors crafted way more often than Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei only crafted equipment once a month. Since the other tailors crafted equipment every day, even if they did not manage to craft a single excellent equipment set in a day, they could probably do it in a week, right? Do we have good tailors in the guild? Jiang Fei sent a message to Rosette Rose. She was the only one who knew about such things anyway. Ho ho, if you asked me this question back then, I would really have to say no. Now, however, we have every profession. Rosette Rose laughed. After all, after they had acquired Thieves and Arcosio's Sanctuary, it was not only the combat players from the main teams who had signed new contracts. Even those high-level profession players had transferred over. Pick the one with the highest success rate and ascended upgrade bonus rate. I'll use him when I get back. Jiang Fei said to Rosette Rose. Okay. Rosette Rose nodded. She knew these profession players like the back of her hand, so this was not difficult for her at all. Come on, I've already found a tailor for the job. Let's continue, Jiang Fei said with a smile. As the monsters in the hall were all properly lined up, Jiang Fei and the others did not have to go back and forth. After a few people had rested and recovered all their health points and mana points, Jiang Fei was ready to fight the second wave of monsters. This time, we'll fight the ones on the right first. After Jiang Fei notified the others, he rushed toward the skeletons and the big green flag on the right. The small monsters were the same as the ones in the previous wave. There was nothing special. As usual, Jiang Fei generated aggro while Isabella and Little Rain were responsible for killing the monsters with area of effect skills. The others would fill in when needed. If a small monster escaped, they would kill it. Very quickly, this wave of monsters was also killed. Clack! Once again, the bones that were all over the ground began to gather. Sigh. I wonder what it's going to turn into this time. Xiao Feng said, shaking his head. In a short time, the bones completed their combining and rebirth process. They formed a behemoth that was similarly 5 or 6 meters tall but more than 10 meters wide. It had a horse's face, a dog's nose, a cow's mouth, antlers, the body of a snake, talons, a lion's tail, and shrimp feelers. Although it was just a skeleton, it was obviously a huge dragon from the east. *T. I think I get it. The 4 colored flags are probably representative of the 4 mythological creatures of China. What are the origins of this prince's mausoleum? Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the huge skeleton dragon in front of him. Chapter 318, Desperate Situation. Bone Chimera Green Dragon, Spectre, Empowered Leader, Level 43, Health Points 400,000, Attack Power 9,800, Skills, Claw, Sweeping Tail, Deathly Dragon Breath, Deathly Dragon Roar, Claw, immediately attack a target once, causing a lot of damage. Sweeping Tail, the green dragon waves its tail, attacking 2 enemies behind or beside it, causing a lot of damage and knocking the target back. Each time a target is hit by Sweeping Tail, the green dragon's attack power increases by 100% and the effect lasts for 10 seconds. Dragon Tail, the green dragon moves around in between enemies at a high speed and randomly launches 3 attacks, causing a lot of damage. If Dragon Tail kills a target, the green dragon recovers 20% of its health points. Deathly Dragon Breath, the green dragon spits dragon breath in a fan-shaped area in front of it, causing a lot of damage while reducing the attack power of targets by 10%. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. Deathly Dragon Roar instantly inflicts a lot of damage to all enemies within the range of 50 meters, silencing them for 3 seconds. After using Dragon Roar, the boss enters a violent state and its attack power increases by 50%. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. F***CK. After the Phoenix, it's the Green Dragon. These 4 F***King colored flags probably mean that we're gonna have to fight all 4 mythological creatures. While Jiang Fei was still looking at the boss attributes, Xiao Feng had already started complaining. This boss is pretty difficult. Jiang Fei sighed after he read the boss attributes. This boss was not the same as the Phoenix previously. Although the Phoenix had high attack power, it only attacked the tank, so the others could easily attack it. This green dragon was different. It attacked both melee and ranged attackers. If not careful enough, someone could easily die. Thus, everyone had to keep moving around. Moreover, if this boss skills hit a non-tank player, it would either turn violent or recover some health. This was difficult to deal with. If one person made a mistake, it would adversely affect the whole team. Warrior, stand with me later. When I ask you to move, go to the side of the dragon to get away from the dragon's mouth. Jiang Fei briefed 7 stars warrior first. After all, he was the only melee attacker in the party. If they had to move around later, it would be the most troublesome for him. Everyone else, stand 10 meters away from both of the boss sides and attack. Ever Summer, make sure that everyone's health points is always full. Jiang Fei briefed the ranged attackers, making sure that they stayed out of the boss sweeping tail range. Okay. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood their parts. Alright. I'll start. When he saw that everyone was ready, Jiang Fei went forward to generate the aggro. Rock! Following a roar from the Bone Chimera Green Dragon, the boss battle began. As usual, Jiang Fei generated aggro first. Then, he started to adjust the boss position, so that others could attack the boss as safely as possible. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Fei pulled the boss head towards the side, the boss used Dragon Breath. Minus 17,542, damn. This Dragon Breath deals way more damage than the Phoenix's attacks previously. Jiang Fei was slightly shocked. At the same time, Gale Eversummer had started to heal. Jiang Fei did not have to drive the boss to a corner this time. He just had to make the boss face the side. Therefore, Gale Eversummer did not have to move too much and had already started healing in advance. Plus 7,896, plus 850, plus 850, plus 850, with Gale Eversummer's healing, Jiang Fei's health points was maintained at a safe level. After all, this boss was not the transformed Isabella. It could not spit its dragon breath continuously like it was saliva. The green dragon boss attack power was a lot higher than the Phoenix's. However, as its attacks were physical attacks, it caused less damage to Jiang Fei when compared with the previous Phoenix boss. Each claw only dealt around 4,000 damage to Jiang Fei. With Gale Eversummer's powerful healing, Jiang Fei recovered his health points very quickly. Warrior, stand with me and attack. As the boss had already used Dragon Breath once, the area in front of the boss had temporarily become a safe zone. Rough! After a few seconds, following a roar, the boss bone tail bones swung swiftly. The areas on the boss left and right sides, as well as behind it, were all within its range. However, the boss obviously hit nothing. Jiang Fei had already learned about its skills beforehand. So, the only melee attacker was standing in front of the boss with Jiang Fei and was not within the boss attack range at all. The ranged attackers were all 10 meters away. The dragon's tail was not long enough, so it obviously could not hit them. Warrior, go to the side. Come back after its dragon breath. Once Sweeping Tail was over, Jiang Fei made 7 stars warrior move to prevent him from being hit by the next dragon breath. The first part of the boss battle was relatively simple. The ranged attackers did not need to run around. The only one who had to avoid the boss skills was 7 stars warrior. Everyone else could attack the boss safely. Soon, the boss health points had dropped to 80%. Roar! Following a roar, the boss ignored Jiang Fei and rushed straight towards a ranged attacker on the side. Fatty, think of a way to protect yourself. Little Rain, activate your shield. Jiang Fei shouted while he used intercept and landed in front of Gale Eversummer. Minus 6,854, minus 14,821, transferred, minus 13,752, absorbed, the boss' first Dragon Tail target was Gale Eversummer. However, Jiang Fei blocked the attack using intercept and took the damage for her. The boss only dealt around 7,000 damage to Jiang Fei, but way more to Little Rain and Zhao Feng. From this, it was obvious that Gale Eversummer, who was also a cloth armor class who could have instantly died if she was hit. Even though she had a lot of health points, she did not know how to shield herself. Little Rain's face turned bitter at this time. Although he suffered 0 damage, his magic shield absorbed damage at the cost of mana points. As nearly 14,000 damage was absorbed, this immediately used up 3/4 of Little Rain's mana points. Now, he did not even have enough mana points to attack the boss, let alone survive a second Dragon Tail from the boss. In contrast, Zhao Feng was probably having it the easiest. Nobody knew where he got a straw target dummy from. He threw it on the ground. Then, the boss that was originally charging toward him immediately turned away and tried to kill the straw target dummy. He smoothly dodged a bullet. Come on! Continue attacking. After the boss skill ended, Jiang Fei lured the boss back to its original position once again. The Dragon Tail skill obviously used up a lot of the boss' strength. The boss did not use Dragon Breath and Sweeping Tail for quite a long time. As the Bone Chimera Green Dragon was cooperative, Jiang Fei and the others easily made its health points fall below 50%. Roar! Following a dragon roar, the eyes of the exhausted boss suddenly turned blood red. This dragon roar was different from the previous roars. When the sound wave reached them, a damage figure of 7,000 appeared above the heads of Jiang Fei and the others. At this time, Jiang Fei was still fine. However, the 3 cloth armor players in his party were almost killed. Especially Gale Eversummer and Zhao Feng. Both of them only had a few hundred health points left. Little Rain had a little more health points left, but he had completely used up his mana points. I've been silenced. Everyone drink some potions. Gale Eversummer shouted. However, it was not just her. All the magicians, including Little Rain and Zhao Feng, could not use any skills. As they were all low on health points and silenced, one more skill from the boss could force Jiang Fei and the others into a desperate situation. Chapter 319, Recipe, Green Dragon's Downfall. Claret Aegis. Armored Bulwark. Currently, due to the silencing effect of the boss skill, the party had no healer. Jiang Fei had to use his life-saving skills that were attached to his equipment. At this time, 7 Stars Warrior was the only one unaffected. 5 other people including Isabella could not use their own spells. This was because their spells required mana points and they fell within the boss silence range. However, out of these 5 people, Jiang Fei was the least affected. This was because he only had 2 of his own skills, Rapid Frost Burst and Rose Cutter. His other skills were all from his equipment. Skills that were attached to equipment were not affected by the boss silence effects. Claw. 2,200 absorbed. As he had activated Claret Aegis, the damage that Jiang Fei received reduced significantly. When paired with Armored Bulwark's physical damage absorption effect, Jiang Fei was pretty safe for now. Warrior, the ball's in your court. Hurry up and attack. Although Jiang Fei could tank the damage from the boss, his weak attack power was not good enough. Okay. 7 Stars Warrior nodded and started attacking the boss with all his might. With both his fists, he was attacking the boss as hard as he could. The boss' health points was gradually decreasing. After 5 seconds, the silence was over. Moon God's Grace. Plus 6,000, plus 6,000, plus 6,000, plus 6,000, plus 6,000. As soon as the silence ended, Gale Eversummer used a skill, which had 3 minutes cooldown time, instantly bringing the health points of the 3 cloth armor players and 7 Stars Warrior back to full. Jiang Fei had also recovered a huge amount of health points. After Gale Eversummer regained her spellcasting ability, Jiang Fei and the others were safe. However, Little Rain could not attack anymore. All his mana points had been consumed by his magic shield in the previous 2 attacks. He could only cast a small fireball every once in a while. Without the attacks of a powerful magician, the party's damage output had reduced significantly. Bella, attack a little harder. As Isabella was also silenced before this and Jiang Fei had been attacking the boss for quite a while, he had already firmly generated the boss aggro. Alright. As soon as Isabella received Jiang Fei's orders, she cast 3 abyssal flames. All the attacks from the last 2 abyssal flames were critical hits and each abyssal flame dealt nearly 20,000 damage to the boss. Roar! The instant burst of damage made the boss aggro towards Isabella surpass its aggro towards Jiang Fei. The boss immediately turned and charged toward Isabella. Everyone, move! Stay away from Bella! Jiang Fei immediately shouted. The boss had changed its target. With his weak attack power, he could only dream of taking the aggro back from Bella. From now on, Isabella had become the tank. Demon Flame Infusion. When she saw that the boss was coming, Isabella was not afraid at all. She was not an ordinary magician. Nagas were already naturally skilled in both magic and combat, and she was a rare demonic Naga. After the dark flames attached to Isabella's body, this girl started to take on the boss seriously. She attacked the boss head-on and they were evenly matched. After Demon Flame Infusion, Isabella's every attack could deal away more than 5,000 of the boss health points. Moreover, this chick was attacking continuously with her delicate hands, which had transformed into deadly claws. She was destroying this huge dragon made out of bones. Isabella had lesser health points than the boss. If this was a 1v1, she would definitely lose. However, Isabella had a super powerful cleric like Gale Eversummer behind her. Both of them could already destroy the boss by themselves. The 4 other guys beside them were basically unneeded in this battle. The F*CK. This chick is getting stronger and stronger as she levels up. Would it be better if I made a whole set of cleric equipment for myself? Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at Isabella, who was in a frenzy. Obviously, Isabella was stronger and a better tanker than him now. If he and Bella went to a dungeon, his identity as a tank would be superfluous. However, if he played the role of a support or cleric, their combat power could be maximized. Well, I'll just make 2 sets of equipment if I have the chance. Jiang Fei had a new plan. It was easier for him to get equipment compared to the other players. Moreover, currently, the mysterious ring had many storage slots. So, Jiang Fei did not have to use just 1 set of equipment. He could prepare 2 sets of equipment for himself and swap them when necessary. Usually, he would wear his combat set of equipment that was for PK. In this case, even if he encountered a powerful enemy like Cosmic Dragon, Jiang Fei would not be bullied again. Another cleric equipment set was for supporting Isabella when they attempt dungeons alone. He still had plenty of time to swap his equipment after entering the dungeon. Jiang Fei was already used to being a tank, which was why Isabella, who was a magician, had to become an attacker. As a result, Isabella could not show her true powers. Now, if he gave up his position as a tank in dungeons and became a support or attacker, it would be more efficient. After he realized this, although there was no increase in Jiang Fei's attributes, Jiang Fei and Isabella had managed to maximize their combat powers. As a team, their combined combat powers had doubled. Isabella, who was in a frenzy, did not disappoint Jiang Fei. Her defense was also higher than Jiang Fei's. Jiang Fei probably had to change into plate armor equipment before he could match the current Isabella. As Isabella had extremely high defense, Gale Eversummer's job became easier. The 4 dumbstruck guys could only stand there and watch. In less than a minute, the 2 girls ended the battle. My 4 young masters, don't just watch. Why don't we see what dropped? Gale Eversummer said somewhat smugly. What she meant was obvious. Who said that women were not as good as men? Look at what happened with this boss. Isabella and I almost defeated it all by ourselves. Although Isabella was an NPC, she was way too intelligent. So, it was difficult for everyone to just treat her as an NPC or a pet when they were together. Gale Eversummer felt the same. Jiang Fei was 2 steps away from the boss corpse. He flipped the corpse. Swoosh! Exactly like before, a blue light flashed. As expected. Jiang Fei looked at the equipment set recipe in his hand and had a moment of enlightenment. Damn, since these small monsters turn into the 4 mythological creatures, are they going to specifically drop 4 types of equipment set recipes? Zhao Feng said what Jiang Fei was thinking. I think that's very likely. Jiang Fei looked at the recipe in his hand and said, Recipe, Green Dragon's Downfall, use, allows you to learn how to make the equipment set Green Dragon's Downfall. Required, Leatherworks Tailor. Green Dragon's Downfall, Leather Armor Equipment Set 7/7, Excellent, Equipment Set Physical Defense plus 975, Equipment Set Magical Defense plus 959, Equipment Set Agility plus 245, Equipment Set Vitality plus 155, Equipment Set Strength plus 15, Attack Power plus 75, Random Enhancement *7, Level Requirement 40, Set Effect 3/7 increases your physical attack effects by 10%. Set Effect, May 7th when you attack a target from behind, your critical strike chance is increased by 30%. Set Effect, 7 out of 7 summons a Green Dragon's Soul Infusion, increases your attack power by 50% and total health points by 3,000. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 4 hours. Chapter 320, Made of Fortune. The Green Dragon's Downfall equipment set was a pretty good leather armor equipment set. It gave a lot of agility, so this equipment set was an ascended equipment set for attackers like bandits or assassins. The Phoenix set is cloth armor and the Green Dragon set is leather armor. Does that mean the next White Tiger and Dark Tortoise will be chainmail and plate armor? 7 Stars Warrior wondered. Most probably. Jiang Fei nodded. Currently, judging from how things were, it seemed like this secret dungeon existed for these equipment set recipes. If this was really the case, then they were really going to make a fortune. What's the point of guessing? Let's continue, Gale Eversummer said. As the previous Phoenix's Downfall equipment set was obviously an attacker equipment set, it was totally useless for a cleric like her. If the 2 equipment set recipes that were going to drop later were plate armor and chainmail, her only gains from this secret dungeon trip would be experience points. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded, then charged toward the monsters on the left. As there was nothing different about these small monsters, Jiang Fei and the others easily cleared the hundreds of these elite monsters. Clatter! Clatter! The bone fragments recombined again and the final form was not beyond the expectations of Jiang Fei and the others. As expected, it was a huge skeleton white tiger. A similarly 4 or 5 meters tall behemoth stood in front of Jiang Fei and the others. The claws and fangs of the huge skeleton white tiger flashed in the light, which sent a chill down everyone's spines. They instantly knew that it was not going to be an easy fight. Bone Chimera White Tiger. Level 43, Health Points 500,000, Attack Power 11,000, Skills, Pounce, Bite, Tiger Roar, Frenzy, King of the Beasts. Pounce, the white tiger randomly pounces on a non-current target, causing a lot of damage. If there are other enemies within 10 meters of the pounced target, the white tiger will continue to pounce and its damage will increase by 30%. Bite immediately causes a lot of damage to its current target, ripping the wound open and causing a bleeding effect. Tiger Roar increases the attack power of the white tiger by 20% and reduces the attack speed of nearby enemies by 20%. Frenzy, whenever someone dies near the white tiger enters a violent state. Its attack power and attack speed will increase by 100%, the effect lasts for 10 seconds. King of the Beasts, the white tiger summons a large number of beasts to help him fight. Remarks, if any of the beasts summoned by the white tiger dies, the frenzy effect will also be triggered. These bosses seem to get stronger and stronger. Jiang Fei muttered to himself after he looked at the boss attributes. This boss skills were all pretty troublesome to deal with. If another party attempted this secret dungeon, they would not be able to figure out the boss skills even after 10 deaths. They would still die the next time they tried. How do we fight this boss? Little Rain asked. Bella, you tank this boss. Everyone else stand far apart from each other. Keep a distance of more than 10 meters away from each other. If the boss summons small monsters, it'll pull the aggro. Focus on attacking the boss and ignore the small monsters. As Jiang Fei understood the boss skills, he was able to develop a highly strategic combat plan, which reduced the boss threat level to a minimum. Basically, the skill detection function of the mysterious ring had saved Jiang Fei and the others from dying countless times when they attempted dungeons. Okay. Isabella nodded and walked towards the boss. Abyssal Flame. Minus 7,892, minus 650, minus 650, minus 650, smashing the white tiger's head with one abyssal flame. Isabella triggered the boss and started the battle. At the same time, she caused an ignition effect. Although Isabella did not have any aggro-generating skills, her damage was extremely high. It was practically impossible for anyone to snatch the boss aggro away from Isabella. Roar! The boss snarled and charged toward Isabella. The boss was only halfway there when Isabella's second abyssal flame landed on its face. Demon Flame Infusion. Seeing that the boss was approaching her, Isabella used Demon Flame Infusion and stepped forward confidently. She fought the boss head-on. Minus 6,523 against Isabella, damage from the boss attacks was also nearly reduced by half. However, Isabella had a lot more health points than Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei's 50% damage reduction did not reduce the damage he received by 50% every single time. In actuality, he only had around 40% or less damage reduction, and the remaining 20% was made up of block chance, avoidability, and some others. It was very unstable. However, Isabella was different. Her avoidability was not high, but as a Naga, her defense was already extraordinary. Both her physical defense and magical defense were extremely high. So the damage she received was very constant. Her health points did not fluctuate like a roller coaster ride, unlike Jiang Fei's. Guildmaster, Sister Bella is way better tanker than you are. Why have you never allowed her to be the tank? At this time, the women in the party were obviously stronger than the men, so Gale Eversummer became extremely smug. Hurry up and attack the boss, stop with the nonsense. Jiang Fei ignored her. He could never bring himself to say that he made Isabella hide behind him and attack as a magician because he wanted to protect his own reputation. By doing this, he ended up suppressing Isabella's true powers significantly. This boss was also the type of boss that stayed at one spot and attacked. As long as the players understood its skills and ensured that they kept a distance of more than 10 meters between each other, the boss would not be able to attack them continuously with pounce. In this way, there was no apparent danger, so the attackers could safely attack the boss. It was relatively easy for ranged attackers to maintain a distance of 10 meters between each other. It was more troublesome for melee attackers. So, Jiang Fei had to make 7 stars warrior attack from behind the boss. After all, the boss was more than 10 meters long. Even if the boss used pounce on 7 stars warrior, it would not affect Isabella, who was the tank. However, this way, Jiang Fei had nowhere to go. In the end, he looked for a place where no one was and waited for the boss to summon small monsters. His attack power was not really high, so there was no need for him to snatch 7 stars warrior's position away. If he was there and the boss used pounce, 7 stars warrior might be instantly killed. He would be doing more harm than good if he stayed there. Roar! When the boss health points dropped to 80%, the boss activated its Tiger Roar skill. Its attack power increased sharply and everyone's attack speed reduced significantly. This affected Isabella the most as she had summoned Demon Flame Infusion and was currently fighting the boss melee. As everyone's attack speed had been reduced, the damage output of the team suddenly decreased quite a bit. Moreover, the boss attack power had increased by 20%. This put a little pressure on Gale Eversummer. Roar! When the white tiger's health points fell to 50%, the boss started to summon some minions. Oh woo! Roar! All of a sudden, all kinds of animal sounds could be heard. In a blink of an eye, a large group of wild beasts appeared out of nowhere. These beasts were not even elites, but there were hundreds or even more than 1,000 of them. As soon as these monsters appeared, they immediately generated aggro. As Gale Eversummer was healing Isabella, all these monsters immediately targeted her. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. Although these were all common monsters, Gale Eversummer did not have any life-saving skills other than healing. If so many monsters surrounded her, she would certainly die. Chapter 321, It is finally my turn, jumping slash. Lightning strike. When Jiang Fei saw that Gale Eversummer was in danger, he acted quickly. He used jumping slash and immediately landed in front of her. Then, he did not dare to use rapid frost burst. Otherwise, these common monsters would immediately be killed. If that happened, the boss frenzy would definitely be triggered. Hence, he just used Thunder Strike to pull the aggro of the small monsters, as it was a skill which did not deal much damage but generated a lot of aggro. Gale Eversummer, move! Stay more than 10 meters away from me. As he did not know when the boss' next pounce was, Jiang Fei quickly told Gale Eversummer to keep a distance from him after he generated the aggro of the small monsters. Although there were many of these small monsters, enough to kill a cloth armor player instantly, they could not even break through Jiang Fei's defense. They could only deal a little damage to him. Even though there were a few hundreds of monsters attacking Jiang Fei could maintain his health points at a safe level as long as Gale Eversummer used an instant regeneration skill on him. Don't worry about me, you guys focus on the boss. Speed up! Although Jiang Fei did not actively attack these monsters after generating aggro, his equipment had the eye for eye effect. Currently, Jiang Fei's health points was close to 40,000 and the damage from eye for eye was close to 500. This meant that these monsters would receive nearly 500 damage each time they attacked Jiang Fei. One had to know that these monsters were not elites. They did not have a lot of health points. If he allowed this to continue for long enough, even if Jiang Fei did not attack them, they would still die. Okay. Little Rain immediately activated Ultra Casting. Although it would consume more mana points, his damage would double. Go to hell! 7 Stars Warrior shouted loudly and activated his own ultimate. His health points suddenly reduced by half and he was left with less health points than an average magician. Moreover, this effect which limited his total health points prevented others from healing him. Starlight descended from the sky and shrouded 7 Stars Warrior. Obviously, he had received the skill's buff. As it was a skill that cost 50% of the user's total health points, one could easily imagine its power. Suddenly, 7 Stars Warrior's attack power had doubled and his critical strike chance had increased by 50%. At the same time, his attacks had a lifesteal effect. As 7 Stars Warrior attacked the boss with both his fists, the boss' health points decreased quickly. However, 7 Stars Warrior's health points also made everyone else tremble. He attacked at the cost of his own health points. Moreover, now that his total health points had been reduced by half, his fluctuating health points was extremely worrying. Awesome! This guy's class is even stronger than the Archdemon Fighter class. At this time, Jiang Fei was shocked. After all, 7 Stars Warrior had never used this powerful skill before. Although the attacks of Archdemon Fighters also consumed health points, they were ranged attackers. A melee attacker like 7 Stars Warrior was risking his own life. However, as he was a hidden class, after activating his ultimate skill, 7 Stars Warrior was way stronger than an Archdemon Fighter. His attacks were also divine attacks, which totally ignored the boss defense. So, his damage kept soaring and he almost caught up with Isabella. Although the boss had 500,000 health points, it only had 50% health points left when it summoned the small monsters. Even though 250,000 health points was not a small amount, Jiang Fei now had Isabella and 7 Stars Warrior in his party. These two dealt more than 10,000 damage per second. Although Little Rain dealt a little lesser damage, he was dealing nearly 10,000 damage per second. Under the attacks of these three people, the boss could not even last for 10 seconds before it was killed on the spot. Warrior, that skill is awesome, why haven't I seen you use it before? After he used Rapid Frost Burst to clear the surrounding monsters, Jiang Fei asked curiously. Ho ho, this skill takes 3 hours to cool down. And after I use it, I'm way too fragile. I won't use it unless in a desperate situation, 7 Stars Warrior laughed. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. If he used this ultimate, in terms of the bonus attack power and lifesteal, 7 Stars Warrior was not inferior to Jiang Fei's transformed Nephilim form. However, Jiang Fei was good in both offensive and defensive. 7 Stars Warrior had to sacrifice his own health points for more damage. This made sense though. After all, it was harder to become a hidden race than a hidden class. If one was not better than the other, then it would not make sense at all. However, in any case, 7 Stars Warrior's ultimate was pretty powerful. It was a skill that could completely turn the tables. After killing the White Tiger boss, Jiang Fei obtained the third equipment set recipe, as expected. Recipe, White Tiger's Downfall, use, allows you to learn how to make the equipment set White Tiger's Downfall, required, level 4 blacksmith, ho ho, it's finally my turn. When Jiang Fei got the recipe, he could not help but smile. After 2 recipes, he finally obtained a smiting recipe. For a divine blacksmith like him, the required blacksmith level did not matter at all. As long as it was a smiting or jewelry recipe, he could learn it. However, the higher the recipe level, the lower the success rate. Ding! You have learned how to make the equipment set White Tiger's Downfall. After Jiang Fei got his hands on the recipe, he immediately learned it. White Tiger's Downfall, leather armor equipment set 7/7, excellent, equipment set physical defense plus 1475, equipment set magical defense plus 659, equipment set agility plus 75, equipment set strength plus 255, equipment set vitality plus 55, critical damage plus 50%, random enhancement *7, level requirement 40, set effect, March 7th increases your attack speed by 10%. Set effect, May 7th when you attack the same target 3 times in a row, your 4th attack will certainly be a critical hit. Set effect, 7/7 summons a White Tiger's Soul Infusion, increases your attack speed by 30% and total health points by 6,000. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 4 hours. Brother Fei. After he saw that Jiang Fei had learned the recipe, 7 Stars Warrior immediately stared at Jiang Fei. Everyone else also looked envious. For the previous 2 recipes, they had to look for ordinary profession players to craft them. With their low success rate and ascended upgrade bonus rate, God knows how long they would take to craft an ascended excellent equipment set. However, Jiang Fei was different. He was recognized in Dawnlight City as the best blacksmith and he was well known as an ascended equipment master. 7 Stars Warrior's ascended equipment set was pretty much guaranteed. Ho ho, you can rest assured that I won't forget about you. Maybe there'll even be a surprise for you. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. For him, crafting an ascended equipment was just like crafting a piece of higher grade equipment. As long as he practiced more, Jiang Fei would have no problem crafting an excellent equipment set at all. His chances of crafting an epic White Tiger's Downfall was also higher than the average person's chances of crafting ascended equipment. If he suddenly became lucky and managed to catch Quintuple Radiant, he could probably craft a legendary White Tiger's Downfall equipment set. It was not something impossible. Ho ho, Dark Tortoise. Let's see what kind of surprises you have for me. Jiang Fei and 7 Stars Warrior were not the same. Although 7 Stars Warrior was a warrior, he was not a defense warrior. So, even if he reached level 40, he would not be able to wear plate armor equipment. Such restrictions did not apply to Jiang Fei as he was a profession player. Hence, his eyes were on the plate armor equipment set recipe that this Dark Tortoise boss was about to drop. Chapter 322, Faction Battlefield. Jiang Fei was excited at the thought of obtaining a plate armor recipe. At that point of the game, no other player had reached level 40 yet. No one could farm any plate armor. It could be said that Jiang Fei was the only one capable of farming it. Even though that bugger tomato guy was greedy, at least he gets the job done. Jiang Fei thought about Smart Tomato. Without that information broker, Jiang Fei would not be where he was. When the team had rested enough and recovered most of their mana, Jiang Fei pressed forward and circled the border of the large hall. There were 5 monster formations, being red, green, white, black, and yellow in the center of the hall. Compared to the red, green, white, and black formations, the yellow one in the center of the hall was huge. If he wanted to get to the black tortoise, he would have to go through the yellow circle. Might as well kill the smaller minions first, said Jiang Fei to the team. The black tortoise had shown its appearance yet, so Jiang Fei did not know about it or how to fight it properly. However, since it was a tortoise, it should be the kind of monster with high defense. Ding! Billy Boy, the leader of the Imperial Dragon Army, has killed the leader of the Light faction and rise victorious. Obtain 2,000 guild experience points. All members of the Imperial Dragon Army will receive 200 honor points. Dark faction reputation plus 300. Light faction reputation minus 300, ding! Congratulations to Imperial Dragon Army for being the first to obtain victory in the faction battlefield. Obtained additional 20,000 guild experience points. All participants of the battlefield will receive additional 500 honor points. Just as Jiang Fei was about to lay down the first hit on the boss, the system announcement stopped him. Whoa, what's going on? Asked Jiang Fei in the guild chat. Oh! Before the merger, there were players who had joined the Light faction. As I recall, you're in the Dark faction. So, today, I decided to bring a few of our men to farm in the battlefield and turn the dominating faction to the Dark faction. It is to prevent inconvenience of debuffs in the future war on the battlefield, Billy Boy explained. Huh. Is it a good farm? Asked Jiang Fei. Technically, most guilds are currently busy with the teleportation circle quest. So, most of the players who were on the battlefield were pug players. They could not even fight against the NPC army. When we came in, all of them were trashed by us, said Billy Boy casually. That's good news. Put an announcement in the guild and have those who like PvP to join you. Farming equipment from honor points would be just as good as dungeon, understood. Most of the players must have read through the patch notes, but not all had placed their focus on the faction battle at the moment. Even though the faction battle system had been released for a while now, only players who preferred PvP had spent their time on the battlefield either doing the quests or fighting other players. However, since they were not in a large organized group, they lacked the numbers and leadership to defeat the NPC army general. Naturally, they would not have a chance to defeat opponents from the opposite faction. Hence, when Billy Boy, the PvP champion, had brought an army of Imperial Dragon players into the battlefield, they had won against every single player of the opposite faction that they had encountered. Completing quests on the battlefield and killing players of the opposite faction would earn players a certain number of experience points as well as honor points. The honor points gained could be used to exchange for battlefield-specific equipment. Even though all the equipment that could be exchanged for were at most excellent tier, they were still useful to average players. There was also the benefit of not dropping your equipment and level when dying on the battlefield. If they died, a player would only lose a little honor points as well as ranking. However, once a player's ranking dropped, the equipment that they had traded with honor points might not be able to be equipped anymore. That was the benefits and usefulness of the faction battlefield. However, even so, the 3-guild alliance had schemed against the aristocrats and Jiang Fei. They had the entire Dawnlight City focus their attention on the teleportation circle quest while they executed their plan. However, as it turned out, one guild was bought over by the aristocrats and the other 2 was absorbed into the Imperial Dragon. While this great war was happening, the other guilds of Dawnlight City was still focused on the teleportation circle quest. That was why no one had really entered the faction battlefield. Billy Boy had always been a PvP junkie, hence, when the patch note was out, he had plans to bring a team to enter the faction battlefield to dominate the grounds. After the guild merger, even though he was dethroned from the guild, his hobby and talent remained the same. When the chance came, he took it and chose to fight the light faction since Jiang Fei, his guild master, was in the dark faction. "By the way, what faction did you chose?" asked Billy Boy. Jiang Fei then turned to his current party and relayed the message. "Do you even need to ask? If Ah Fei is in the dark faction, I'd be in the dark faction as well," said Jiao Feng. "I'm neutral, me too, am in the neutral faction." Besides Jiao Feng and Jiang Fei, Little Rain, 7-star warrior, and Gale Eversummer were in the neutral faction. Players who chose the neutral faction could not accept high-level quests, but they would not be attacked by either side whilst reaping the benefits of both sides. Even so, they would not be able to receive the best benefits from actually choosing a side. "I don't mind which faction you choose to join as long as it's not the light faction," said Jiang Fei, as he had decided not to change faction. When other players chose either faction, they would have started with a good reputation on either side. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was a demon race, hence he had gained large reputation in the dark faction and gained much hatred from the light faction. If he wanted to farm reputation from the light faction, it would take him more than half a year. Gale Eversummer pouted and suddenly said, "Why are we talking about faction all of a sudden? Aren't we supposed to finish this dungeon?" Jiang Fei was shocked by her sudden cry and laughed before he spoke. "Haha. Let's go ahead then." At that point, Isabella had changed from being the main attack to the main tank. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was in charge to kite all the monsters together. Once they were all grouped up, Little Rain and Isabella would release all their explosive spells to kill all of them in one clean explosion. After all the skeletal monsters were blasted into pieces of bones, they would group together again and form a larger monster. This time, it was a tortoise-shaped bony monster with a snake head and tail. It was hard to tell since there was no flesh on the bones. Bone Chimera, Dark Tortoise, Spectre, Empowered Leader, Level 43, Health Points 800,000, Attack Power 4,300, Skills, Tortoise Defense, Defense Up, Spinning Charge, Shell Slam, Swallow, Tortoise Defense. Dark Tortoise hides into its shell and temporarily gains invulnerability. After invulnerability expires, the Dark Tortoise will restore 5% of its health points while permanently lose 10% of its attack power. Defense Up enhances self-physical defense and magic defense, lasts for 30 seconds. Spinning Charge, during Tortoise Defense or Shell Slam, once an attack is received, the Dark Tortoise will spin at incredible speed and charge toward the attacker. Deals 1,000 damage per attack. Lasts for 15 seconds. Shell Slam, Dark Tortoise hides in its shell and powerfully slams into the ground. Deals 5,000 damage to all players. Swallow, randomly picks a target and swallow them. Players that have been swallowed cannot move or attack. Deals 1,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. If the target is killed during the skill, Dark Tortoise will restore 50% of its health points. Chapter 323, Cowardly Tortoise. When all the smaller monsters were defeated, 7-star warrior had reached level 39. As for the rest, they received a good amount of experience points but not enough to gain a level. Jiang Fei predicted that after the final circle in the hall was defeated, he might gain a level. As for the Dark Tortoise in front of him, Jiang Fei started to grind his brain to think of a plan to fight. On the plus side, the boss had low attack but the skill effect was powerful enough to kill cloth armor player. This battle placed priority on attack sequence. Once the boss hides into its shell, everyone must stop attacking or else they would trigger the boss skill. To be fair, all other boss before this one was harder. The most important thing to take care of was everyone's health point. No one can have less than 5,000 health points or they would be killed and in turn restore the boss health. Please pay attention to your health points. Eversummer, you need to pay attention as well. Once their health points gets close to 5,000 you must heal them immediately. Everyone else, when the boss hides into its shell, do not attack, said Jiang Fei. He then turned to Isabella and nodded, giving her the green light to attack. Yes sir, everyone answered decisively. Abyssal Flame. Minus 5,547, minus 650, minus 650, minus 650. The first attack was the Black Fireball, and based on the damage inflicted, Jiang Fei concluded that the boss had very high magic defense since her attack was reduced greatly. Thump! 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 After the attack, the boss stomped slowly toward Isabella. By the time Isabella had landed the third attack, the boss was still at least 10 meters away from her. How about we just sit and relax while Bella kite the monster around? Jiang Fei asked 7-star warrior. He was right, technically, Isabella alone would be able to fight the boss alone by kiting around it. You're right, but don't you see that the boss has extremely high defense and health points? If we relied on the 3 to attack, it might take too long, said 7-star warrior. Since his attack had divine properties, he will be strong against high defense targets since divine attribute ignores all defense. Even if he relied on his normal attack, his total damage would be higher than Isabella's. That's true. In that case, let's get going, said Jiang Fei, proud of 7-star warrior. Might as well start attacking and finish the boss as soon as possible. The only threat from the boss was the swallow skill. Demon Flame Infusion. Minus 1,120, minus 1,874, Isabella's attack was greatly affected by the boss' overwhelming defense. All her physical attacks were only dealing a little over 1,000 damage. Even with the additional damage dealt by Demon Flame Infusion could never exceed 2,000. That was how strong the boss defense was. If Isabella's attack was reduced by more than half, Little Rain and Zhao Feng's attacks were just like a lover's pat. Jiang Fei's attack was only akin to a tiny kitten scratch. Even after Ruthless Barrage had 10 stacks, with 300% damage increase, he was only able to deal over 500 damage per second. When compared to the others, 7-star warrior was the MVP of the battle. Although his stats were not as great as the others, the damage dealt to the boss was very impressive. Minus 2,750, minus 3,617, with all his skill unleashed, 7-star warrior's secondary weapon was able to deal around 3,000 damage while his main weapon could deal over 3,500. Without an attacking skill, 7-star warrior's damage had surpassed Isabella. Sigh. This is going to be a long fight, Jiang Fei sighed and complained. Unless he chose to use Demon Morph now, both of 7-star warrior and Isabella's damage would not be enough to kill the boss fast enough. The other two were basically useless in this fight. It would not be hard, but it would take a long time for the team to kill this boss with 800,000 health points. The boss' slowness was not only in its movement or attack speed but also in the manner when it used a skill. After hitting it for so long, the boss had still lazily lifted its massive limb to press on Isabella. The damage dealt was so low that Eversummer did not feel it was worth healing. When the entire party had hacked away 20% of the boss' health, only then the boss lifted its massive head slowly and opened its jaw like it was trying to yawn. However, the boss seemed lazy to do that and decided to shrink into its shell. This time, the boss seemed to be releasing a skill. Defense up! On the bony shell of the dark tortoise, a bright hue flashed by and a layer of golden light appear. At that point, the boss was literally invincible. Isabella was barely able to break its defense and was able to inflict a little over 100 damage while the others were hitting 0. Well shit. Brother, I leave this to you, said Jiang Fei to 7-star warrior as he was annoyed and bored with this fight. If we had not had 7-star warrior in our team, would this boss fight last for hours instead? Thought Jiang Fei to himself. It was not just 7-star warrior but also Isabella. If those two were absent, Jiang Fei's team would be the same as any other average team out there in the game. As soon as everyone realized that the boss threat lied only on its defense, everyone relaxed and started to take things a little less seriously. They start cracking jokes and telling stories whilst fighting the boss. Shoop! Oh no! Everyone stop! Jiang Fei jumped when he saw the boss suddenly shrinks into its shell at an incredible speed. However, everyone was not ready for it. 7-star warrior and Isabella were able to stop their attacks, but the little rain and Jiao Feng's magic were cast and could not be stopped. Ever Summer, it's your time to shine. Make sure everyone has more than 5,000 health, cried Jiang Fei. He was not afraid of anyone being killed. Instead, he was afraid of the other skill which would kill anyone with less than 5,000 health points. That was not all. If they were killed with the skill Swallow, the boss will restore 50% health. At that point, everyone would literally cry as the health that the team had taken so long to hack away was restored. Chapter 324, Stronger Than Imagined. Before Little Rain and Jiao Feng's attacks landed, the dark tortoise was already hidden inside its shell. Immune! Immune! The two magic attacks landed but immediately dispersed into nothing when it made contact with the shell. As such, the boss skill Spinning Charge was activated and the dark tortoise started to spin like a motor and charge toward Jiang Fei. Wham! -1000, the damage was not powerful, but the knockback effect was strong enough to send Jiang Fei flying toward the wall at supersonic speed. Wham! 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 The dark tortoise did not stop there as it spun around randomly and attacked the other players. Jiang Fei was hit a total of 8 times while the others had taken 3 to 5 hits. Summer! Heal! Heal everyone, cried Jiang Fei as loud as he can. Spinning Charge was not the one that Jiang Fei was scared of, it was the next skill that he feared. If it was forced to use Swallow, that player will be removed from the battlefield for 5 seconds. Without sight, Gale Eversummer could not heal him. And if he had less than 5,000 health points, he would be killed and the boss will ingest it and restore 50% of its health points. Moon God's Grace! After chanting for a short while, Gale Eversummer used her ultimate healing skill. +2000, +2000. Everyone immediately received regeneration and restored 2,000 health points per second. The speed of its healing was far greater than the boss damage. In no time at all, everyone had full health. Just then, the dark tortoise stopped spinning and reached its long head out and swallowed Little Rain whole. It all happened so fast that Gale Eversummer shrieked. However, the good news was that everyone in the party had full health. Even though Little Rain was swallowed, all the damage he would take was 5,000 and also the fact that he unable to attack for 5 seconds. When the boss swallowed Little Rain, it stopped moving as if it was trying its best to digest him. Hit it! Cried Jiang Fei as he charged forward to attack. 5 seconds later, the dark tortoise opened its massive jaw and vomited Little Rain. Although he had little health points left, at least he was not dead. With a quick healing spell, Eversummer restored Little Rain's health back to full. When the dark tortoise had failed to properly swallow Little Rain, it seemed to be out of energy as it was just lying there, attacking every once in a while. This time, no one dared to lower their guards, especially since they had already tasted how the boss would react when it suddenly hid inside its shell. With a little focus, everyone was not careless anymore. The boss had hidden inside its shell twice and no one had attacked the boss then. After 5 minutes, the boss battle was finally over. 7-star warrior was undoubtedly the MVP of the party as most of the damage dealt to the boss came from him. At the end of the fight, when the boss had repeatedly used defense up, Isabella could not even break the defense. As such, Isabella's aggro held on the boss was broken and 7-star warrior took the baton. However, since the boss attack was not impressive, he had tanked from the moment Isabella lost the hold, all the way until the boss demise. Not bad, kid. Looks like you can handle a boss alone, said Jiang Fei as he smiled. You're exaggerating. This boss is weak, to be fair. All it has was its high defense. Nothing else. That's why I could deal high damage, said 7-star warrior as he humbly rejected Jiang Fei's praise. Hey! What are you two guys praising each other for? Open the corpse! We are still continuing the dungeon. cried Gale Eversummer as she puffed her cheeks. Based on the previous mythological beast's drop, the Dark Tortoise drop would surely contain a plate armor recipe. That made Gale Eversummer, who still had not received anything, hope on the last boss. "Keep calm," said Jiang Fei as he laughed. Recipe: Dark Tortoise's Downfall. Recipe: excellent. Use: allows you to craft the equipment set Dark Tortoise Downfall. Requirement: Level 5 Blacksmith. It was as everyone predicted, the boss had dropped an equipment set recipe. Dark Tortoise's Downfall. Plate Armor Equipment Set July 7th. Excellent. Equipment Set Physical Defense plus 3075. Equipment Set Magic Defense plus 2059. Equipment Set Vitality plus 255. Equipment Set Strength plus 175. Equipment Set Movement Speed minus 15%. Random Enhancement Effect X7. Level Requirement 40. Equipment Effect: March 7th reduces all damage taken by 10%. Equipment Effect: May 7th increases damage by 5% and damage reduction by 10% when you are facing the enemy. Equipment Effect: July 7th summons the Spirit of the Dark Tortoise. Increase 50% defense and maximum health points by 10,000. Lasts for 30 seconds. 4 hours cooldown time. Whoa! This equipment set effect is super tank, cried Jiang Fei as he had mixed feelings about it. This equipment set could be deemed as good defense. Be it physical or magical defense, this plate armor set was surely as tough as steel. 255 vitality points were so much that it exceeded a level 30 full set of violet grade equipment. 177 strength points were also good enough to increase a tank's damage output. Extremely useful for generating aggro on monsters. Sadly, the negative movement speed effect was a little discouraging. However, in case of emergency, a tank player could still use charge or intercept to rescue someone. This sort of instant move skill was unaffected by movement speed, hence it should not be too much of a burden. Most importantly, the 3 equipment set effect was the bomb. A tank would be an indestructible wall. The reason why Jiang Fei had mixed feelings about this equipment set was because he had already given up on becoming a tank. Even if he had the best grade of the Dark Tortoise's Downfall, he would have about the same defense as Isabella. That would be the only benefit. As for attack and health points, he would be the same as any other common player. Might as well find an equipment set that could increase his attack. I think this equipment set would be very useful to a future level 40 tank. I'd say, it is a piece of must-have equipment for any sub-tank who wants to do a dungeon run. The minimum requirement must be a set of green grade ones, otherwise the entire party cannot proceed in the level 40 dungeon, said 7-Star Warrior. The most probable reason why a level 40 set equipment was so strong was perhaps to accommodate players to the difficulty of level 40 dungeon. In order to tackle the dungeon, they would have to obtain stronger equipment. Or else, they would have to grind their way up and tackle the dungeon again with their level advantage. "You're just thinking too much," said Jiang Fei as he shook his head. "Huh? Am I wrong about it?" said 7-Star Warrior, confused. "Did you forget what we are in right now? It's a secret dungeon. This dungeon's difficulty is the same as a heroic difficulty dungeon. Who cares about other level 40 dungeon when they have this equipment set? I think that these 4 equipment recipe was to prepare players for future harder dungeons. You're wrong about only one thing. Not sub-tanks, but main tanks. The main tank should be the one who must have at least a set of green grade Dark Tortoise's Downfall," said Jiang Fei. From what Jiang Fei had understood, a blue grade recipe would normally produce green grade equipment. Or as the system had deemed it that way. Chapter 325, Who Let the Dogs Out? Jiang Fei kept the recipe and paid attention to the last monster group that was surrounding the last circle. To be fair, the recipe that he had obtained in this dungeon were all trash from his perspective. However, they were still useful for the other guild members. Jiang Fei had come to realize that he was not a lone adventurer any longer. Even though he was part of the Rosette Knighthood before the birth of the Imperial Dragon, he did not feel like he belonged. Things were different now. His guild has grown so much that he could not help but feel like a true leader. There were so many players counting on him. Before this, he would ignore the 4 equipment set recipe. Now, he viewed that as an important asset to further improve the guild's potential. What the hell, those monsters are looking a little strong. Xiao Feng's exclaimed when he counted 400 elite tier monsters waiting for them. Monsters are not a problem. The problem should be what kind of boss those monsters turn out to be, said Little Rain. Whatever it is, let's kill all of them first, said Jiang Fei. Despite his nonchalant response, Jiang Fei had mentally prepared for the worst. The party had already defeated 4 of the mythical beasts and the last one should be much stronger. Keep up with the healing, said Jiang Fei as he charged into the monster formation. Instant ice burst. Lightning strike. Jiang Fei tried his best to spread his damage to all of the monsters to draw them to him. He was not scared of the damage he would be receiving since his defense was strong and the fact that every summer, the super healer was there to heal. When all of the monsters were drawn to Jiang Fei, Isabella and Little Rain started their magic casting. The 2 fire-based magicians combined had produced an array of fiery fireworks. In a blink of an eye, 400 monsters were all writhing as they were engulfed in flames. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 43. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. When all 400 monsters were killed, the mass experience points registered into Jiang Fei's character and Jiang Fei gained a level. At the same time, 7-star warrior and Gale Eversummer had gained a level 2. Both of them were just 1 level before level 40. Ah yes. Now this is what I call leveling. Even though Xiao Feng did not gain a level from the 400 bulk monsters, he had obtained so much experience points that his experience bar had jumped to 50%. It would not take long for him to join Jiang Fei in the level 40 realm. Fight now, celebrate later. Everyone get back. I don't want the boss to be startled when it spawns, said Jiang Fei. Based on the previous boss fights, he predicted that the next boss would have 4 times more power compared to the previous boss. SSS. SSS. Compared to the previous boss, the bones of the defeated monsters did not rattle. Instead, they turned into dust particle and started to fill the air. What's going on? Cried Eversummer. Everyone, including Jiang Fei, was not expecting something like that to happen. As the bone dust filled the air, a mild airflow came in from nowhere, stirring the dust in the air into a mass. Soon, the airflow became much stronger as the bone dust started to form a small ball. At one point, the wind got so strong that all the dust in the air had come together. The pale white ball grew larger and became a smooth, shining egg. Crack! 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 A large crack from inside the egg opened and a large bony arms burst out of the egg. When the dust settled and the egg was completely hatched, Jiang Fei knew that he was going to have a bad time. The boss was large, much larger than any boss that he had fought. This chimera had the head of a lion, the antler of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a deer, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. That's a Qilin! Jiang Fei exclaimed in fear. Bone Chimera Qilin, Spectre, Lord, Level, 50, 80, Sealed State, Health Point, 1 million, Attack Power, 18,000, Skills, Heavy Punch, Stomp, King's Gale, King's Intimidation, Kylan's Wrath. Heavy Punch, attacks one target, deals powerful damage. Stomp, stomps on a target, dealing powerful damage as well as the target knocking down. Decreases 20% of the knockdown target's defense. King's Gale, greatly increases Kylan's attack and defense, lasts for 30 seconds. King's Intimidation, greatly decreases all targets' attack and defense, lasts for 30 seconds. Kylan's Wrath, enters Berserk state, increasing attack by 100%. Further increase attack power by 100% with each enemy defeated. Lasts for 10 seconds. Oh my god, Jiang Fei could not believe his eyes when he was done reading the boss stats. He started to feel depressed when he saw the overwhelming health points of the boss and got even more depressed when each attribute of the boss was much stronger than Karlach's. When Jiang Fei was fighting Karlach's during the Mana Node quest, he had over 10,000 players with him. Right now, he only had Isabella and 4 other players. If they fought, it would be an inevitable defeat. The Qilin was not considered as a mini-boss, unlike the other 4 bosses. Having said that, this boss required a proper raid team to fight, not a small party of 5 players. "Are you okay?" asked Little Rain when he noticed Jiang Fei not being himself. "We can't fight this boss." Jiang Fei yelled to express his frustration. It would be too tough to survive this boss fight even with Jiang Fei's demon morph or Isabella's tanking the boss. Gale Eversummer alone would not be able to handle the sheer pressure. When Jiang Fei was fighting Karlach's, there were at least 200 healers supporting him. Even though those healers' coordinations were a little messy, they were still continuously healing. "Could we even try?" asked 7-star warrior. Let's ignore the health points. Look at boss attack. Even if Summer focused her healing on me alone, the boss would still whack me until I'm flat on the ground," said Jiang Fei bitterly. "What do we do now? Should we just give up?" Lady Casanova lost her patience, grumbled. At their current state, the only chance they had was to go back and wait until Isabella's dragon transformation skill was ready. "If only we could attack in a swarm," said Zhao Feng. "Swarm?" repeated Jiang Fei as he suddenly remembered something important. He opened his inventory and took something out. Demon Node, one-time tool, legendary, use, summons a demon node. Note: the concentrated node of Omar the Demon. Inside this concentrated mana lies an army of lava demon hound. Use this item to summon 100 level 50 advanced elite lava demon hound to fight for you. Summon hounds will disappear upon death or until you log out of the game. This little tool was obtained when Jiang Fei raided the heroic difficulty dungeon of the bottom of the blood pool. Since Jiang Fei had never had the chance to use the item. Now that Zhao Feng had given him the idea, Jiang Fei thought that it might be a good chance to use the item. Qilin was undeniably strong that Jiang Fei stood no chance in winning the fight. It would be a matter of seconds before the entire team was wiped out. However, there was one weak point: the boss had no AoE attack. This weak point allowed Jiang Fei to implement the swarm attack strategy. The lava demon hounds that were summoned would be level 50 advanced elite tier. That meant they would not suffer from any level gap suppression. That meant their attacks would not be reduced. Additionally, those hounds had high enough health points that the boss would take 3 to 5 hits to actually kill one of the hounds. After trading off several of the hounds, they might buy enough time to actually kill the boss. Ho ho ho! We can win this. We can! Alright lads, time to close the gate and let the dogs out. Alf alf! Jiang Fei tried to bark like a dog. Who let the dogs out? WOFF. WOFF, Zhao Feng did not forget to play along. Chapter 326, Lightbringer's Armaments, Ping. Jiang Fei activated the demon's node and tossed it on the ground. With a bright violet light, a light gate of the same color appeared. Gore! Before the hounds could even come out of the gates, everyone in the boss chamber could hear the vicious snarls of the hounds. Soon, red flaming hounds rushed out of the gates. These hounds had 2 heads on one body and were covered in burning hot lava that was dripping from their body. Just by standing close to them, Jiang Fei could feel the searing heat coming from the lava on their body. OMG! What is wrong with these dogs? There are so many of them. Bro! You didn't tell me that you have such an army, cried Zhao Feng. Nothing much to say about that. Let's just start fighting, shall we? With an army of 100 angry vicious-looking hounds standing in front of Jiang Fei, the party was now ready to fight the boss that seemed impossible to defeat before. Go, my hounds! Cried Jiang Fei as he commanded the demon lava hounds to attack. Even though the hounds were 3 meters tall, they were only like ants in the presence of the Qilin. And like ants, they swarmed the boss from all possible angles and attacked the Qilin. Each of them was only able to deal no more than 500 damage. Though, that might seem weak individually, as a swarm, they could deal a significant amount of damage. One single attack from all hounds was 50,000 damage. Ourgh, the Qilin roared angrily as it was being attacked by small beings. With a powerful stomp, the Qilin attacked one of the hounds and caused that particular hound to lose 1/3 of its health points. 1/3. A few moments passed and the second round of attack was laid. With the power of the swarm, the boss had already lost 10% of its health points in just a few seconds. King's Gale. The boss activated its skill and gained a powerful attack. Stomp! Slap! A loud, disgusting sound of a hound being crushed into a pile of meat echoed. It was an instant kill. Growling! When the smell of blood of the killed hound spread in the boss chamber, 99 of the remaining hounds started to attack faster. Whoa! That's awesome, exclaimed Little Rain as he stopped casting his magic and stared at the scene. Never would I have thought that the hardest boss would be killed by a swarm of dogs, said 7-star warrior in disappointment. Ho-oh! Well, in the end it's all about the kill. Am satisfied as long as the boss drops something good, said Jiang Fei with a smile as he controlled some of the hounds that were trapped behind other hounds. Even though the Qilin has activated King's Gale, the boss still could not kill a single hound with one hit. With a certain adjustment to a few hounds, Jiang Fei could extend the survivability of the hounds by moving those that were at the brink of death towards the back and moving those with full health to the front. Not only that, due to the sheer amount of hounds attacking, the boss could not turn around to attack other hounds. Hence, Jiang Fei had only need to circle the hounds around the boss like a clock to further extend the hound's survivability. With precise control, Jiang Fei could reduce the total hounds that would be killed. The outcome of his control was that even though some of the hounds were killed, he had completely reduced their death rate whilst not reducing their total damage output. In a little over than 10 seconds, the boss was already left with 50% health points. Arg! The boss roared again and activated 2 skills. King's Intimidation. Kylan's Wrath. All the hounds suffered the debuff and their attack power was reduced by half. Additionally, the hound's defense weakened and would be killed in a single hit. TSK. The boss had gained more attack. Jiang Fei cursed disgruntledly. At that moment, Jiang Fei immediately changed his hound's attack pattern. Since the boss attack would kill a full health hound in a single hit, he switched all the hounds that were at the brink of death to take the hit. After the death of 15 hounds, the boss berserk state expired. The skill Kylan's Wrath had only an active time period of 10 seconds. At that point, the boss had only a little over 30% health points while Jiang Fei's army of hounds still had over 70 live hounds. SSS. The boss death sure is agonizing, said Gale Eversummer as she sucked in a deep breath. The boss had already used all its skill, yet it was not able to deal with the swarm. Bro Fei! I think it's a little ways for you to use the dogs for this boss. You should have found a stronger boss and F***CKM with the dogs. You see, the boss was about to be killed and you'd have over 50 of them still alive, said Zhao Feng acting as if he was a pro player. You best shut your fat lips. How would I know that the hounds would be that strong? ID never used them before. Now that ID used them to win this dungeon, you still dare to complain? I'll kick you out of the party right now, believe me, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. Oh, please don't. This fatty bump has learned his lesson after 20 seconds or so. The boss had reached its limit. Facing a swarm of burning hounds was like an elephant being devoured by billions of ants. Imagine being a powerful boss that had been sealed for having destructive powers that could challenge the gods. Yet, once the seal was broken, it was being defeated by a pack of dogs? When the boss died, Jiang Fei still had over 50 hounds that were still alive but had little health. At that point, if the boss had a second health bar, these hounds would be killed in a single hit without the use of Kylan's Wrath. Ding! You have killed Bone Chimera Qilin. Obtain 1,240,000 experience points. Obtain 330 gold coins. Check out the loots. Go off, Go! I choose you. One more word and I'd seriously kick you out of the party. Sorry, Jiang Fei then proceeded to the boss bony corpse. Along the way, the hounds that were panting moved aside to open a pathway for Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei reached out for the loot, a bright golden light shone and Jiang Fei was so stunned he could not move. Lightbringer's armament, plate armor set equipment 7/7, legendary, equipment set physical defense plus 4075, equipment set magic defense plus 3059, equipment set strength plus 355, equipment set vitality plus 205, equipment set movement speed minus 15%, equipment set skill 1, increases 20% attack power, equipment set skill 2, increases attack range by 100%, equipment set skill 3, grants cleaving effect to normal attack, dealing 80% damage to all enemy around the first target. Equipment set skill 4, grants the skill, Holy Radiant. Restores 50% health points and inflicts blind to all nearby enemies. Lasts 5 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. Equipment set skill 5, grants the skill, God's Wrath. Deals damage equivalent to your total attack plus maximum health points to all enemies within 20 meters. 5-minute cooldown. Equipment set skill 6, grants the skill, Wild Charge. Charges toward a target, dealing 400% attack power and stuns for 2 seconds. 1-minute cooldown time. Equipment set skill 7, grants the skill, Kylan's Fist. Attacks a target, dealing 150% attack power. 6 seconds cooldown time. Level requirement, 40, equipment set effect, March 7th increases 3000 maximum health points to you and all allies with mythical beast equipment set equipped. Effects radius of 500 meters. Equipment set effect, May 7th increases 20% attack power to you and all allies with mythical beast equipment set equipped. Effects radius of 500 meters. Equipment set effect, 7/7 summons the Spirit of Qilin. Grants invincibility for 10 seconds to you all allies with mythical beast equipment set equipped. Effects radius of 500 meters. 4-hour cooldown. Chapter 327, God Chaser, DXIN, Legendary? Cried Gale Eversummer when she finally mustered the courage to walk to Jiang Fei since he had taken too long. Zhao Feng immediately pushed Jiang Fei and said, "Time to change into it." Why yeah, Jiang Fei was still awestruck by the properties of the equipment set. It took a while for Jiang Fei to come to his senses. He then picked up the equipment set and put it on. It was not blinding, but the radiance that the equipment set emitted was dazzling to everyone. This golden shining armor was a plate armor and had a fierce-looking beast's head that stuck out from his chest. It was so large, it protected Jiang Fei's lower neck. The helm of the armor was special as it was not the usual traditional metal helmet. Instead, it was a crown with 7 gemstones of 7 colors grafted into it. The equipment was stylish. Nothing on the armor spoke of peasantry. The craftsmanship was precise as well as detailed. Since the entire armor was made of gold, Jiang Fei's aura changed to that of royalty. Not even nobles could be compared to him. "Guildmaster looks way cooler than the cosmic dragon dude from before," said 7-star warrior. "Now that you mentioned it, I do wish we get to fight again," said Jiang Fei with a sinister smile. His Lightbringer's armament was so much stronger compared to the rucksack that he had worn during the fight before with Cosmic Dragon. The armor gave Jiang Fei a total of 355 strength, in addition to the additional 20% increase in attack power that made Jiang Fei an extremely powerful smite. His total attack power was 2,900. Just as much as 7-star warrior. That was only before Ruthless Barrage. With that skill stacked, Jiang Fei's attack would reach as much as 9,000. When that happened, come rain and high water, hell would even freeze over at the side of Jiang Fei. Even though the skill Ruthless Barrage was unreliable buff since it could be easily stopped during a fight, Jiang Fei could always rely on his blood chains to make sure the enemy could never escape his attack range. Even though the equipment tended to side the attack instead of defense, Jiang Fei's total health pool did not drop one bit. Instead, it was increased from 40,000 to 46,000. In fact, it was unfair to say that the equipment was attack-based since Jiang Fei's defense had increased to 5,800 physically and 3,300 magically. Compared to his previous armor, this one gave him almost double the defensive power. Now, Jiang Fei might stand a chance fighting against magic-based attacks. Now that all of the benefits of the armor was taken into account, the only downside of this godlike armor was the plate armor properties. Being extremely bulky, Jiang Fei's movement speed was reduced by 15%. It might be a nuisance chasing after enemies with quick feet, but with Blood Chain, Jiang Fei could always reduce the distance between him and the enemy when in a fight. After changing into the new equipment, Jiang Fei noticed a large change in his UI. Many of his equipment skills were replaced with the new equipment set skills. Although the number of skills differed by a little, the potency of each of the new skills was so strong that if Jiang Fei wanted a tank dead, he would be dead. Right, let's press on, said Jiang Fei with so much confidence, for he could not wait to test out the new skills. After the boss chamber, Jiang Fei and his party entered a small room at the end. Inside, there was nothing but a stone coffin. No monsters? Asked Jiang Fei disappointedly. There's a message crafted on the coffin, said Zhao Feng after he was done inspecting the room. I to the brave ones, /I, if you are reading this, you must have passed the life reserving 5 mythical beast test. Your strength has been tested, and I hope that my own armor and a few recipes would satiate your desires. I have only but one wish, I do not disturb my slumber, I Prince Wubing /I, huh? Did he say he left the armor and recipe for us? Said Zhao Feng, confused. Who the hell is this Prince Wubing? Was he someone important? Said 7-star warrior. I do not know, Jiang Fei answered. He then turned to Isabella. Perhaps this ancient Nephilim princess would know something. Prince Wubing, Isabella muttered to herself when she heard the name. It seemed that Isabella did know the person. Bella? You know this person? Asked Jiang Fei. Ho ho. I know more than that, said Isabella as her facial expression changed from curiosity to admiration. 7,000 years ago, there was a human empire that had dominated and ruled everything there was to rule. However, his greed, his ambition was so huge that he did not stop at ruling the earth. Once he knew that the gods exist, he targeted them too, said Isabella, her eyes glittering with admiration. Gods? You mean the Celestials? Asked Jiang Fei. No! Celestials. Nephilim. These are but names that we gave ourselves. During that time, we were all but under his ruling, said Isabella. Despite saying that, her tone and expression was not that of shame or anger, but of admiration. Who is he? Asked Jiang Fei. The man who ruled heaven and earth. The God Chaser, DXIN, God Chaser, that's right. The man who dared to chase after the gods. After he had accomplished his goal in this realm, he did not feel satisfied. He then planned to even have the gods bend their knee to him. That was when he decided to pierce through heaven. Pierce through heaven? Little Rain got curious. Yes. A mortal declaring war to the gods, huh? In that case, where is he now? Sleeping, said Zhao Feng. No! He won the war, said Isabella as she grew increasingly excited. He won. Now that's a real man. When he was winning the war, he even slew several prominent gods. What happened next? Asked Jiang Fei. When Isabella said when he was winning, that could only mean something bad had happened to DXIN. If he had truly won the war, there would not be so many temples and shrines that praised other gods. When the gods were cornered, they decided to use a sly tactic. They sent down a beautiful goddess to court DXIN and have her assassinate him, said Isabella. At that point, her tone and expression turned somber. Please continue, prompted Jiang Fei. After DXIN's death, his son, Prince Wubing, the Heaven's Son, inherited the throne and killed the goddess who killed his father. He did not stop there. His vengeance went all the way up to the heavens. Although he was incredibly strong, he was not his father. In the end, he succumbed to death. That means, the person sleeping in that coffin would be, it has to be Prince Wugang. There is no one else that I could think of who could enslave the 5 mythological beasts to guard his tomb. Chapter 328, War of the Heavens. Should we try and open it? Asked Jiang Fei as he rolled up his sleeves. Do you want to be wiped out of existence? Screamed Isabella at the top of her lungs. What's wrong? Asked Jiang Fei, awkwardly. Didn't you read the message? It was clearly stated there to not to disturb him. If you open that, be it traps or even the revival of Prince Wugang, we might not see the light of day, said Isabella as she pouted angrily. Well, I have had enough today. Let's head back, said Jiang Fei. He stopped there since he already knew what there was to know about the coffin. Based on the information given to him by the ring, Jiang Fei understood that he was not ready for what was to come. The coffin of Prince Wugang. Note, opening this coffin will trigger the level 60 story quest War of the Heavens. Trigger requirement, God's Ichor. Although Jiang Fei did not know what the War of the Heavens was, he did know that any story quest would be worth accepting. That was because all story quests in the game were of the highest tier. This quest would force all players in the game to participate, and failure to complete the quest would result in losses that no player could bear. All quests that forced players to participate would be difficult. That story quest was even at level 60. If he had triggered the quest right then, it would only be taxing to everyone. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not want anyone to suffer for it. Alright, fine. You're the boss, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had already left the room, and if anything happened, he would not be able to handle it alone. The secret dungeon had ended there. Although the coffin remained unopened, Jiang Fei was greatly satisfied with the loot. Jiang Fei had no worries that itchy hands would open the coffin. Beside Jiang Fei, it would be rare for anyone else to even have God's Ichor. When the party was out of the secret dungeon, Jiang Fei noticed that he had several more hours before the end of the day. On that day, he had already cleared a dungeon and a secret dungeon. With the few remaining hours left, Jiang Fei decided to try and attempt to craft a few equipment sets. Did you manage to find a tailor for me? Asked Jiang Fei to Rosette Rose. I did, said Rosette Rose with a smile. Currently, there are a few average level tailors around and only one level 4 tailor. As for those who can handle leatherworks, we only have one player with a rare class, Leatherworks Master. Although that player could not make any cloth armor, his leatherworks have had a success rate of 30% higher than any tailors we have. His ascended rate is good too. That's good enough for me. Please have him sign a binding contract with us. We need to make sure he would not sell us out. Once that is done, send him to me. What about the other tailors? No. I don't need them. Jiang Fei knew that any normal profession players and rare class players would have a much lower success rate in crafting equipment set. Additionally, what he wanted to craft was a level 40 blue grade recipe. It would only be a waste of materials if any Tom, Dick, or Harry tailor tried to craft them. I know a good tailor, but it would be a little troublesome to get him, said Rosette Rose. Let's hear it, said Jiang Fei, his interest piqued. I have been always keeping tabs on this particular tailor. He has good luck, might not be as good as you, but still good enough to produce equipment. He is the first tailor in the game to craft a violet grade equipment from his class. At that point, he had obtained a hidden class, the Couturier. He is currently involved with a middle tier guild. Mind you that I've been pressuring them to give him to us, said Rosette Rose. Pressure more then, the main problem is the price. That guild is rather capable as well, since when money has ever been a problem? Which guild is that? Who else would be stronger than us? Asked Jiang Fei arrogantly. Who else could even be at the same level as us? I mean, besides the aristocrats, said Rosette Rose as she shot Jiang Fei a rhetorical question. Well? What are you waiting for? Fish him to us, very well. Just wait for the good news, said Rosette Rose as she ended the conversation there. Guildmaster? You called for me? After some time, a middle-aged man, roughly at the age of 30, came to Jiang Fei. "Are you that leatherworks master?" asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei examined him immediately. His name was just Aller. At that moment, Jiang Fei recalled what Rosette Rose had mentioned about him. "Yes, the Vice Guild Master had sent me to you, all right. What about the contract? Are you happy with it?" asked Jiang Fei. From what Rosette Rose had informed him, Aller was originally from Arcosio's sanctuary. Their rule of the game was to earn as much money as possible. Hence, most of the players in that guild had to work shifts like in the real world. That was why there was no such thing as brotherhood in that guild. Everyone followed whoever paid them best. "Yes, very much so. Guild Master, I assume you have a good recipe?" asked Aller. This guy had not been playing games for just 1 or 2 years. He naturally knew his way around things. In this game, he knew that his high success rate was his main selling point, and he took pride in that. Before Imperial Dragon came to him, he had been paid more than the other profession players around. When Rosette Rose came and offered him a place in the guild with a better rate and stricter rules, Aller knew that it should be for his crafting knacks. "I like it that you understood things fast." "Right. Take this and start working as soon as possible," said Jiang Fei as he passed the Green Dragon's downfall recipe to him. "Holy smokes," Aller gasped in awe as he read the recipe. "What about it? You think you can manage this?" "I have a 10% success rate and 1/3 chance to craft an ascended, so, yes. I think I can," said Aller after thinking for a while. 300 sets of materials to have 1 ascended equipment. TSK. Jiang Fei whispered to himself and clicked his tongue. Although he was not satisfied with those rates, Aller was considered as a pro to have such rates. "All right, learn the recipe," said Jiang Fei. Even though Aller did not meet Jiang Fei's expectation, Jiang Fei knew not to ask for too much. After all, it was rare to have a leatherworks crafter to have such a high success rate. "Thank you very much, Guild Master," said Aller after he had used the recipe. By using this chance that Imperial Dragon had given him, he was surely going to be the #1 leatherwork crafter. "I want you to do nothing else but craft this equipment set. Head over to Big Brother Bear for material requests. Focus on leveling up your profession class to further increase your success rate." At that point of the game, although Jiang Fei had long breached the level 40 barrier, it would be quite a long time before any other players would do the same. At the same time, to craft the level 40 equipment set would take just as long. The time taken to produce that equipment set for Jiang Fei's own guild would be long. Very long. Perhaps not even enough for everyone. After Aller had taken his leave, Jiang Fei took some materials out from the guild storage and headed towards a blacksmith workshop to attempt crafting the White Tiger's downfall equipment set. The guild was too large. Hence, Rosette Rose had created a sub-guild and have had all the profession players from Arcosio's sanctuary and Magia Thieves placed there. As a result, the guild was never short of materials. From then on, Jiang Fei would never have to search for players to buy materials from. Chapter 329, Intermediate Divine Blacksmith. After Jiang Fei fetched the materials for his attempt to craft the equipment set, Jiang Fei headed out of the city. This attempt would not be in Dawnlight City but would take place in the guild territory of Imperial Dragon. Even though the construction duration was not short, with enough materials, the guild construction did not face any delay. At that point, the castle's wall had been built and there were many scout towers as well as archer tower as well. The most important aspect of the territory, which are all the facilities to accommodate profession players, was completed as well. It went without saying that guilds with territory would have huge benefits compared to those without. One of the benefits was the profession facilities. Blacksmith workshop, jewel house, tailoring chamber, as well as other profession facilities that were built on the guild territory had equipment enhancement perks. Based on the territory level as well as the facility level, the perks only got better. Since the guild territory was only just constructed, the bonus success rate as well as ascension rate was only 1%. It seemed small, but it had extremely high importance since higher level equipment would require more materials to craft. Having higher success rate, even by 1%, would mean the crafter could save more materials. Take Jiang Fei's 4 mythological beast downfalls equipment set recipe for example. Each equipment set required materials that would fetch as high as 10 gold coins. It might not sound expensive, but considering the fact that if Aller took 30 sets of materials and only managed to craft one equipment set, the cost price of one equipment set would be 300 gold coins. That was just the material cost. What about workmanship? Level 40 equipment would require 2 minutes to craft. Aller would take approximately 1 hour to produce one equipment set. For the entire duration of his gaming time, if he chose to do nothing else but craft, Aller would only produce 24 equipment set in 1 day, in game time. How much would they be paid for doing such a mundane task? All of that was counted in the cost. The cost of the recipe was not yet included. Currently, all 4 recipes were farmed. If they were sold in the market, having tens of thousands of gold coins alone would not be enough to purchase such a valuable item. With all factors included, if one green-grade equipment set was not sold more than 2,000 gold coins, the crafter would suffer a huge loss. At this point in the game, players had a little extra coin in their pockets. However, no one had the urge to purchase an equipment set for 2,000 gold coins. Not to mention a green-grade one. Everyone in the game knew that green-grade equipment did not have much stats, nor do they look good. In the end, there would not be too many whales that would be willing to spend their money on these dull-looking equipment set. Arg! I shouldn't think so much about it, said Jiang Fei to himself as he shook his head to clear all the negativity. He could not help but think of all possibilities in losing money, for he had been in that line of business since the start of the game. Every time he obtained a new recipe, he would immediately think about the production cost, as well as how the sales would be. For this crafting attempt, Jiang Fei did not plan to sell them. Instead, he would craft a few more and gift them to Han Tianyu. After that, he would craft more for his own guild. Jiang Fei was not the same as before. Since the guild had grown so big, he had to think for his own guild before himself. Once the materials were ready, Jiang Fei took an awakening pill that 6 fans had made for him. The pill effect would help Jiang Fei to catch the timing of the radiant light during the final stage of the craft. Ding! Ding! Once the hammer fell, Jiang Fei started his craft. Isabella quickly came to Jiang Fei to help him with whatever he needed. From time to time, she would automatically approach Jiang Fei to help him wipe off his sweat. Sometimes, she would help Jiang Fei fetch more materials. When there was nothing for her to do, she would just squat next to him and gaze at him. Ding! Ding! Jiang Fei's focus was absolute whenever he was crafting. This time, he was adamant to achieve better results. With each strike of his hammer, he felt that he had a better understanding of the art of crafting. At this point, he understood why many profession players had chosen the same type of profession even after playing many other titles. It was the hidden talent. The kind where you cannot teach someone else just by explaining. It was a feeling. A feeling that Jiang Fei could not explain. However, one thing that he knew was that with each craft, he knew that the next would be better, be it a failure or not. Ding! You have crafted equipment set, White Tiger's Downfall. Divine Blacksmith Experience Points plus 375, ding! You have crafted equipment set, White Tiger's Downfall. Divine Blacksmith Experience Points plus 375, ding! You have failed, ding! You have crafted equipment set, Refined White Tiger's Downfall. Divine Blacksmith Experience Points plus 375, haha. I've got it. After 1 hour later, Jiang Fei cried happily as he had finally crafted the first ascended equipment set after numerous regular ones. Congratulations! Let me wipe that sweat away first. Isabella smiled happily as her master joyfully celebrated his first victory. Both of them had already gotten used to being intimate at that point. 1. Thanks! Bella! I have that feeling already. I can do better. Watch me, said Jiang Fei. After Isabella had cleaned Jiang Fei's face, he quickly immersed himself into crafting. It took several more regular crafts for an ascended one to appear. However, it was still acceptable to have more green-graded ones and fewer blue-graded ones. Another hour passed and Jiang Fei had crafted more than 20 green-grade equipment sets and around 6 ascended, blue-grade equipment set. Compared to Aller, who had only a success rate of 10%. Jiang Fei was able to attempt 30 sets in an hour and have had a success rate of 20 out of 30 tries. It was safe to say that Jiang Fei's success rate was several times more than Aller. Not to mention ascension rates. The two was not even in the same realm. Moreover, Jiang Fei's craft had an unbelievable perk. Translation note: stupid airhead. Get a clue already. Chapter 330, Enhancer Ability Deconstruction, Ding. Congratulations player Verger Glider for achieving Intermediate Divine Blacksmith, Ding. You have gained a new ability from achieving a certain level in Divine Blacksmith. Please choose the following enhancing profession. Jiang Fei was delighted when the 2 notifications popped out. He had been waiting for the day he could reach higher levels for his profession. With higher levels, his equipment crafting success rate would be higher as well. At this point, Jiang Fei did not need to worry about ascension. As long as he had enough awakening pills, he would have the confidence to grasp the timing of the radiant light. At that moment, Jiang Fei did not care much about reaching intermediate tier but the 2 options that he had to choose: Enhancer and Engraver. Jiang Fei's profession was special and strong, that had been established. Besides just being a blacksmith, he had also gained the ability to pick up a secondary profession. Examples of primary professions are blacksmith, tailor, and leatherworks, the types of profession that turn materials into equipment. Secondary professions worked on using processed materials. For example, Jewel Meister worked by using gemstones. For them to craft an accessory, they would require materials such as ingots that had been processed by blacksmiths. A Jewel Meister would need the gemstones to be further processed and fuse them into a metal framework. Enhancers worked the same way. And enhancers would have to deconstruct equipment and use the product of the deconstruction to further enhance equipment. Basically, an enhancer would use a piece of equipment as fodder to add one extra attribute or skill to another equipment. All secondary professions were beneficial to players. However, they were not a must-have. Their existences were like a cherry on top of a strawberry cream cheesecake. That little bit of extra service on top of an already completed masterpiece. Without them, players' lives would not be greatly affected. The downside of it was, secondary professions were hard to live by. To put things in perspective, a guild that employed 1 secondary profession player would have spent enough money to employ 5 primary profession players. As such, at that point of the game, it would take only all the fingers on one palm to count all the secondary profession players in the whole of Dawnlight City. Not even the biggest guild in the game would happily allocate the guild budget for one of them. Most guilds were greedy and stingy, yet their total expenditure was high as well. One guild war would take up to tens of thousands of players, and the result would be equipment lost, dropped upon death. With that thought in mind, the guild master would rather hire more primary profession players to craft equipment in bulk than having even 1 secondary profession player to only add 1 or 2 extra attributes to their equipment. This did not end well even when most of the players in the game had finished the endgame content. At most, ultra-rich guilds would have the luxury to hire 1 or 2 secondary profession players. Currently, Jiang Fei had 2 options. Compared to the 2 options that a Jewel Meister had, Jiang Fei had gotten the short end of the stick. The concept of enhancer was simple. As for engravers, their job was to grant sockets on weapons and equipment. After that, a Jewel Meister could be the one who would help to socket an attribute gem or a skill gem. Jiang Fei was a divine blacksmith, hence, his profession did not require him to level each of his profession differently. If he chose one out of the other, that profession would immediately be synced with the divine blacksmith level, saving him all the time and money to train his secondary profession level. Even so, Jiang Fei was still thinking hard about it. Both profession had their pros and cons. Enhancers could basically enhance any equipment as long as there was a suitable recipe in hand. The enhancement that an enhancer would grant was different than what Jiang Fei had done to his equipment during crafting. Even though Jiang Fei's crafting would grant an extra skill, those skills were granted at random. An enhancer could choose what kind of attribute or skill to grant the equipment. The only drawback to this godly profession was the ungodly gluttony for money. The reason why an enhancer would burn a lot of money was their means to obtain stronger attributes. To obtain better stats, the materials needed would require one to deconstruct a blue-grade equipment. Skills enhancement would require materials at least violet grade and higher. To be able to deconstruct a gold-grade equipment just for the sake of having an extra skill would be the pathway of Midas. Engraver skills had low cost, but higher-level gemstones were not cheap either. One of the downsides of an engraver was that they could only further enhance a weapon, chess piece, and helm-type equipment. Their ability to further enhance a player's strength was nowhere close to an enhancer. F***ck it. Both options would also burn a hole in my pocket. Might as well pick the ones that suit me best, said Jiang Fei to himself as he chose the secondary profession with the unending desire for money. Ding! You have obtained enhancing ability enhance, ding. You have obtained a skill deconstruction, deconstruction, when used on a piece of equipment, deconstructs equipment fine tier or higher to obtain materials depending on the equipment level and tier. When used on a magic skill, deconstructs the magic and immediately put the skill on cooldown. 30 seconds cooldown time. Interesting, Jiang Fei was surprised to see that he was gifted with a little surprise. The skill deconstruction was the same as instant ice burst and rose cutter, a skill obtained from the profession that had both non-combat and combat skills. This skill could be used on enemies' incoming magic skill. Naturally, it must be a skill that is either a projectile-based or a status effect. Jiang Fei would not be able to grab onto the skill if the skill was an instant cast instant inflict type. Although he had just obtained the enhancer profession, he did not feel it right to immediately break down the white tiger's downfall that he had just created. Jiang Fei would not even want to destroy the Ares armor that he had just swapped. Might as well find some other time and other equipment. Right now, Jiang Fei did not have the recipe for enhancement. Even if he deconstructed a few equipment right then, he could not enhance anything yet. Jiang Fei kept all the crafted equipment and noticed that the time left on the server was short. He deposited all the White Tiger's downfall into the guild storage and kept the epic graded one. 7. Where you at? Asked Jiang Fei in a message to 7-star warrior. He planned to give him a good surprise since he was already level 40, he could equipment the equipment set. In babysitting a few members in the elite difficulty dungeon. Almost done soon though, come to the guild territory after that. I've got a surprise for you. Wow, that was fast of you to make a superior tier equipment set. I might not. Just come when you're done. Alright, it'll be there in 20 minutes or so. True to his words, after 20 minutes, 7-star warrior came running to Jiang Fei. Bro Fei! Let's see that equipment, said 7-star warrior with excitement brimming on his face. Here, Jiang Fei opened the trading window and placed the equipment set there. I am possible, cried 7-star warrior when he saw the color of the equipment set. He had even forgotten to click the accept trade button. From the perspective of players besides the godly Jiang Fei, profession players were only able to have one tier ascension during crafting. That meant, the highest graded that 7-star warrior had expected to see was a blue-graded White Tiger's downfall. He did not know that Jiang Fei had that kind of power to further increase the ascension tier. Currently, Jiang Fei still had not mastered the speed and timing of the radiant light. If he had better mastery, he would have made a legendary mythical beast equipment set and surprised the bejesus out of them. Chapter 331, Taking Advantage, had enough? Please accept the trade, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Okay, 7-star warrior rapidly nodded and accepted the trade. After putting on the White Tiger's downfall, 7-star warrior had gained an immense upgrade. He was so strong that Jiang Fei could be the only person who was stronger than him. On top of the supercharged strength, 7-star warrior had also gained 7 additional skills, granting him even more battle capabilities. When standing close to Jiang Fei, the Lightbringer's armament would grant 7-star warrior with additional 3,000 health points as well as 20% increase in attack power. Oh my god! If I have an army of players with the 4 mythological beast equipment set equipped, with me standing at the center, could we be invincible? Jiang Fei muttered. It was possible, but naturally, it would take a long time. Jiang Fei would not have that much time to craft that many equipment sets. Not to mention the cloth armor type and the leather armor type could not be crafted by him. Given the limits the other profession players had, they would have to start counting by months if not weeks if Jiang Fei wanted to supply an army. Just as he was almost done thinking and enjoying 7-star warrior's happiness of obtaining such an explosive power upgrade, the clock struck 6 in the morning and everyone was forcefully logged out of the game. After breakfast with his mother, Jiang Fei went to class but could not really focus in class until it was time to go home. At the same alley crossroad. Oh man! Is it me? Or it is destiny for this place to be so iconic for me, said Jiang Fei as he cracked a smile. There was someone waiting for him. Again! Either you come out or I'll drag you out myself, said Jiang Fei tauntingly towards a small garden pond at the side. Jiang Fei was able to detect the presence of the person. Hence, he deduced that it was not Old Hai. Humph. Eat dirt. What came next was cries of a girl. Then suddenly, a young girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail jumped over the pond with her fist thrust at Jiang Fei. Huh? Jiang Fei staggered. It was the same girl who had lost to him twice. Who would have thought that she would actually dare to attack him again? After dodging the punches for a few times, Jiang Fei noticed that the girl's attack had improved. They were faster and more precise than before. Before this, she was throwing punches like common street thugs with no skills or proper training. Today, the girl seemed extra proficient in that. In fact, it seemed a little too obvious that she had been trained. Still, she was no match for the almighty Jiang Fei. Even if she had improved, Jiang Fei had improved more. The nameless fist style that the old Hai had taught him was trained until almost perfection. Relying only on pure martial art and not the power of the equipment, Jiang Fei was prepared to face off a level 1 metahuman. Fighting this little lady was simply a walk in the park. After trading 2 to 3 hits, Jiang Fei thrust his hands at supersonic speed and grabbed one of her wrists. With a quick twist, Jiang Fei spun around hard, forcing the girl to spin before catching her other wrist and locking her down. TSK. Let me go! What are you doing? Screamed the little lady. Guess. With ease, Jiang Fei lifted the girl up and cracked an evil smile before walking toward the pond. Why, you bastard, she knew what coming. It was not the first time she was spanked on the butt. Slap! The loud sound of Jiang Fei's palm meeting the girl's behind echoed throughout the alley. Blood rushed to the girl's cheek. She thought that after picking up some martial arts skills, she could have her revenge. She had never thought that she would be defeated so easily. It was so shameful to be defeated not once, not twice, but 3 times. The more she thought about it, the harder she gritted her teeth. Right, this time. I'll spank 20 times. Next time I see you, it'll be 40. My advice? Don't try it. Your butt would be so swollen that all supermodels in the world would be envious of it. After he was done delivering the punishment, Jiang Fei felt a little guilty since every time his hand landed on the girl's butt, he felt the supple flesh in his palm. He could not deny that it made him a little excited. I'll fight you till I die, cried the girl when Jiang Fei let her go. She immediately jumped to her feet and tackled him. Jiang Fei was not ready. Without any stance, he was pushed into the pond along with the girl. The girl managed to pin him down under the water and threw 2 punches that landed on his face. Naturally, he did not feel a thing. In response, he grabbed the girl's wrist easily. Ugh! I'll bite you, cried the girl relentlessly. The thought of her being spanked again was so agonizing that she would not stop even if her hands were caught. She would use any means necessary to defeat Jiang Fei. Since she had already resorted to biting, she jerked Jiang Fei up from the water and saw him actually smiling back at her. Fuming, she aimed for his nose. WOH, Jiang Fei saw the incoming bite like a huge airplane coming from miles away and dodged it easily. When she turned around to bite him again, Jiang Fei turned at the same time. Coincidentally, the two touched lips. At that moment, the girl immediately lost the will to fight. She was stunned. Jiang Fei was having the same blank moment. He had never experienced such a moment before. The closest he had ever been with a girl was with Isabella. And that was just a game. This was him kissing a girl in real life. There was a saying, if you can't do it, try. If you find the chance to try, give it your best shot. Now that the chance was just lying there, Jiang Fei went for it and reached his tongue out into hers. Now, because the girl had wanted to bite him, she had her mouth slightly opened when the two locked lips. When she felt Jiang Fei's tongue meeting hers, she regained her senses and wanted to bite down. But alas! Jiang Fei was fast enough to retract his tongue. Why you b bastard? P pervert. The poor girl stuttered so much that even a drill hammer would have vibrated slower than her. Realizing that her first kiss was stolen by her enemy, she pushed him away. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, just snickered like an idiot. I am not done with you yet. Just you wait, yelled the girl at the top of her lungs. She then turned away as fast as humanly possible and ran, fearing that the man had not had enough and decided to have more. Hee, Jiang Fei snickered away as he stood there watching the poor girl running away into the alley. Now that he had already taken advantage of the girl, Jiang Fei felt a little guilty since he had no clue what her name was. I should ask Han Tianyu for help to investigate her identity. Having her attacking him 3 times now, it was best for Jiang Fei to do a little research on the girl but he had always been smacking. Back in Manda Square, Jiang Fei headed straight for the 108th floor and went to Han Tianyu's office. When his secretary saw Jiang Fei coming in, she simply nodded with a smile and returned to her job. Jiang Fei nodded back and just entered his room without knocking. This is outrageous. We need to teach them a lesson or they would keep breaking the rules. When Jiang Fei entered the room, the first thing he heard was Han Tianyu's roaring voice blasting out like a gigantic trumpet. There was even a broken cup and spilled coffee on the carpeted floor. Chapter 332, An Opportunity to Level Up the Ring. You're here. Sit over there for a while. I still have some things to take care of. When Han Tianyu saw Jiang Fei entering his house, his facial expression seemed slightly more relaxed. However, Han Tianyu still looked depressed. All right. Jiang Fei nodded as he replied. He walked over to the sofa and sat down without disturbing Han Tianyu. After Han Tianyu made a few more phone calls, he finally turned toward Jiang Fei. Why did you come to my place today? Han Tianyu asked. He still looked very upset. Something must have really bothered him. Jiang Fei had never seen him in a state like this. Even when Han Tianyu got involved in a car accident, he did not get this angry. Oh, I have a small favor to ask from you. It's not urgent though. What's happened to you? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Han Tianyu was about to speak when his phone started ringing. He waved dismissively at Jiang Fei as he picked up the phone. Oh, I know, all right, I will make sure they cooperate, yes. It won't be a problem. Jiang Fei did not know what the conversation was about. However, he could see that Han Tianyu's facial expression was obviously turning positive. Would you like to come with me to watch a show? When Han Tianyu turned toward Jiang Fei again, his face was beaming. Who are you planning to get rid of this time? Jiang Fei asked. Do you know why I was upset? Han Tianyu suddenly changed the topic. That's a load of bullshit. How am I supposed to know if you won't tell me? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The spy I sent to North Africa had reported back in the morning. The Japanese took advantage of the nuclear plant program that was meant to aid Northern Africa. They secretly carried out nuclear experiments in the middle of the deserts. Military-grade nuclear experiments. Han Tianyu said with a look of annoyance on his face. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he was only a normal high school student, he understood that the Japanese were not allowed to have nuclear weapons in accordance to international regulations. Humph. The Japanese are becoming increasingly unruly. Han Tianyu snorted after he finished his sentence. What do you plan to do about it? Jiang Fei asked. What's my plan? I will of course get rid of them, Han Tianyu said as he glared. He then continued, I have already assigned the 3rd Military Group to infiltrate the Tokugawa household's nuclear plant. As long as we get rid of the ninja placed by the Tokugawa household at the nuclear plant, the 3rd Military Group will be able to annihilate them thoroughly. As the Japanese are not allowed to invent nuclear weapons, they would not dare to voice out even if we attack them. Ninja? Jiang Fei was clearly paying attention to Han Tianyu. However, that was not the most important point Han Tianyu was trying to make. That's right. This program is currently being run by our arch-nemesis, the Tokugawa household. As a safety precaution, the Tokugawa household had placed nearly all of their ninjas there. I was on the call with Old Man Hai earlier. The Alliance has agreed to my request to annihilate Tokugawa household's ninjas. Thereafter, my 3rd Military Group will destroy that place. Han Tianyu said. Okay, Jiang Fei said as he nodded. By the way, Old Man Hai had asked if you would be interested to join us, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei was perceived as a rookie in the eyes of Old Man Hai and the rest. Despite having the capabilities of a level 4 metahuman, he had very little battle power and experience. This time, they hoped to bring Jiang Fei along for the sole purpose of training him so he could improve his battle capabilities. Yes, I am interested. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. He had already been thinking about it since Han Tianyu mentioned that the Japanese were secretly experimenting with nuclear weapons. The thing Jiang Fei needed the most right now was nuclear fuel. Now that the Japanese had ready-made nuclear fuel, Jiang Fei hoped that he would be able to steal it the same way he had stolen the R&D lab before. After all, it was a nuclear plant that should rightfully contain a lot of non-military nuclear fuel as well. This was a great opportunity for Jiang Fei to increase the level of his mysterious ring. All right. We will depart tonight, Han Tianyu exclaimed cheerfully. D*RN. Why can't you wait until the weekend? I still have to go to school, Jiang Fei complained. We can't wait any longer. Time is of the essence. Besides, you would only be pretending to study if you went to school. You might as well request for a leave of absence. Han Tianyu decided for Jiang Fei right away. After the two had agreed on the time of departure, Jiang Fei went home and proceeded to lie to his mother. He told her that there was an exchange program which required him to travel to another city and that he would have to board the flight that night itself. Although his mother was suspicious about him leaving so suddenly and had made a call to the school to verify what he said, little did she know that Han Tianyu had already secretly contacted the school to compromise the communication. Therefore, Jiang Fei's mother was not able to discover the truth behind his sudden need to leave and did not say anything further. Jiang Fei had agreed to meet Han Tianyu on the helicopter pad at the roof of the Manda Square at exactly midnight. As there was a high possibility of being involved in a fight once they reached North Africa, Jiang Fei decided to log into the game for some preparation before they departed. Due to the existence of the R&D lab, Jiang Fei no longer needed to transfer health potions from the game to the external world. However, the R&D lab did not contain the data of some of the newly invented or special potions. For example, the R&D lab could not reproduce the awakening pill that Six Fans created. Although Jiang Fei had always used the item to support his crafting, the increased observational and sensing abilities would also be helpful during battles in the real world. After all, Jiang Fei was no longer facing normal humans and was instead fighting against high-level ninjas. Six Fans, do you have ready-made awakening pills with you? After Jiang Fei logged into the game, he immediately looked for Six Fans. He had finished consuming all of the previous batches of awakening pills during his crafting work. I have 2 more bottles, Six Fans answered. All right. I will come over to get them now, Jiang Fei said. Very soon, he managed to find Six Fans. Oh, right. Guildmaster, I have created a new type of potion. Would you like to have a look and consider if it is useful for you? As 6 fans handed over the awakening pills, he also passed Jiang Fei a new type of potion. Empowering pill, potion, find, use, increases strength slightly. Greatly increases defense. Effects last for 30 minutes. This is great! Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. This item was similar to the upgraded version of the beginner-level defense enhancement potion. Although the effects in the game were very ordinary, it would make a huge difference in the real world when used to fight against high-level ninjas. This was definitely a great item to protect Jiang Fei's life. Hee hee! You are truly my lucky star. Keep working hard. As soon as Jiang Fei received the 2 bottles of awakening pills and the empowering pill, he stored them in his spatial ring and proceeded to log out of the game. 0541. After returning to the real world, Jiang Fei immediately awakened 0541, who was still in deep slumber. Captain, is there anything I could do for you? 0541 asked. I have acquired 2 new groups of data. Can you check if the R&D lab is able to reproduce these items? Jiang Fei asked. In the process of verifying, scanning results, low-grade potion. Based on the current capabilities of the R&D lab, we are able to produce small amounts of them, 0541 answered. That's fine. Make a copy of the data first. Jiang Fei nodded as he spoke. Since 0541 could produce the items at a very fast pace, Jiang Fei was able to acquire the items as soon as he gave the order. Once everything was in place, Jiang Fei prepared to make his way to the rooftop helicopter pad. Thereafter, he would accompany Han Tianyu to take on the Japanese ninjas. Chapter 333, Sudden Attack on the Nuclear Plant. As the clock struck 12, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu met up at the rooftop balcony. They then boarded the helicopter which brought them to the military airport beyond the city. By then, there was already a military cargo aircraft on standby in the airport. It was ready to take off at a moment's notice. Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were not the only people present. There was a crowd of 50 lined up neatly in rows beneath the cargo aircraft. These young people were close to Jiang Fei's age. The oldest among them was only 30. Jiang Fei even recognized the one who stood at the frontmost position. Mr. Luo, I can't believe you are here too. Jiang Fei smiled as he nodded at Luo Zhan. Jiang Fei had met Luo Zhan when he was previously kidnapped by Old Man Hai at the Hidden Dragon Village. Jiang Fei found out that Luo Zhan was old Luo's son. My little brother, you have so much up your sleeves. You nearly gave me a fright the last time. Luo Zhan treated Jiang Fei more warmly than before. After all, Jiang Fei was a level 4 expert in the eyes of everyone. Besides, at such a young age, he could already be considered as a future leader in China Martial Arts Alliance. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed. He did not try to continue the conversation. After all, he had over-exaggerated his capabilities. Truthfully, he was only a level 2 metahuman approaching the level 3 stage. Alright, let's board the plane. I will introduce you to each other later, Han Tianyu urged the others. Okay. Luo Zhang and Jiang Fei responded at the same time. They too knew that the trip was not meant for them to catch up. It was a mission to annihilate the Japanese Tokugawa household. Once everyone had boarded the cargo aircraft, its engine started roaring loudly as it took off and headed toward Africa. Although the cargo aircraft was one of the newly released supersonic models, it still took them over 10 hours to reach Western Africa from Huaxia. Allow me to introduce this man over here. He is my brother, Jiang Fei. After the aircraft took to the air, Han Tianyu pointed at Jiang Fei while introducing him to everyone. Han Tianyu did not forget to demonstrate how close their relationship was. These are all the cream of the crop in the China Martial Arts Alliance. They are all disciples of either Old Luo or Old Yang. I am sure you have met Luo Zhan over there. Han Tianyu spoke as he continued to introduce Jiang Fei to the rest. Jiang Fei was able to find out from Han Tianyu the estimated capabilities of the Japanese Tokugawa household. The Tokugawa household had 3 upper-rank ninjas, 25 middle-rank ninjas, and over 100 lower-rank ninjas. All of these ninjas were mostly stationed at the nuclear plant in North Africa and were also the targets of Jiang Fei and the rest for the current mission. Although they had a huge number of ninjas, there was nothing spectacular about the number of lower-rank ninjas. Their capabilities were only equivalent to the common level 1 metahuman. Mao Tian, who Jiang Fei had met previously, was at the same level. Although Mao Tian was unexpectedly defeated by Jiang Fei, his capability was still a force to be reckoned with. The middle-rank ninjas had the equivalent capabilities of a level 2 metahuman. These fellows were the main targets of Wuxia's young martial artists during the current mission. In simpler terms, the China Martial Arts Alliance treated this mission as an opportunity to train their men. After all, the new generation of martial artists still lacked battle experience. Now that there was an opportunity, Old Man Hai and the others naturally brought their disciples out for training. As for the 3 upper-rank ninjas, Han Tianyu's spy was unable to pass on any specific information about them. All they knew was that one of the 3 ninjas was definitely at the nuclear plant. The other two's whereabouts were still uncertain. However, as a safety precaution, the Chinese Martial Arts Alliance had allocated their manpower with the assumption that the 3 upper-rank ninjas would all be there. That is why Luo Zhan and 2 other level 3 martial artists were selected to be part of the mission, and this was notwithstanding the fact that the supposedly fresher level 4 expert, Jiang Fei, was also brought along. Therefore, they believed the mission was bound to succeed. Ah Fei, don't stray too far away from me during the battle later. I am the weakest person here. Please don't let me die. After the brief introductions, everyone remained silent to preserve their energy for the battle ahead. Right then, Han Tianyu suddenly tugged at Jiang Fei's sleeve and spoke to him in a soft voice. Although there were a few people who were younger than Han Tianyu, they all focused exclusively on their training in martial arts. Han Tianyu, on the other hand, still had to manage the affairs of the Manda group. Therefore, he was the weakest martial artist in the group and only just passed as a borderline level 2 metahuman. As such, if he were to fight against a middle-rank ninja, there was a huge chance he might not make the cut. Alright, Jiang Fei responded as a frown appeared on his face. Jiang Fei could easily handle a level 2 ninja on his own. Although he did not mind looking after Han Tianyu for a while, he was concerned that he would not be able to steal the nuclear fuel if Han Tianyu stayed close by. Although the entire journey took more than 10 hours, it did not feel as long as they had imagined. When Jiang Fei next opened his eyes after taking a nap, the aircraft had already arrived within the vicinity of Africa. We will alight from the aircraft at the 3rd Military Group's temporary airport. Everyone should make use of the limited time to eat and rest. We will depart at exactly noon. Han Tianyu said. Noon? Aren't we supposed to attack them at night sneakily? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. That would depend on who our opponents are. If we fought against a group of nimble ninjas skilled at hiding in the dead of night, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Luo Zhan said. Hee, that's true. Jiang Fei shook his head. He realized he had asked a dumb question. Very soon, the aircraft descended. Jiang Fei and the 50 other people had all landed on Africa's soil. After having some food, the group rested for a short while. Although they had flown out from Wuxia at midnight and traveled for over 10 hours, there was still some time to kill due to the difference in time zones. While resting, Han Tianyu ran through the nuclear plant's blueprint so that everyone could familiarize themselves with the structure of the nuclear plant. Han Tianyu's spy did a fantastic job at detailing the nuclear plant's external and internal structure. The spy even provided a detailed blueprint of the Japanese's secret experimental underground chamber. Get ready, everyone. We will depart soon. Once everyone had become familiar with the structure of the nuclear plant, Han Tianyu started rallying the entire group. How are we going in? Jiang Fei asked. It's too bright in the day for a sneak attack. Therefore, we will directly ambush them. The 3rd Military Group will cover us, Han Tianyu said as he pointed at a few military cars around him. I will leave that to you. Once you send us into the nuclear plant, we can take care of the rest, Luo Zhan said and laughed. That's sorted then. Han Tianyu nodded. Brother Yu, I think it's better if you stay with the third military group outside the nuclear plant. Don't go in. After everyone had boarded the vehicles, Jiang Fei pulled Han Tianyu aside and spoke to him personally. Jiang Fei had thought it through and decided that he would not be able to accomplish his personal agenda if he brought Han Tianyu along. All right. Han Tianyu decided to give up on entering the nuclear plant after considering Jiang Fei's suggestion. Han Tianyu believed that Jiang Fei was genuinely concerned for Han Tianyu's own safety. Although Jiang Fei had strong capabilities, he had far too little battle experience. He might be able to protect himself, but not Han Tianyu. A single mistake from Jiang Fei could lead to Han Tianyu's death. Tycoons generally fear death. Han Tianyu was no different in that regard. Part of the reason why he had been improving so slowly was due to his fear of death. For one who is unable to see past the fears in life or death, progressing in the martial arts would be a very difficult task. All right. Let's go. Seeing that Han Tianyu had listened to his advice, Jiang Fei felt more relaxed. Without the burden of looking after Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei could freely do what he wanted. Based on the current circumstances, the Tokugawa household was bound to lose their nuclear plant. Jiang Fei would make sure he nabbed all the nuclear fuel left in the nuclear plant. Chapter 334, Ninja Assault. Jiang Fei and the rest sat in the military vehicle which was headed toward the Tokugawa household's nuclear plant. In the meantime, Jiang Fei retrieved a laser handgun from his backpack and started toying with it. Zhang Yangshu had gifted Jiang Fei with a rifle and a handgun. As the rifle was too big to carry, Jiang Fei did not bring it with him. Besides, Jiang Fei had already fed the rifle's nuclear bullets to 0541. Whoa! Laser handgun? Did the Zhang family give it to you? Han Tianyu immediately recognized the toy in Jiang Fei's hands. Yeah. This is a very good defensive tool. Jiang Fei nodded. The Zhang family have really invested a lot. They have not even fully developed the technique and are unable to mass-produce these guns. I always thought that only the top management in the family would be given one of these guns, Han Tianyu said enviously. Although the Han family and the Zhang family cooperated in terms of creating medical potions, they did not have very good relations overall, and therefore, Han Tianyu was never able to get the laser gun from the Zhang family. I will request one for you when we get back. Jiang Fei knew that Han Tianyu had his eyes on the handgun. However, Jiang Fei still needed to use it and thus, could not give it to Han Tianyu. After all, Jiang Fei wanted to avoid attacking his enemies physically to prevent others from discovering the truth that he was not a level 4 metahuman. The third military group's base was not too far away from the nuclear plant. After approximately 3 hours of driving, Jiang Fei and the rest had arrived somewhere near the nuclear plant. When they reached, they could see that the place appeared heavily guarded. Ever since the third military group had made its way here, the Japanese had upped their defenses and relocated a lot of their people in Africa to this location. As the Tokugawa household was unaware that Han Tianyu had found out about their secret nuclear experiments, they merely assumed that this was another one of Manda Group's showy encounter. After all, ever since the last meeting, Han Tianyu had used various excuses to attack Tokugawa household's forces in Africa. Therefore, although they relocated a lot of their military defenses here, they only aimed to hold the third military group off. They did not consider the possibility that Han Tianyu was actually planning a complete takeover. If the Tokugawa household had known that their secret nuclear experiments were exposed, they would have destroyed the experimental lab and given up on the nuclear plant to avoid bigger troubles. Brat-a-tat. Gunfire could be heard from afar. Jiang Fei knew that the third military group had already started engaging the Tokugawa household soldiers. Boss, we can't proceed any further. If we continue to move forward, we will be within the enemy's firing range. Right then, the soldier driving turned around and shouted to Han Tianyu. Activate the magnetic shield. Get our men to suppress the opponent's gunfire. We will charge right in, Han Tianyu said with a serious face. Yes, boss. The soldier driving used a wireless communicator to contact the group leader further behind them. Thereafter, he started pressing on the control switches rapidly with both hands. Crackle, the military vehicle let out a series of mechanical sounds. Jiang Fei felt his surroundings go dark as the windows on both sides of the vehicle were covered with a magnetic shield. From the outside, it appeared as if the entire military vehicle was covered by a special protective shield with brightly glowing fireworks around it. The special shield was a new technology obtained by Manda Group from the extraterrestrial remnants. Such a shield could effectively defend against gunfire from normal weapons. However, it cost a lot of energy to keep the shield activated. The military vehicle would not be able to sustain it for long, or else it may use up all its fuel. Zoom! Bang! As their target was a nuclear plant, the third military group did not dare to use large-scale weapons. They were worried they might cause a nuclear leakage. However, their guided missiles for single targets were enough to suppress the opponents in a short amount of time. Everyone! Sit tight. It's going to be a bumpy ride. The soldier driving showed a creepy smile on his face. One could not be sure if he was excited or if he had gone insane. Bang! As the soldier stepped on the gas pedal, the military vehicle leaped forward like a rabbit. Thereafter, it charged toward the main entrance whilst being fired at with bullets and even rockets. Bang! 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 The explosive sounds continuously rang next to Jiang Fei's ears. Jiang Fei could smell the smoke that seeped into the interior of the vehicle. Right then, Jiang Fei was not the only person who looked nervous. All the young men who came with Luo Zhan looked equally unnerved. As they have always stayed within Wuxia's borders, they had never experienced a battle up close. Screech! The military vehicle came to a screeching halt as the driver made an emergency brake. We have arrived. Good luck, everyone! The driver turned around and gave everyone a thumbs up as a demonstration that he had completed his task. Everyone! I can only accompany you thus far. Show the Japanese what we have got, Han Tianyu said to Jiang Fei and the rest. Follow me, young fellows. Luo Zhan did not waste another second as he led the group and jumped out of the car. Ah Fei, take care of yourself. Han Tianyu ordered. Don't worry. Jiang Fei nodded. He had consumed an empowering pill before he alighted from the vehicle. Buzz. A weak golden light began to form around Jiang Fei's body. His defense instantly increased significantly. After Jiang Fei and the rest alighted from the vehicle, Han Tianyu closed the door as the vehicle started speeding away. We will do as planned. Luo Zhan turned toward the two other level 3 martial artists as he nodded. Each of them already had assigned tasks. The three of them would each lead a group of men to hunt down Tokugawa household's ninjas in the nuclear plant. Yeah. Let's see who can kill the most. The other two nodded in agreement as they started leading their respective groups into the nuclear plant. Ah Fei, follow my group, Luo Zhan said to Jiang Fei. Before Luo Zhan came on the mission, Old Man Hai had specifically reminded him to take care of Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had much stronger capabilities than him, Jiang Fei was still too fresh. If anything were to happen to him, Old Man Hai and the others could not afford to bear the wrath of Jiang Fei's level 5 master. Alright. Although Jiang Fei's objective was to get the nuclear fuel, he did not want to roam around aimlessly. Besides, he was also wary of bumping into the upper-rank ninjas. Therefore, he was more than happy to oblige with Luo Zhan's invitation. Jiang Fei tagged along with Luo Zhan's group as they headed toward the underground nuclear experimental base according to the map Han Tianyu had provided. Based on their analysis, the Tokugawa household's upper-rank ninja should be right there. Luo Zhan and the other martial artists had a very simple goal, which was to kill all of the ninjas. As for the nuclear setups, they would leave it to the third military group to sort things out. Hashtag percent hashtag 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 and asterisk. Just as Jiang Fei and the rest were moving forward, they suddenly heard someone shouting at them in a foreign language. It was a Japanese dressed like a ninja. The ninja seemed to be questioning who Jiang Fei and the rest were and where they had come from. Humph, he's a mere low-rank ninja. Get rid of him, Luo Hao. Don't be careless though. Luo Zhan snorted coolly as a person close to Jiang Fei's age made a move on the ninja before them. Chapter 335, Targeted. Yes, uncle. Luo Hao nodded. Then, he charged toward the ninja. In just a couple of strides, he was already near the ninja. #%, and the ninja was still saying something. As everyone here looked Asian, the ninja had obviously thought that Jiang Fei and the others were workers in the nuclear power plant. He was trying to ask all of them to get back to work. F***CKU. Stop talking in your stupid language. At this time, Luo Hao was already in front of the ninja. Baka! When the ninja heard that Luo Hao was speaking in Mandarin, he realized what was happening. He pulled out Itachi and began to fight with Luo Hao. Will he be okay? Jiang Fei turned his head and asked Luo Zhan. Ho ho, although Xiao Hao has no actual combat experience, a mere Jinin won't be a problem for him. While Luo Zhan was still speaking, Luo Hao had already struck the ninja's heart with his fist. The ninja immediately fell to the ground and began spitting blood out. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. A Jinin was only equivalent to a level 1 metahuman. However, these people that Luo Zhan brought here were all at least level 2 martial artists. Moreover, some of these level 2 martial artists were exceptionally strong, which included Luo Hao. When an exceptional level 2 martial artist like him was against a level 1 Jinin, he had a huge advantage. So, as soon as the battle began, it was already clear who was going to win. The Japanese Jinin did not even have a chance to hit Luo Hao back. Jiang Fei nodded to himself after he observed Luo Hao's skills. Purely in terms of martial arts skills, Jiang Fei was no match for him. After all, Luo Hao had learned martial arts since he was young while he had only learned it for 2 or 3 months. It was a no-brainer that he could not beat Luo Hao. Even so, Jiang Fei had his own advantages. With the help of his equipment, Jiang Fei's offensive and defensive attributes were way better than Luo Hao's. In a friendly duel, Jiang Fei would definitely lose to Luo Hao. However, if they fought for real, Jiang Fei would not be afraid of Luo Hao. Generally speaking, currently, Jiang Fei was just as strong as Luo Hao. Squeak! As this was Luo Hao's first time carrying out a task, he was still very inexperienced. After he defeated the ninja, he paused for a moment, not killing him immediately. As a result, the ninja took a whistling arrow out from his waist. Almost immediately, everyone heard a sharp whistling sound down the passage. Xiao Hao, kill him. Everyone, get ready to fight. Luo Zhan immediately ordered. Although Luo Hao had made a big mistake, there was no time to teach him a lesson now. The ninja had shot a whistling arrow, which meant that reinforcement would soon arrive. All right. Luo Hao also knew that he had made a mistake. He immediately broke the ninja's neck and returned to the squad. Brother Ah Fei, take care of these children for me. Luo Zhan was frowning because he could feel some energy in the atmosphere. This meant that there were other level 3 metahumans around. The other 2 teams would not come here as their respective routes were different and did not lead to this place. Thus, it was obvious that those who were coming were enemies. As he already knew that there was a Jiaonan around, Luo Zhan understood that he could not take care of the others anymore. In the upcoming battle, they could only rely on themselves. The only person that could help him was Jiang Fei, who frankly was also not that reliable. Although Jiang Fei was strong, he was just as inexperienced as the others. So, even though he had entrusted the younger ones to Jiang Fei, Luo Zhan still felt uneasy. I'll try my best. Jiang Fei's answer did not put Luo Zhan at ease. Jiang Fei was feeling pretty scared himself. Sneaky B*****. Show yourself. Luo Zhan shouted after he managed to determine the enemy Jiaonan's position. His legs suddenly powered up with pure qi. Like a projectile, Luo Zhan charged straight toward a corner on the left. Pitter-patter, while he charged forward, Luo Zhan moved his hand over his waist and a whip sword appeared in his hand. As he focused all his pure chi onto the sword, the razor-thin whip sword became perfectly straight, making the tip look awfully sharp. The whip sword, which was more than 3 inches long, looked so terrifying that it sent chills down everyone's spines. Damn! Is this the legendary ability to extend chi? Jiang Fei was shocked. This ability to extend chi was not the same as the chi body protection. It did not indicate that one was about to reach level 4. Even so, average level 3 martial artists were incapable of comprehending it. From this, it could be seen that Luo Zhan was definitely one of the best among the level 3 martial artists. Rip! Luo Zhan slashed his sword. The 1 centimeter thick steel fence in front of him tore down like paper, revealing a figure. The figure cursed in a low voice in response. It seemed like he did not dare to fight with Luo Zhan. He threw something on the ground and there was black smoke all of a sudden. Using the black smoke as cover, he instantly disappeared. Luo Zhan's eyes narrowed. He paid attention to the fluctuations in the energy around him as he tried to determine the Jiaonin's position. Trying to run? In just a short moment, Luo Zhan had once again determined the Jiaonin's position. Then, he started to chase after the Jiaonin with the sword in his hand. As Luo Zhan had left the place, it meant that Jiang Fei and the others were now trapped in a fierce battle. There were not even 20 of them, but they were now surrounded by almost 50 ninjas. Most of these ninjas were weak genins, but they had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. There were also more than 10 chunins around. So, it was not that easy for these young Chinese martial artists to kill those weak genins. All of a sudden, these young martial artists around Jiang Fei were now part of a tough battle. Jiang Fei stood in the middle of the group. He had not attacked anyone yet. Jiang Fei had been observing these ninjas. He noticed that genins mostly just threw darts around or fought directly with their tachis. They rarely used ninjutsu. Only when their lives were in danger did they use escape jutsu to save themselves. It seems like these genins only know some elemental jutsu, but these chunins are more difficult to deal with. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although Jiang Fei had not attacked anyone yet, he had already been targeted. Moreover, the one that targeted him was a level 3 Jiaonin. It was inevitable. Jiang Fei was standing in the middle, surrounded by a group of Chinese martial artists. In such circumstances, it was normal for the Jiaonin to misunderstand. The Jiaonin had obviously thought that he was the commander. Commanders were not necessarily great at combat, but they were amazing at observing and coming up with quick and accurate decisions on the battlefield. If they got rid of the commander, it would skew the battle in their favor. Precisely because of this, Jiang Fei had become the target of the Tokugawa family's Jiaonin. Puff! Green smoke emerged in front of the Jiaonin. Shortly after, his figure quickly faded away. It was as if he had completely vanished into thin air. At the same time, Jiang Fei started to panic. His ability to sense danger could not be explained through scientific theory. He only developed this ability through practice, where Han Tianyu had beaten him up for more than half a month. Therefore, Jiang Fei had extreme trust in his intuition. Everyone, be careful. Jiang Fei warned the young martial artists that were currently fighting with the enemy chunins. At the same time, he quickly swallowed an awakening pill and slipped the bloody wargod's force fist onto his hands. Chapter 336, Hunting a Jiaonin Down. Jiang Fei, feeling the pressure, decided that it was time to join the battle. He used the laser gun in his hand again and again. Red beams of light were shot one after another, punching holes into the bodies of the genins that were hit. Although hit by the high-temperature and high-speed lasers, these genins did not feel any pain nor did they bleed. However, the organs in their bodies were already burnt. By the time they realized that they had been hit, they were already dead. With his laser gun, Jiang Fei was at an advantage. He was killing a lot faster than Luo Hao and the others who were engaging in unarmed combat. Although these genins were extremely swift and could easily dodge bullets, it was impossible for them to move faster than the speed of light. The moment Jiang Fei pointed his gun at them, they had already met the Grim Reaper. Baka, looking at Jiang Fei's amazing killing speed, the Jiaonan that was hiding in the dark knew that he could not wait any longer. If he did, all his younger brothers would die. He quietly passed through the battlefield. This Jiaonan was really skillful. Even though he passed by Luo Hao had no idea that the enemy was so close by. If the Jiaonan's target was not Jiang Fei, he could have decapitated Luo Hao instantly. Jiang Fei looked around. He suddenly had a bad feeling, as if danger was approaching. However, he was surrounded by his own people. The Japanese ninjas were all being blocked out by the Chinese martial artists. There were no enemies near him at all. Captain, an unknown life form has been discovered at 4 o'clock, 7 meters away. It's approaching you while being invisible. At this time, Jiang Fei suddenly heard 0541 in his heart. Ah! Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not bother to ask how 0541 had discovered the enemy at all. Instead, he immediately turned around and faced the direction that 0541 had mentioned. He raised his hand and fired a shot. After Jiang Fei fired a shot, he heard some Japanese words. Then, black smoke emerged at the spot he fired at. Shortly after, a figure appeared not far away. Obviously, this Japanese ninja had noticed the danger and had immediately dodged the shot by using escape jutsu. At this time, Tokugawa Yosuke's heart was beating really fast. He was not very clear about how strong Jiang Fei was, because Jiang Fei had never really shown any skills and had just been attacking with his laser gun. Chinese martial artists were notoriously good at concealing their own strengths, so he was not sure whether Jiang Fei was strong or weak. When he approached Jiang Fei while being invisible previously, he was already discovered when he was still 7 meters away and Jiang Fei already had his gun pointed toward his brain. It was like his invisibility was totally useless against him. Since Jiang Fei could easily determine his position while he was invisible, this meant that Jiang Fei either had special abilities such as a lycanthrope's amazing sense of smell or that his level was higher than his. However, looking at how old Jiang Fei was, Tokugawa Yosuke felt a little relieved. Chinese martial artists were different from mutants. All Chinese martial artists could only gain strength through training and practicing. It was impossible for a teenager like Jiang Fei, who was only around 16 or 17 years old, to have level 4 powers. Wait! A teenager around 16 or 17 years old who is a level 4 master. Why does this sound so familiar? Tokugawa Yosuke suddenly started to panic. Bakayaro. I can't be that unlucky, right? Tokugawa Yosuke suddenly remembered the news that had spread around the metahuman community not long ago. It was about an extraordinary Chinese teenager who had already advanced into a level 4 martial artist at the age of 16 or 17. Jiang Fei, Tokugawa Yosuke said these two Chinese words with inaccurate pronunciation. Do you know me? Jiang Fei was surprised. He had never seen a ninja of this level before. Okasan, when he saw Jiang Fei's reaction, Tokugawa Yosuke was about to cry. Why didn't he mind his own business? Why did he have to reveal himself? Now, he was in deep trouble. He was now a level 4 martial artist target. For a moment, Tokugawa Yosuke and Jiang Fei were caught in a deadlock. Jiang Fei did not know what this Japanese guy meant. After the ninja said his name, he called for his mother. Then, he looked bitterly at him without saying anything else. Currently, Tokugawa Yosuke was so scared that he did not know what to do. Chinese martial artists were notoriously strong. Even if he were against a Chinese martial artist of the same level, he would probably think of running away. He would not dare to fight a Chinese martial artist of the same level, let alone this martial artist in front of him that was a level higher. There was a well-established rule in the metahuman community. If you did not know how to fly or teleport, then it would be best if you did not race against a Chinese martial artist. Unfortunately, Tokugawa Yosuke did not know how to fly or teleport. Although he could teleport a little by using elemental jutsu, the distance was too short. It could only be used to escape from immediate danger, not to run away from the enemy. Therefore, Tokugawa Yosuke was having a hard time deciding whether he should run away or fight for his life. He did not even have to think about surrendering. It was not an option. China and Japan had been enemies with each other for a long time. Both sides had never had the habit of being kind to each other's prisoners. Basically, prisoners would be killed immediately after interrogation. In Tokugawa Yosuke's eyes, Jiang Fei was a level 4 martial artist. If he went against Jiang Fei, his death was certain. Even if he tried to run away, there was an 80% chance of Jiang Fei catching up to him and killing him. He clearly knew that his time was up this time, which explained why he was looking at Jiang Fei bitterly without saying anything. F***CK. I don't have time to have a staring contest with you. Jiang Fei had no idea that Tokugawa Yosuke was a jounin. He thought this ninja was just a random chunin who wanted to launch a surprise attack on himself. So, he raised his laser gun and fired a shot toward him. Run! As soon as Jiang Fei lifted his hand, he almost scared Tokugawa Yosuke to death. Tokugawa Yosuke immediately threw a smoke bomb. While the smoke spread into the air, he took the opportunity to use escape jutsu in order to run away. Where are you trying to run to? When Jiang Fei saw the ninja running away, he immediately started to chase the ninja down. In Jiang Fei's eyes, Tokugawa Yosuke was only a level 2 chunin. So, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he had been planning to leave the group so that he could have a chance to steal the nuclear fuels. Precisely because Tokugawa Yosuke had overestimated Jiang Fei's strength, he was extremely scared. He kept running and running. On the contrary, Jiang Fei had underestimated Tokugawa Yosuke's strength, so he was chasing Tokugawa Yosuke down with all his might. Speed potion! It was impossible for Jiang Fei to catch up with Tokugawa Yosuke just by relying on his own speed. So, he immediately took a bottle of speed potion out from the spatial ring. He got this speed potion from her box. He only had a few bottles, so he was reluctant to use it. Now, however, he had the R&D lab. As long as he recorded the data, he would be able to produce this potion. So, Jiang Fei immediately drank the potion and started to hunt Tokugawa Yosuke down. Baka, seeing that Jiang Fei was getting closer and closer, Tokugawa Yosuke was about to cry. The rumor which stressed that you should not race against Chinese martial artists was really true. He was now being chased down by a level 4 Chinese martial artist. Was he really going to die today? Pew! 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 It was not purely a race for Jiang Fei, who was chasing after Tokugawa Yosuke. The laser gun in his hand was merciless. Laser beams constantly brushed against Tokugawa Yosuke's body. The hot laser beams had grazed him several times. Tokugawa Yosuke's heart was almost jumping out of his chest, but he was even more afraid of turning back and fighting with Jiang Fei. So, his only option was to use escape jutsu frequently in order to dodge Jiang Fei's attacks, which consumed a lot of the chakra in his body. Chapter 337, Scared One to Death. Jiang Fei chased after Tokugawa Yosuke, who was running away. The both of them ran further and further away. In just a short period of time, Luo Hao and the others could no longer see Jiang Fei. As Tokugawa Yosuke was running for his life, it was natural for him to run toward his secret ninja base. In this nuclear power plant, the secret ninja base was the underground nuclear test site. What the China Martial Arts Alliance had expected was true. All three jounins of the Tokugawa family were actually at the nuclear power plant. One of them, who was relatively weaker, had lured Luo Zhan away. Originally, Tokugawa Yosuke was planning to take this opportunity to kill all the other Chinese martial artists. However, he did not expect that his luck would be this bad. He actually met the legendary genius martial artist, the level 4 Jiang Fei. If a level 3 ninja like him tried to fight a level 4 Chinese martial artist, it was akin to a suicide quest. So, Tokugawa Yosuke desperately ran toward the depths of the underground nuclear test site. This was because his teacher, Tokugawa Nara, was there. Although Tokugawa Nara was still a Jounin, he had reached the peak of the Jounin level. If an average level 3 ninja like Tokugawa Yosuke paired up with a ninja like Tokugawa Nara who was at the peak of level 3, Tokugawa Yosuke would probably be able to survive this fight against this level 4 martial artist. If they still lost, there was nothing else that he possibly could do. Jiang Fei, who was behind Tokugawa Yosuke, did not know what was happening at all. He had never fought against a ninja before. Previously, Nakoda had died too quickly, so it was hard for him to tell how strong Tokugawa Yosuke was. He did not have much combat experience, but he had chased Tokugawa Yosuke all the way. Jiang Fei had absolutely no idea as to what dangers awaited him. When Jiang Fei noticed that he was already less than 10 meters away from Tokugawa Yosuke, he smiled. Jumping slash. After he used the skill, Jiang Fei felt some heat between his feet. Then, he leaped and charged straight toward Tokugawa Yosuke. Ah! Hearing the change of movements behind him, Tokugawa Yosuke turned his head around and was almost scared to death. Tokugawa Yosuke could only blame his bad luck. He did not see Jiang Fei leap up from the ground. The moment he turned back, Jiang Fei was already in the air. Jiang Fei had leaped nearly 10 meters toward him. Therefore, in Tokugawa Yosuke's eyes, Jiang Fei had used chi to fly over to him. Jiang Fei had managed to channel his chi and fly up in such a short time. Only Chinese martial artists that had mastered Qigong and were at the peak of level 4 were able to do this. In China, there were less than 5 people who were this powerful. Since someone like Jiang Fei was chasing him down, Tokugawa Yosuke suddenly did not feel like running anymore. Death was not that scary. Awaiting death was scarier. Baka! Damn Chinese person, kill me if you dare. We Japanese people have never been afraid of death, come on. Just kill me. If I fight back, am not a man, kill me. Come and kill me. When a person was extremely afraid, they would express their anger. Tokugawa Yosuke was portraying exactly that. In his heart, Jiang Fei's strength had once again become a myth. They were too close to each other now. He did not even dare to run away anymore. Rather than playing cat and mouse until he finally died, it was better to get it over with quickly. The F***CK. What's wrong with these Japanese people? When Jiang Fei saw that Tokugawa Yosuke had stopped running, he thought Tokugawa Yosuke wanted to fight for his life. He did not expect this ninja to say these kinds of things. Kill me! Come and kill me! Tokugawa Yosuke continued to scream crazily. Under the tremendous pressure of awaiting death, his mentality had totally collapsed. Oh! There aren't many people who request such a thing, but we Chinese people like to help others the most. Jiang Fei did not understand what was going on. However, since this kid was asking to die, Jiang Fei would grant his request. Jiang Fei lifted his laser gun and instantly pulled the trigger. Pew! A red light flashed and a tiny hole appeared on Tokugawa Yosuke's forehead. Due to the laser's high heat, the wound had already been burned, so no blood flowed out from it. The level 3 Jounin had died just like that, with no clear reason whatsoever. Rather than saying that the Jounin had been killed by Jiang Fei, it was better to say that he had scared himself to death. The Japanese are really crazy. Jiang Fei shrugged. Jiang Fei originally thought that this ninja still had some tricks up his sleeves. However, the ninja's body had already hardened and nothing else had happened. So, he could only blame everything on the Japanese's craziness. Until now, Jiang Fei still had no idea that the ninja he had just killed was actually a Jounin. Yosuke! At this time, a loud cry was heard coming from the front. Jiang Fei had chased Tokugawa Yosuke all the way into the depths of the underground nuclear test site. Previously, as Tokugawa Yosuke was so scared that he had become mad, his constant yells and screams had alerted Tokugawa Nara, who was guarding the area. However, when Tokugawa Nara arrived, he saw that Jiang Fei had shot his precious apprentice down. B*****. You killed him. Tokugawa Yosuke was Tokugawa Nara's favorite apprentice. Moreover, Tokugawa Yosuke had already advanced into the Jounin level. The entire Tokugawa family had been looking forward to this genius ninja advancing into level 4 and becoming a special Jounin which could once again improve the Tokugawa family's status. Unfortunately, the Tokugawa family's rising star had been killed by someone just like that. In actuality, Tokugawa Yosuke's death was also related to his brilliance and fame. He had been crowned with the title of a genius ever since he was a child. He learned ninjutsu 10 times faster than his peers, and he was promoted to a Jounin even before he reached the age of 30. Tokugawa Yosuke's life had been way too smooth and easy. As a result, he did not know how to cope with pressure at all. Misled by Jiang Fei's appearance several times, he ended up scaring himself for nothing and eventually drove himself crazy. When he saw that his apprentice had been killed, Tokugawa Nara's eyes blazed with fury. He hated Jiang Fei to the core. "I'll kill you, kid." After he shouted, he sent 3 blazing shurikens flying straight toward Jiang Fei. At the same time, Tokugawa Nara suddenly sped up. In just 1 second, he was already 5 meters in front of Jiang Fei. He moved faster than the 3 shurikens that he threw. After he got nearer to Jiang Fei, Tokugawa Nara instantly disappeared from Jiang Fei's sight. F***ck. Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew that he was in deep trouble. However, at this time, he was alone and helpless. He could only rely on himself. 30 degrees to the left, an unknown life form that's currently 3 meters away is approaching you. Jiang Fei heard 0541's voice once again. Force punch. After charging his power for a short while, Jiang Fei threw a punch in the direction that 0541 mentioned. What? At this time, Tokugawa Nara, who was about to attack Jiang Fei, was shocked. As he arrived at the scene late, he had not managed to see Jiang Fei's performance before this. Thus, he was shocked by Jiang Fei's sudden attack, just like how Tokugawa Yosuke was. They were not too far away from each other, but Jiang Fei's force punch had come extremely quickly. Tokugawa Nara only had enough time to position his tachi in front of him before Jiang Fei's punch landed. Clang! With a crisp sound, Jiang Fei's punch broke Tokugawa Nara's ancestral tachi into 2 pieces. Ding! 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 The 3 shurikens had only just reached Jiang Fei. However, after Jiang Fei attacked, a shield had formed outside his body. The 3 shurikens were meant to distract Jiang Fei, so they were not that damaging and were easily blocked by the shield. Baka! You are Jiang Fei! Tokugawa Nara's brows suddenly furrowed. This guy broke his ancestral tachi with a punch. There was no other 16 or 17-year-old teenager who could do the chi body protection. It was very obvious to Tokugawa Nara as to who this teenager in front of him was. Chapter 338, Head-to-Head Battle. After he realized that it was Jiang Fei, Tokugawa Nara broke out in cold sweat. Even so, Tokugawa Nara was a veteran ninja. He had lived a few decades more than Tokugawa Yosuke. The genius Tokugawa Yosuke, who had a smooth sailing life, was incomparable to Tokugawa Nara in terms of experience and mental maturity. After he guessed Jiang Fei's identity, Tokugawa Nara knew that he was in deep trouble. However, unlike his apprentice, he was not going to do nothing and merely await death. I heard that even though this Jiang Fei is strong, he does not have much combat experience. Maybe this battle with him today will help me advance to level 4. After Tokugawa Nara calmed down, he was no longer afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. He had been stuck at the peak of level 3 for a long time now, and he had never found a chance to break through. To him, this battle with Jiang Fei today was an opportunity for him to advance. Clang! Jiang Fei had clearly broken Tokugawa Nara's tachi with a punch. However, as a ninja, Tokugawa Nara had a lot of ninja tools with him. He pulled out a sai out of nowhere. It looked like he was planning to fight with Jiang Fei. F***ck. I'm in trouble. Even though Jiang Fei was inexperienced, he knew that he had met a powerful opponent. Judging from the brief confrontation previously, Jiang Fei could tell that this old Japanese guy was a Jiaonan. To be honest, Jiang Fei was not confident about fighting a level 3 Jiaonan head-on. Fortunately, the effects of the empowering pill had not disappeared. Moreover, Jiang Fei had secretly taken another awakening pill. Although this pill could enhance his response speed and observation skills, the effect was too short. It only lasted for 5 minutes. Jiang Fei knew that he could not wait any longer as time was running out. It was definitely not a good idea to be patient with a ninja. When he lifted his hand, he pointed the laser gun directly at Tokugawa Nara. Then, Jiang Fei repeatedly pulled the trigger. Countless death rays were being fired at Tokugawa Nara like a rainstorm. #% and * the old Japanese ninja cursed in his language. Then, he turned into white smoke. After the white smoke disappeared, only bits and pieces of a destroyed block of wood were left at the ninja's original position. Warning! An unknown life form is approaching you from the northeast direction at high speed. Jiang Fei heard 0541's anxious voice. Pew 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 pew. Jiang Fei quickly turned around, fired with his laser gun continuously, shooting a bunch of laser beams. Thump! White smoke emerged. The old Japanese guy had used escape jutsu to dodge the lasers once again. Although he was level 3, Tokugawa Nara was not willing to use chakra to counteract the laser beams emitted by the laser gun because it would not be worth it. F***CK. He's really fast. Jiang Fei could not determine Tokugawa Nara's position at all. His attacks were completely based on the results of 0541's scanning. Baka, he's too strong. I can't get close to him at all. He can figure out where I am from very far away. Tokugawa Nara was also very anxious. Although it was more worthwhile if he avoided the laser beams using ninjutsu than with chakra, it still consumed his bonus energy. In contrast, Jiang Fei was fighting back with a gun. F***ck it. After testing it out several times, Tokugawa Nara decided that he was going to take the risk in hopes that he would succeed in advancing to the next level. Thump! Jiang Fei immediately turned around as smoke had emerged on his left. Then, he fired a few shots with his laser gun. Warning! Warning! An unknown life form is approaching you from the southeast direction at high speed. 0541 warned loudly. Obviously, Jiang Fei had fallen for the ninja's trick. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew that he could not use force punch again this time. There was not enough time for him to charge. Bring it on! Jiang Fei quickly made a decision and totally ignored the ninja's attack. He directly threw a punch. Puff! Tokugawa Nara, who had a weapon in his hand, naturally hit Jiang Fei first. The sai was stuck in Jiang Fei's left shoulder. Although Jiang Fei's defense had been enhanced after he took the empowering pill and ordinary bullets could not penetrate his skin, this level 3 ninja's attack carried with a unique energy. A ninja's chakra was no joke. However, Jiang Fei's empowering pill was not totally useless. Although Tokugawa Nara's attack had pierced through his skin, it was not too deep of a stab. It was just a flesh wound which did not hurt his bones. Boom! The next moment, Jiang Fei's fist landed on Tokugawa Nara's chest. Although Tokugawa Nara had focused the chakra in his body fully onto defense, Jiang Fei's punch was not an ordinary punch. Penetrating chi strike. Completely ignores defense for one attack. Deals pure damage to a target. This effect was the same as projecting chi into an attack in Chinese martial arts. Thump! Jiang Fei's punch sent Tokugawa Nara flying 4 or 5 meters away. Tokugawa Nara fell to the ground and started vomiting blood. Although his chakra had perfectly protected his external body, his internal organs had suffered serious damage. Ha ha ha. Chinese boy. Even though you're very strong, you're still too inexperienced. Tokugawa Nara teased Jiang Fei with his inaccurate Chinese as he vomited blood. Japanese. You still dare to talk nonsense when your death is near. Jiang Fei sneered disdainfully. He only had a little flesh wound. It could be solved with a bottle of HP potion. On the contrary, this old Japanese guy's combat power had at least halved after he suffered a punch from Jiang Fei. Ha 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 ha. Chinese kid, you're about to die and you don't even know. Tokugawa Nara said while he proudly shook the sai in his hands around. Jiang Fei noticed that the tip of the sai was stained with his own blood. However, the blood had turned black. It was obviously poisonous. What? Jiang Fei looked at his wound. The wound was already swollen. Black poisoned blood was dripping down from the wound. The next moment, Jiang Fei felt the left half of his body go numb and he was starting to lose control of his left arm. Damn! Jiang Fei cursed to himself. He had too little combat experience. He did not expect these Japanese ninjas to be so evil. They had actually poisoned their weapons. Ha ha ha, the most talented martial artist in China's history will die at my hands. Ha ha ha. Yosuke! Master has avenged you. Although he was still vomiting blood, Tokugawa Nara was laughing with joy. Currently, even though he could not stand back up, Jiang Fei would be killed by the poison within a minute. So, victory was still his. Japanese. Don't celebrate too early. Jiang Fei sneered, then communicated with the spatial ring. 0541 had immediately produced a bottle of potion according to Jiang Fei's will. Ant milk. After use, removes all abnormal conditions and slowly restores your health points. This was the gift that the Ant Queen gave in order to protect herself. Although it was limited in quantity, the effects were surprisingly good. After he drank the potion, Jiang Fei immediately felt his body become lighter. The numbness on the left half of his body had instantly disappeared. A large amount of black blood was flowing out of the wound on his left shoulder. In just a short time, the black blood had turned red. It was obvious that the poison had been removed. Moreover, the small amount of chakra which was destroying Jiang Fei's body internally had also been cleared out. Then, Jiang Fei took out 2 bottles of HP potions. He drank 1 bottle and poured 1 bottle directly onto his wound. Tokugawa Nara could only watch with terror as Jiang Fei's wound healed swiftly before his eyes. In a blink of an eye, the scab fell off and Jiang Fei's shoulder was as good as new. Impossible. Tokugawa Nara almost fainted. He could not accept what was happening before his eyes. He thought that he had secured his victory. He was just waiting for Jiang Fei to die from the poison. However, in a blink of an eye, Jiang Fei was perfectly back to normal. Tokugawa Nara had already lost his combat powers. What now? Chapter 339, Energy at Hand. This is impossible. Impossible. Tokugawa Nara could not accept the fact that Jiang Fei was totally unscathed. Old Japanese. Goodbye. Jiang Fei had watched movies since young. He knew that if he taunted the enemy and delayed the enemy's death, the enemy would catch him off guard and kill him instead. So, he did not waste any time talking nonsense with Tokugawa Nara. He directly lifted his laser gun and fired several shots at Tokugawa Nara. Tokugawa Nara clenched his teeth. He was trying to channel his chakra so that he could use ninjutsu to escape. However, his injuries were too serious. His chakra scattered throughout his body the moment he coughed blood out. Jiang Fei's laser beams arrived before Tokugawa Nara could correct his mistake. In the end, Jiang Fei's laser beams burned a powerful Jounin into a pile of ashes. Phew! After he was sure that Tokugawa Nara was dead, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Although it looked like he won the battle easily, it had actually been extremely risky. He was lucky that Tokugawa Nara hit his shoulder. What if it had been his neck? Also, Tokugawa Nara had been scared by Jiang Fei's level 4 prowess. As a result, he decided to take the risk. Otherwise, he could have put his superior agility and speed to good use and slowly play around with Jiang Fei. Then, he could take advantage of Jiang Fei's flaws and slowly torture Jiang Fei to death. However, Tokugawa Nara, who did not understand Jiang Fei in detail, chose to bet it all on one attack. He wanted to rely on his unique poison to kill Jiang Fei. He was even willing to take an attack from Jiang Fei in return. Tokugawa Nara did not expect that Jiang Fei had a godly potion like ant milk with him which could remove all abnormal conditions. This made Tokugawa Nara's carefully planned attack fall into ruin. After he killed Tokugawa Nara, Jiang Fei continued to walk deeper into the nuclear test site. As he had seen the structural map of the test site before and had asked 0541 copy it, he clearly knew how to get to the warehouse where the nuclear fuels were stored. According to the map, this should be where the weapon-grade nuclear fuels are stored. 0541 directed Jiang Fei toward the door of a warehouse. There was no one guarding it, but it was extremely well protected. There were thick concrete walls everywhere. They were not guarding against thieves, but a nuclear disaster. Can you unlock the warehouse? Jiang Fei asked. The password system is very basic. Captain, you just have to connect my main body externally to the central control computer here, 0541 said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. It was very easy to carry out the external connection that 0541 mentioned. All Jiang Fei had to do was make sure that the mysterious ring touched the interface of the electronic devices. Creak, click. The password lock did not take up too much time, it was easy like 0541 had mentioned. Soon, the heavy lead door slowly opened. Warning! Warning! Allowed radiation limit has been seriously exceeded. All staff, please evacuate immediately. After the door opened, the alarm in the control room rang immediately. Although nuclear radiation was also very harmful toward Jiang Fei, he believed that the mysterious ring could protect him. Captain, let's go in. There's a lot of nuclear fuels stored here. 0541 sounded a little excited. Jiang Fei walked into the warehouse. It was different from an ordinary one. After entering, there was a long ramp that spiraled inward. The purpose of such a design was to reduce the risk of leakage of the weapon-grade nuclear fuels in the warehouse. The mysterious ring lit up with faint brilliance. All the radioactive energy that could harm Jiang Fei had been absorbed by the ring. So, Jiang Fei would not hurt himself even if he was in close contact with a large amount of radioactive material. As he continued to move forward, Jiang Fei soon arrived at the center of the warehouse. B** starts. Jiang Fei did not know much about nuclear fuels and he did not know how much of it was considered a huge amount. However, looking at the shocking size of this warehouse, Jiang Fei knew that the Japanese were definitely not up to any good. High concentration of radioactive energy detected. 0541 quickly determined the location of these nuclear fuels. How much of it? Jiang Fei asked. According to the current nuclear fission utilization rate on Earth, if all the raw materials that are stored here are made into weapons, it would be enough to destroy the entire Asia continent. 0541 replied. Holy sh*t. What are the Japanese trying to do? Jiang Fei instantly broke out in a cold sweat. With such a huge amount of raw materials, it was obvious that the Japanese were not just trying to own nuclear weapons or trying to break the nuclear deterrence. Instead, they were planning to mass-produce nuclear weapons and deter others. When he thought about the Japanese and their consistent crazy behavior, Jiang Fei shuddered. If they had nuclear weapons, would they really use it purely for deterrence? This is a huge problem. At this time, Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. If 0541 took all these nuclear materials, Jiang Fei's strength could indeed be increased. However, it would be equivalent to him helping the Japanese destroy evidence. This way, how is everyone else going to believe the conspiracy involving the Japanese? Without evidence, even the officials of the China Martial Arts Alliance would just think that the Japanese were merely trying to develop nuclear weapons in vain, instead of actually planning to use batches of these weapons as weapons of mass destruction. Captain, don't worry. If I swallow all these nuclear fuels and the non-weapon grade radioactive energy outside of here, most of my main body can be repaired. At that time, you will be able to activate the search function and we will be able to find the weapon R&D lab. If that happens, then nuclear bombs and such will no longer be a threat. 0541 said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. After all, even though they had ruined the plan of the Japanese people this time, as long as the Japanese people wanted to, they could easily build another nuclear test site like this one. They could continue to research and produce these weapons. Only if what 0541 said was true and if they were really able to fundamentally remove the threat that nuclear bombs pose would it be a relief. Of course, because at planet Namek, nuclear bombs have long been eliminated. Although nuclear bombs are extremely destructive, as long as there is a small fission suppressor within 1,000 miles, the nuclear bombs will not be able to explode. So, after fission suppressors were created, nuclear bombs quickly became outdated and useless, 0541 said, laughing. Are you sure that the database of the weapon R&D lab contains the fission suppressors data? Jiang Fei frowned and asked. After all, the civilian R&D lab that they acquired previously had lost its entire database. It doesn't matter if the data is there or not. I have a backup copy of the data. As long as the weapon R&D lab has a production workshop, I will be able to produce it immediately, 0541 replied. All right. If that's the case, then take it. Since 0541 had explained everything with such detail, Jiang Fei naturally had nothing else to say. Hee hee. Japanese, you guys can continue producing as much of these nuclear bombs as you like. It's best if you make nuclear bombs until you go broke. The moment you guys hoard enough of these bombs and become confident enough to threaten others, you'll use all my money to mass produce these fission suppressors. These nuclear bombs won't be able to explode anywhere else other than in your own homes. Jiang Fei sneered as he thought to himself. Chapter 340, Mission Accomplished. With Jiang Fei's confirmation, the almighty ring began to hum with a weird mechanical sound and changed its small tiny form into a cube that fitted comfortably in Jiang Fei's palm. After a few clicks and beeps, the cube started to glow from the inside. Faint radiance escaped the tiny gaps in between the mechanical cube. What followed next was so out of this world that Jiang Fei's jaw dropped. Atoms that could never be seen with the naked eye started to accelerate toward the cube. Radioactive waves and particles were not supposed to be seen, but when they accelerated at high speed, the particles would heat up and glow. As such, when they collided with other particles in the air, a glow could be seen. That was what Jiang Fei was seeing then. A sea of glowing waves that were coming toward the cube. In that instance, the entire storage warehouse was filled with colors that were almost too vibrant. If he was not in a nuclear facility, Jiang Fei might have even confused this place for a fairy tale land. The truth was that the light was extremely fatal. Each glowing particle that was in that storage could kill. Release it to the world, the fatality could reach millions. However, Jiang Fei was able to stand in the middle of light because the ring was absorbing all the radiation. After 20 minutes, the colorful light show started to dim down as 0541 was almost done absorbing all the nuclear energy that was in that storage. Once the ring was done, it twisted and folded back into the small ring. All done? Yes, sir. No beings in the vicinity would have to worry about the fatal radiation. 0541 replied happily. If someone were to have a Geiger counter, the reading would be 0. Well then, it's time to leave. Jiang Fei was at the center of the underground experimental ground. Lu Zhan and his guys would head in Jiang Fei's direction after they were done dealing with the ninjas. If they did, they would encounter Jiang Fei at the center of the underground experimental grounds. Jiang Fei should leave the place as fast as possible to prevent anyone from being trapped in this place. After leaving the storage, Jiang Fei got 0541 to lock the place down and got the surveillance rebooted. After eliminating his traces, Jiang Fei followed 0541's directions and headed toward the nuclear generator fuel storages. Even though non-weaponized nuclear fuel was abundant, their power potency was not as strong as the weaponized nuclear power. Still, power is power and Jiang Fei used every little bit as he could find. Based on what 0541 had informed him, the energy that he had just received was enough to restore a few functions, including the search mode. After that, if Jiang Fei wanted to produce potions or equipment, he would need energy. Before he could find the main engine of Braveheart, he must find and absorb every single energy source that he could find. When Jiang Fei came out from the underground, he started seeing many dead bodies of the ninjas. It seemed that there was a fight here earlier, and based on the death rate and the condition of their bodies, it was a one-sided massacre. There were about 20 of them, and all of them were level 1 Genins. 1. It was inevitable since their opponents were all level 2 China martial artists that were in an assault group. On the surface, Jiang Fei reached the nuclear power station and found that the security was somewhat inattentive. $. When Jiang Fei moved toward the reactor, he heard someone talking gibberish. He quickly turned back and saw a ground of guards that were not even ninjas. They were well equipped with armor and rifles. They were most probably hired guns of the Tokugawa family. Jiang Fei did not see that as much of a threat and ended the confrontation with a few shots from his gun. When he had killed every single guard there, he heard gunfire coming from all over the place. He could not hear it when he was still underground, but when he had reached the surface, he could hear guns firing. It seemed that Han Tianyu's Third Army Group was in the middle of a shootout with the Japanese mercenary. As a result, the defense in the nuclear power station was very weak. In total, he had killed 4 more Japanese guard before reaching the reactor control center. Concurrently, most of the Japanese mercenaries were exchanging fires with Han Tianyu's army. The ninjas were all concentrated at the underground experimental facilities, hence there were not many guards on the surface. With ease, Jiang Fei killed a few more Japanese personnel inside the nuclear power station and gained control of the control center. There, Jiang Fei placed his palm near the control panel and touched the port with the ring. In no time at all, the entire power station was under Jiang Fei's control. The first thing Jiang Fei did was to shut down the security system and open the doors to the reactor room as well as the storage room. When Jiang Fei entered the storage unit and the reactor room, 0541 worked so fast that in less than 10 minutes, all of the radioactive materials that were supposed to fuel the reactor were absorbed. Rinse, repeat. Jiang Fei cleared all his traces, closed the doors, restored the security systems, and left without a trace. His mission was accomplished then. After that, Jiang Fei proceeded to meet up with Luo Zhan at the underground facility. "Captain, I must now enter emergency restoration mode. For approximately 12 hours, I am unable to provide any assistance," said 0541. "Understood," Jiang Fei replied. Having 0541 restored as soon as possible would be extremely beneficial for him. As 0541 went radio silent, Jiang Fei lost the guidance. However, with his supernatural memory, Jiang Fei did not need to refer to 0541 to make his way in the maze-like underground facility. "Yo! Brother Fei," cried a voice when Jiang Fei was roaming around aimlessly. He turned around and saw Luo Zhan and another level 3 martial artist. His name was Yang Feng. If he remembered correctly, he should be old Yang's nephew. He remembered him as a man with talents since young. He had actually reached level 3 status at only 30 years old. "Hello! I've found you. Here I thought that I could not find my way out," said Jiang Fei as he gave an excuse that he had already thought of. All he had to do was to avoid telling what he did with the nuclear power and he would not be suspected of anything. "Brother Fei! You scared me," said Yang Feng as he came to Jiang Fei with his team and checked Jiang Fei for possible injuries. A while back, they had obtained intelligences stating that Tokugawa had sent all their high-ranking ninjas. Even the level 3 Tokugawa Nara was coming to the place. That meant that there were up to 3 strong Jounins, 2, underground. When they heard that Jiang Fei had gone MIA after facing a ninja, everyone panicked. They had personally affirmed that Jiang Fei's level 4 capabilities were true, yet his battle experience was just as good as a greenhorn. If he had gotten himself killed or badly injured, they dared not face the wrath of a level 5 master. After confirming the safety of Jiang Fei, Yang Feng radioed in the news to his 2 other squads. Little did Jiang Fei know, at that moment, all three squads' missions had changed abruptly from Search and Destroy Ninja to Search and Rescue Jiang Fei. Translator note, Jinin's, lower rank ninja, Jiaonin's, higher rank ninja, Chapter 341, did you kill him too? Once Jiang Fei's safety was confirmed, Luo Zhan and everyone else could finally exhale in relief. After a little adjustment to their equipment, the squad moved on. Currently, there were only a few guards spread around sparsely. Most of all the ninjas were dealt with, however, the most important targets, the three Jiaonins, were still hidden in the dark. The reason they had decided to join the squad was to prevent them from being picked out one by one. Luo, I heard that you went after a Jiaonin. What happened? Yang Feng asked Luo Zhan. TSK. I lost him. The route here is very complex and those ninjas were quick when they were running away. After chasing him for a few minutes, I lost track of him. Luo Zhan replied. He was not good at Qingdong, hence he failed at chasing after the Jiaonin. Well, that doesn't matter for now. As long as we press on, they will come to us since their mission was to protect this place's secret. Yang Feng laughed as he said. He knew that Luo Zhan was not too good with Qingdong. Without proper practice, he could not gain the necessary speed burst to catch up with a Jiaonin that had speed that was famous for being close to a level 3. Master, there's a dead body up ahead. In no time at all, the squad reached the deepest part of the underground facility and found the body of Tokugawa Yosuke. Is there someone else here with us? Asked Luo Zhan worriedly. None of the squad had been here and the Japanese could never kill each other. So, when there was a body lying there, Luo Zhan concluded that someone else had crashed the party. I know this guy, said Yang Feng as he walked closer. Everyone else in the squad moved closer as well. This is Tokugawa youngest Jiaonin. His name is Tokugawa Yosuke, also known as the Next Star. I met him once during the first metahuman gathering, said Yang Feng. This little kid is a Jiaonin? Cried Jiang Fei with surprise. He was the one who had killed Yosuke. In fact, the little kid was running away when he turned around suddenly and begged for death. Jiang Fei had even thought he was at best a Chunin or a better Jinin. How is it possible that he was so weak? That's right. This kid had only just reached the ranks of Jiaonin not too long ago. He was rather strong, Yang Feng explained. Strong? Him? I don't feel that way, said Jiang Fei as he bit his lips. The guy did come back and beg for death. Brother Jiang Fei, how did you know him? Asked Yang Feng, since the way Jiang Fei talked was as if Jiang Fei had met him before. I'd never really known who he was, but I did meet him. That hole on his forehead was my doing, said Jiang Fei awkwardly. Everyone jumped. Just as everyone had just confirmed Tokugawa Yosuke's identity, Jiang Fei had just admitted that he had killed him. It took them a while to find the gunshot wound since the hole was too small. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Jiang Fei's sidearm. That gun was the latest weaponry from the Zhang family. No one could get their hands on them, and Jiang Fei was perhaps the only one in possession of it outside the Zhang family. Based on the cauterizing effect of the wound, everyone was convinced that it was Jiang Fei's doing. That's odd. There's no marking or sights of a fight here. Did the kid fight at all? Asked Luo Zhan. Even though Jiang Fei had the strength of a level 4, he still lacked battle experience. How is it possible to kill a Jiaonin in one shot? He didn't. He begged me to kill him. So I did just that, said Jiang Fei without even trying to deny it. Jiang Fei then proceeded to tell how it all went down. Oh my! Never would I have thought that a natural genius Jiaonin would succumb to pressure and stress, said Luo Zhan as he shook his head. Everyone present then was not stupid. With so much battle experience, they could figure out what had happened. The little kid must have figured out Jiang Fei's real identity and tried to run away from him. After failing to outrun death, the little kid finally gave in and allowed himself to be killed. All you lot need to double your training, said Luo Zhan, and all the younger fighters behind him started to cringe. Luo Zhan took Yosuke as an example even though he was the enemy. It was a wake-up call for him. For China to be strong, they themselves had to be strong. Especially the younger generations that had never been through baptism by fire and blood. Their mental capacity would be just the same as the dead Yosuke when placed in a situation where one's mental ability was tested. Luo Zhan had decided to train them harder in order to prepare for the day when his squad would survive such a test. Master! There's another body, cried one of the squad members as he found the burnt corpse of Tokugawa Nara not far from where Yosuke's dead body was. Brother Fei, did you kill him as well? Asked Luo Zhan as every other member glared at him. Yes. I did. I did it, said Jiang Fei as he lifted both hands up. Since he was able to kill a young Yosuke, killing an older man would not be that ridiculous. Yang, could you ID this guy? Said Luo Zhan. Most of the time, Luo Zhan was training in the mountains and out of the social circle. Hence, any kind of social gathering was missed out, resulting in him not knowing almost anyone. Yes, I do. His name was Burned. Burned to crisp, said Yang Feng with a straight face. Was he even from China? Asked Luo Zhan with a straight face as well, not knowing that Yang Feng was joking. Dude, did you not hear the words I just said? This person is burned to the point of being charcoal. How could anyone ID this corpse? Asked Yang Feng as he rolled his eyes. The corpse belonged to Tokugawa Nara and he was defeated by Jiang Fei and was even burned to the point that not even his gender could be identified. If you can't identify it, then just be frank about it. Tisk! Luo Zhan clicked his tongue and turned to Jiang Fei. Brother Fei, do you know this person? No clue, but this guy kept calling that younger kid his apprentice. That means this person is Tokugawa Nara, cried Yang Feng. Tokugawa Nara? Luo Zhan gasped aloud. It's the duo! Oh my god, how did you manage to kill the two of them? Asked Luo Zhan as he squatted to examine the burnt corpse. He began to wonder whether or not Jiang Fei was really just a beginner in fighting. He had effectively killed not only one but two Jounins. Nara was unlike Yosuke. The old man had been famous for a long time. Even though Luo Zhan was at the same power level as Nara, he did not have the confidence to fight him and get away without any fatal injuries. Jiang Fei had not only burned the man until he was basically a piece of charcoal, he had even gotten away without a single scratch on him. Chapter 342, I'll drag you down with me. Once everyone had accepted the fact that Jiang Fei was responsible for both Tokugawa Nara and Tokugawa Yosuke, both Yang Feng and Luo Zhan, as well as the rest of the team had a shift of perspective. Before everything, they knew Jiang Fei was a level 4 fighter, however, his lack of battle experience made him vulnerable and his battle prowess was only that of a level 3 martial artist. They only viewed him the same as those mutants that were lucky. Mutants were metahumans that had gained their abilities through sheer luck. There was the possibility that a 4-year-old could gain the power of a level 4 metahuman. Luo Zhan and Yang Feng had always thought that he was the same as them. Even though he was a China nationalist martial artist, he was only lucky to have a level 5 master. They thought that Jiang Fei was not as strong as they thought he was. He was only lucky to have met that level 5 master and to have been trained by him. If they had the same luck as him, to find the same kind of godly master to train them, they would have been stronger than Jiang Fei. However, everything changed when they understood that Jiang Fei had killed Tokugawa Nara and Tokugawa Yosuke without sustaining any scratch. At that point, Luo Zhan and Yang Feng had figured that Jiang Fei had always been faking it. They might believe that Jiang Fei was not good at socializing with the other metahuman, but as for him lacking in battle experience, nothing could be more fake than that. The more they believed that was the truth, the more they thought that a level 5 martial artist was just the same as gods. If their apprentice was already so strong, how strong would the master be? If that was the case, how could the apprentice be lacking in experience? It must be fake. Brother Fei, keep up that facade, said Yang Feng as he patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Fei, you have my respect, said Luo Zhan as he nodded and bowed slightly. Hee, what should Jiang Fei do at this point? Everyone was already convinced that he was super strong when he had only just killed 2 Jiaonans. Besides just smiling like an idiot, he could not come up with any more smart ideas. After the little surprise with the 2 dead corpses, the assault squad with more than 50 members proceeded forward and had reached where the weaponized nuclear materials were kept. Civ, go to the control panels and see what can you do. Yang Feng called out to one of his own apprentices. Even though they were learning martial arts, they were not cavemen. Naturally, in this era of globalization, some of them have extensive IT knowledge. Master, nothing seems to be out of the norm, said the guy called Civ after his fingers danced around the buttons on the control panel. Even though he might be tech savvy, how could he be better than an actual artificial intelligence 0541? Civ could never find that the footage of the surveillance system had been altered. Copy that. Send a transmission to Han Tianyu and have his men to send in a full assault, said Luo Zhan. The mission was now updated to secure and guard the evidence to allow Han Tianyu and his men to handle the nuclear materials in the storage. Nanny mono de. F** King Chinese. Get the hell out of here. Just as things had settled down for a while, someone screamed some gibberish that sounded far worse than a duck. 1. What the? Jiang Fei turned around and saw a ninja standing a few meters from the large door of the storage unit. Humph. Seems like you have found us, said Luo Zhan as he moved to the front to show his fearless attitude. It seemed that the ninja was the Jiaonan that had gotten away from him. Just as Luo Zhan got into a fighting stance, Yang Feng pulled his arms and forcefully jerked him backward. Calm yourself. Don't you see what is he holding? Asked Yang Feng as he pointed at a small device in the Jiaonan's hand. Jiang Fei heard what Yang Feng said and focused on the Jiaonan's hand. It was a small black box-like object with a red button on it. Get out of here or feel free to die, said the Jiaonan whose voice was filled with so much hatred. Matsuda Yoshino. You're not part of the Tokugawa family. Why are you willing to die for them? Asked Yang Feng calmly. Jiang Fei was actually surprised that Yang Feng actually knew the identity of that Jiaonan. I am a ninja. My loyalty is unshaken when it comes to my master, said Matsuda Yoshino with an eerie smile. Even at the face of a squad of Chinese martial artists, the man's loyalty stood unwavered. He faced off with level 3 martial artist. When he could not even defeat one of the 3, there was one level 4 who had killed Tokugawa Nara. If he wanted to walk away, he would have to walk the path where he either walked away or no one did. It was this kind of thinking that made all the Japanese so crazy. It was as if they were all hardcore fanatic to their own nation. As a result, their mindset was different than the rest of the world. They behaved as if they betrayed their own belief, their whole world would crash and burn. That was why, even though in the face of death, Matsuda Yoshino could still stand in front of Jiang Fei and the rest without regret. Sigh. Stupid unmovable idiot. Jiang Fei sighed heavily as he armed the laser gun and pointed it up. Stop! Brother Fei, alas, after listening to what Matsuda Yoshino had said, everyone else started feeling scared. They had thought that this stupid crazy Jap was cornered and wanted to release the protection system and release all the radiation from the nuclear materials. If that happened, not only 50 of them would die, the Third Army would fall as well. Pfft. Jiang Fei stifled a laugh since no one else, but he knew that there was literally nothing in that storage unit that could harm them. Screw all of you. Get lost. Surrender. Or you will follow me to knock on death's door, said Yoshino with more bravado when he saw his enemies starting to stagger. You want to die? All right, little ninja. I buy that. Push it then. Don't just flaunt that button like an accessory. Push it. If you dare. Jiang Fei walked toward him and started taunting with his gun pointed at Yoshino. Get away. I'll push it. You'll die with me, cried Yoshino as he started to sweat. The man that was pacing fearlessly toward him was the same man who had killed the infamous Tokugawa Nara. Naturally, when the devil himself had turned to him, he would be scared. Brother Fei! Don't! Cried Luo Zhan. The Japanese had the genes of the crazies, and if Jiang Fei cornered him even more, he might really kill them all. Push it! Come on! Don't be a pussy! Jiang Fei taunted louder before he turned to Luo Zhan and winked. Translator note: China sure does hate Japan. Chapter 343, Unexpected Way, Get Away. Come any closer and I'll push it, cried Yoshino when Jiang Fei had already stopped. Matsuda Yoshino was feeling so much pressure and killing aura from the man even though the demon that had killed the strongest Jounin was 15 meters away from him. Not fearing death and not understanding death were two different concepts. Because of his upbringing, Yoshino was not afraid to die to stop Jiang Fei and the rest. However, when death was coming slowly toward you, fear started to creep in as well. Drip! Drip! Like he had just had a shower, the man was sweating so much that pools of sweat started to form underneath his feet. Even though Yoshino was putting up a good fight, Jiang Fei was doing just the same. The worst fear Yoshino had was the unknown strength of Jiang Fei. Death was nothing to Yoshino, but being at the brink of death was a different feeling. That was what he felt right then. Luo Zhan and the rest of the squad stared at Jiang Fei, not knowing what he was going to do. They were so scared that Jiang Fei might continue to push Yoshino further and force him to push the button. Relax. Ho ho ho. I just want to ask you a question and I don't want the guys to know about it, said Jiang Fei with a smile. What? What is it? Asked Yoshino without budging from his place. Due to his nervousness, the man was not able to move. The thing is, said Jiang Fei, but paused when he noticed Yoshino had somewhat relaxed a little. When Yoshino paid attention to him instead of the trigger button, Jiang Fei instantaneously used jumping slash. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Fei leaped forward and stood in front of Yoshino. Nanny, cried Yoshino. In the next second, he moved his thumb on the button and was about to push it. Penetrating chi strike. Jiang Fei did not attack Yoshino, instead, he aimed for the ground beneath him. Wham! Crack! Thump! The strike after jumping slash would be a sure critical hit. Since Jiang Fei used penetrating chi strike, the attack potency increased exponentially. Crack! The cement floor that Jiang Fei had struck exploded and formed a 2-meter wide crater. The result was due to the exploding power of the penetrating chi strike, which made the insides of the cement ground implode, forming a hole. Dust and fragments of the ground filled the air as Luo Zhan and his squad retreated further. Yoshino, on the other hand, reacted spontaneously. When the ground beneath him sank, he lost his footing and fell downward. Through rigorous training, Yoshino would move involuntarily in danger. He immediately let go of the button, which he was supposed to push, as he needed both of his hands to grab the ledge of the crater and get out of danger. However, when he realized what he had done, it was already too late. He had thrown the button away in order to save himself. Jiang Fei was not planning to let Yoshida run away, hence he quickly reached for his gun. Puff! At the sight of danger, Yoshino gave up retrieving the button and escaped using his ninjutsu. Even though Jiang Fei had used the same gun to kill 2 Jounins, it was all under the circumstance that the enemy was not resisting. Yosuke was a different case since he completely gave up. Nara, on the other hand, was struck hard and sustained heavy damage before getting shot by Jiang Fei. Matsuda Yoshino did not plan to have him getting shot. Laser might be light speed, but the movement of Jiang Fei lifting the gun up and firing was slower. Brothers! Don't just stand there and watch, cried Jiang Fei, since he knew that he could not fight Matsuda Yoshino in a one-on-one match. If he was forced to do it, his secret would be revealed. That strike was his most powerful attack. The cement ground was hard and thick, and that strike had done its purpose. It was all for show. The ninja that got away would be handled by Luo Zhan and the rest. Jiang Fei had purposely acted that way just to show what he could do as a level 4 martial artist. It was good enough for him to pretend to be overwhelmingly strong in front of both Yoshino as well as Luo Zhan and Yang Feng. The result, where Yoshino dropped the trigger button and fled, was a bonus ending. Hence, sometimes ending things unexpectedly was the only way to get out of a tangled situation. Roger that, get that ninja, alas, only when Jiang Fei bellowed, the rest of the squad started to pursue. Now that the trigger button was dropped, they had no need to fear for their lives. They were all standing behind Jiang Fei because of two reasons. The first was that Yoshino was threatening to kill all of them. The second reason was more serious. Jiang Fei had decided to act, and if they chose to act as well, they would be taking his spotlight. The first reason alone was enough to send Luo Zhan and Yang Feng into a rage. Now that the threat was gone, there was nothing to hold them back. This mission was to infiltrate and help the Alliance. Killing a high-ranking enemy would surely be grant a luxurious reward. Without the bargaining chip, Yoshino had nothing left to keep him alive. At this point, fighting would be useless. Luo Zhan was not able to chase after him because of his inept ability to learn Qigong. However, he was not the only level 3 fighter in the squad. Yang Feng only needed half a second to focus his qi into his legs before bursting forward at supersonic speed. In just a matter of seconds, Yang Feng had caught up with Yoshino and pinned him down to the ground. "Try and run now, punk." Yang Feng gathered his qi into his index and middle finger and powerfully struck the Yoshida at his lower waist. When Yang Feng's qi entered Matsuda Yoshino's body, all his chakra points were sealed. What Yoshino had felt then was a simple tap. The next second, he felt an intense pain as the chakra flow in his body began to flow amok. Grhhh, without being able to control his chakra flow, Matsuda Yoshino could only lay on the ground as pain assaulted him. Without being able to use chakra, a ninja would be no more useful than an ordinary soldier. Should I cut out his tongue? I didn't like the way he talked to us a few minutes ago, said Yang Feng when Luo Zhan had finally caught up to him. Honor! Kusoyaro, cried Yoshino as he struggled to endure the pain in his body. TSK. Quite the noisy one you are. Allow me to correct that. With quick hands, Yang Feng's fingers went in his mouth, and in the next minute, Yoshino had no teeth. Whoa! You seem pretty used to do that, said Jiang Fei. He had seen Old Hai do the same thing before and felt a little disgusted. However, when he had mingled with the metahumans, especially since he had killed someone, Jiang Fei was able to stomach the scene. No sooner, he immediately understood why Yang Feng had done so. It was to prevent Yoshino from committing suicide. Chapter 344, Pretending to be oblivious. Once Matsuda Yoshino had finally passed out from the pain, Yang Feng restrained him using various chakra-suppressing needles pinned on him and good old cuffs. After that, he approached Jiang Fei and scolded him. That was very rash of you, ho-ho. You do know that this guy is just crying wolf? He wouldn't dare to kill us all, said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. In truth, he already knew that it was all going to be alright even if Yoshino had pushed the button. While Jiang Fei knew this, no one else did. Hence, from the perspective of others, Jiang Fei was seen as being unreasonable, reckless, as well as rash in making critical decisions. He was, after all, just a young boy under 17 years old. Even so, Yang Feng and Luo Zhan gave him a quick scolding. All of the ninja in the underground facility had been dealt with, and Luo Zhan gave Han Tianyu the green signal to send the Third Army for a full-scale assault. With Manda Group's newest tech and weaponry, the full-scale assault went extremely well as all the Japanese mercenaries had been pushed back severely. Jiang Fei could already hear the cannons firing as well as the cries and angry calls of the losing mercenaries. These freaks sure are fearless, said Han Tianyu, who was fighting from outside the nuclear power station. That's expected of them. I hate fighting against these retards. Even when they knew that they stood no chance, they would fight until every last one of them falls. What a waste of time. Look! There's no sign of them even retreating, said a commanding officer nicknamed Crazy. Do be careful where you're firing, Commander. This is the nuclear power station after all. One misfire and we're all gonna die, said Han Tianyu. Relax, boss. The kids know that. No one wants to die in this fight. If we could fire as we please, those retards would have died sooner before you can say Christmas, said Crazy. Fair enough. This is your forte, not mine. I have no business here. Just get this over with as soon as possible, said Han Tianyu before walking away. After 2 hours of carefully aimed barrage, the mercenaries finally gave in and retreated to the nuclear power station. At this point, the Tokugawa family was done for. All of the high-ranking ninjas were killed, and most importantly, the secret of the nuclear weapons development had been exposed. Based on how Japan dealt with things, should the Tokugawa family admit their doing, they would take full responsibility and claim everything for their own benefits to avoid bringing any shame to the Japanese emperor. In a sense, their entire family would suffer from complete annihilation. The reason why the mercenaries retreated was only because they had received orders from the Tokugawa family. As for why the Tokugawas surrendered was because they had lost contact with Tokugawa Nara as well as the other ninjas. It was obvious that China was involved in this, using powerful martial artists to foil their plans and kill the ninjas. Now that the Tokugawa's fall was certain, they would not want to continue the fight and have all the mercenaries die for naught. Once the mercenaries started to retreat, the Third Army moved in and established their base in the nuclear power station. After that, Han Tianyu as well as his own engineers moved into the nuclear power station. They were in charge of handling and disposing of the dangerous nuclear materials. Boss, have a look at this. 15 minutes into cracking the defensive system, they had taken control of the entire station. When they started to look through the station, they had found that there was no one in the station as everything had ceased to operate. The records and date on every single nuclear material, whether it was in the reactor core or the storage, was gone without a trace. Follow me, said Han Tianyu as he paced quickly towards the underground facilities. What's going on? Asked Luo Zhan. I'm hoping that I'm wrong before I answer your question, said Han Tianyu as he frowned. Hastily, everyone followed Han Tianyu to the storage unit where all the nuclear fuel should be kept. Open the storage facility, boss. Without proper protection, the radiation will kill us all, said one of the engineers. Right. Let's suit up. Someone be ready to open the door, cried Han Tianyu. Even though he had to quickly make sure that the nuclear materials were still in the storage unit, there was no need to throw away his life. After a few minutes, everyone got dressed in protective gear and the door was opened. Something's not right, said an engineer as he held a small device in his hand that was not making any sound. What is it? The Geiger counter is not picking up any radiation. Check again. The counter must be broken, said Han Tianyu worriedly. What's going on? Said Yang Fei. Inside. Now, said Han Tianyu as he ran into the storage unit with his own Geiger counter in his hand. He kept on running around the storage unit whilst paying attention to the needle to jump at any sign of radiation. Argh, alas, there was nothing. Not a single tick on the Geiger counter. There was nothing in the facility that was giving off radiation. How did this happen? Han Tianyu roared as he threw the Geiger counter to the ground and destroyed it. Impossible, we have been here the whole time when the mercenaries had retreated. There was no way anyone could have moved anything. One of the engineers came up and said, there were no signs of any radioactive materials ever being in this building. What do you mean? Are you saying that they disappeared? Said Han Tianyu with eyes flaring with rage. No! I meant that they have never been in here at all. Once radioactive materials have been kept in a facility, there will be contamination on the walls or ground. These kinds of radiation will never go away for a very long time. Even if there was a single reactor core stored here, even a small one, the Geiger counter would have picked up the micro-radiations. The thing is, there isn't a single reading. There are only two possibilities. 1. No radioactive materials have been stored here. 2. They have moved it away a long time ago and had thoroughly decontaminated the place. Either way, they must have known that we were coming. How else would they decontaminate this place? Said Luo Zhan. F*CK. There's a traitor! Han Tianyu roared. Under normal circumstances, what Han Tianyu said could be one of the highest possible scenarios. Only the Tokugawa clan knew that China was coming to attack and had thoroughly cleansed the place before anyone had arrived. Not possible. If they knew we were coming, they would not have sent their ninjas to die for nothing, said Yang Fei. That's true. Could there be another party involved? Said Han Tianyu as he calmed down immediately. Luo Zhan shook his head angrily and yelled, "Does this mean all of the evidences are gone?" "That's right," said Yang Feng disgruntledly. "And for all that we had fought for, was for nothing?" Luo Zhan grumbled. "Technically, not for nothing. They have discarded over 100 ninjas here and 3 of them were Jiaonans." "If that's not something, I don't know what is," said Jiang Fei. He tried to calm things down and pretend that he too did not know what had happened to the nuclear materials. Even though he had achieved the feat flawlessly without a trace, he still had to pretend to be oblivious. Chapter 345, just right there. What a shame. Han Tianyu sighed heavily. Han Tianyu saw things very much differently than other muscle heads. Before he was a fighter, he was a businessman with ties to politicians. The way Han Tianyu saw things was much further than an ordinary fighter. The purpose of this attack was to find evidence of nuclear weapons development by the Japanese. If they had solid evidence, Han Tianyu and China, the nation itself, could strike against Japan. With evidence in hand, not even the Americans could help them. Now that there was not a single shred of evidence, they could do nothing but let the Japanese walk away scot-free. Everything had come to an end, even though there were many things that were not solved. With a heavy heart, Han Tianyu ordered his troops to retreat and send the martial artist back to China. "Brother Fei, we will head back now. Thanks to you, we have killed 2 high-ranking Jiaonans as well as captured Matsuda Yoshino. We will inform the Martial Arts Alliance about your deeds. I'm sure you'll rack up a good number of contributions," said Luo Zhan as he cupped his fist and saluted Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did the same and bowed to him, saying, "I am but not worthy of your praise." "I'm glad to be of us." To be truthful, Jiang Fei was excited about the contribution points. He had originally planned to trade those points with his miracle potion. After everyone went their own way, Jiang Fei was sent home. His mother did ask about his absence and Jiang Fei just brushed it off, saying that the social event had just ended. When his mother tried to ask more, Jiang Fei dragged his feet across the hall and said he was tired. 0541, said Jiang Fei quietly as he summoned 0541. The 10 or more hours journey back to China was long and brutal. However, it was just in time for the ring to finish its repairing status. However, as he was in the middle of the sea with the rest of the lads, he could not be seen talking to himself, even though he had his own room on the ship. Jiang Fei decided to only talk to 0541 when he was back at home. "Captain, 0541 is ready for your orders." 0541's voice rang inside Jiang Fei's mind. "How are the repairs?" "Due to sufficient energy, the restoration to the main body has reached 20%, only 20. Jiang Fei was unsatisfied. After all, he had stormed across the ocean to fight ninjas, but he was only rewarded with a 20% restoration progress. "Sir, the energy absorption was complete and sufficient for main body restoration. However, the main body still requires physical materials as well as digital information." "Don't tell me this. What do you need?" "For real?" Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Even though the ring was given a voice, it was still playing the guessing game with Jiang Fei. Currently, the priority would be a larger amount of digital information. "Based on your current situation, the best route is by using the in-game equipment." "Fine," Jiang Fei nodded. Sacrificing in-game equipment was nothing but a small demand. "Oh right, did you said something would happen after restoration? What use could you be to me?" asked Jiang Fei. He had spent so much time and effort on the ring and naturally, he wanted something in return. "Sir," said 0541 straightforwardly, "I am now able to turn on search mode and had detected the signal for Braveheart's fragment within 3,000 kilometers. Do tell, what did you find?" "Sir, I have found more than one fragment within my search radius," said 0541. Jiang Fei's interest peaked almost instantly as he stood up from his bed. "Which one is the closest?" said Jiang Fei. "It's just right there, sir. Under your feet. To be specific, 170 meters under your feet, below Manda Square." That should be Han Tianyu's secret laboratory. Jiang Fei immediately rolled his eyes. What was Han Tianyu doing with an alien ship fragment? Sir, I have detected numerous human activity from around the ship fragment. Could you identify which part of the ship that Han Tianyu has in possession? Sir, it is the combat entertainment system. What is that? It is similar to what humans would call a gaming center. Its purpose is to provide entertainment to the ship crew as well as providing training simulations to combat crew. The game itself has many kinds of weapons data and blueprint. 0541 explained. I see now, Jiang Fei said. No wonder Manda Group was so successful back then. They were able to extract information from the ship's databank and use them. Although they still lacked the technology and means of production, they had still managed to use something from it. It was only but the tip of the iceberg. There were still much information hidden, not decoded, and was unable to be used. What are the other fragments? Where's the next one? Asked Jiang Fei. Even though the ship fragment was supposed to be taken in, Jiang Fei did not mind having Han Tianyu hold it for a little longer. Sooner or later, he would eventually get it back, one way or another. Currently, Jiang Fei had no intention to create an army, nor did he have the capability to turn any of the information in hand into the real thing. He would still need the production segment of the ship. At the meantime, Jiang Fei would allow Manda Group to continue extracting information out of that ship fragment. In a way, Jiang Fei was helping Manda Group as well as China to grow stronger. According to the scan results, the Zhang family is holding part of the ship that is the soldiers' armory in their own weapon storage. I see that, Jiang Fei said. Unlike Han Tianyu's, the Zhang family had obtained physical items instead of information. Based on Earth's current technology, Han Tianyu had managed to recreate a simplified version of battleships and aircraft carrier. The Zhang family had it harder since they could not reverse engineer a weapon as easily as merely extracting information. To put in perspective, Han Tianyu had obtained the recipe for a cake, whilst the Zhang family had only a piece of the cake itself. To reverse engineer a finished product would not be easy as having the blueprint itself. Jiang Fei felt like congratulating the Zhang family for being able to recreate the laser gun from their research. After the Zhang family, 0541 continued to report its finding and the location of the other ship fragments. The problem was that none of them was the R&D laboratory. Concurrently, the largest ship fragment was with Han Tianyu while the smallest fragment was merely a small toy machine, which the original captain had bought for his child. There are so many that you have found, but how is it that none of them is useful, said Jiang Fei as he furrowed his eyebrows. According to 0541's diagnosis, Jiang Fei was required to find the main engine compartment, the weapons R&D laboratory, as well as other manufacturing segments. In layman terms, Jiang Fei needed to find the power source first, the databank laboratory second, and the manufacturing factory third and last. There was something about the ship's main cannons, but that did not interest Jiang Fei at the moment. That could be collected some other days. Tisk, when I have the time, I would have to visit the Pacific Ocean. Braveheart's ship fragments were all over the world. Smaller fragments could be ignored since most of them were possessed by the family of the same name. With Jiang Fei's current strength, Jiang Fei could not even approach the family to reclaim the ship fragment. Hence, his current target should be the larger fragments that were scattered all over the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 346, The Ring's New Ability. After 0541 was done with the report of the ship's fragments, Jiang Fei lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Even though he had plans to search and reclaim the ship's fragments, the Pacific Ocean was such a big place. Where should he even start? It was not something that could be done just like that. Based on what 0541 had told him, Jiang Fei's current priority was to obtain digital information and materials to restore the data flow of the main body. Once that was done, 0541 was able to construct something from the laboratory that allowed Jiang Fei to fly around, like a small one-man flight unit which allowed long-distance flight easily. When Jiang Fei came back from the fight with the Japanese ninjas, it was daytime and he felt a little tired. When he closed his eyes, he went into a deep slumber for some time. The mental strain was too much for him. Even though it was not the first time he had engaged in homicide activities, it was the first for him to engage in a fight with another metahuman. The fight with Tokugawa Nara was too soon for Jiang Fei's standards. For Jiang Fei, he was standing at knife point. When he was still at the nuclear power station, he did not feel much, but when he came back and thought about the fight, he felt scared. After a good sleep, Jiang Fei woke up in the late evening. He quickly headed down and had dinner with his mother before returning to his room. Without thinking too much about the past, Jiang Fei changed into his sleeping attire and logged into the game. Bro, where did you go? You've skipped school and didn't even log into the game for 2 days. Zhao Feng's message popped up when Jiang Fei entered the game. I went out to do some other work, replied Jiang Fei vaguely. He was only a normal human without any special skills. Jiang Fei did not want to disturb his current reality. Zhao Feng brushed it aside as if it was really none of his business. So, is there any fresh blood? Jiang Fei asked about the guild's new recruits. No one special in particular. The guild had finished indexing all the members from the 2 guilds. Besides that, the territory construction is going smoothly, and that's pretty much all of it. Okay then, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Oh! The teleportation circle thingy? Looks like the circle connecting dawnlight to twilight is completed. When was that? Jiang Fei asked. I think it was around yesterday. Happy Drunk and his lackeys had completed the entire quest. There is a problem though. We can teleport to twilight but not the other way round. Those guys over there had not completed their quests. If we go there, we might not be coming back here for some time, said Zhao Feng. Okay, I understand. Jiang Fei did not really care about it since he had no plans to travel to Twilight City at the moment. The top 2 guilds in Twilight City had been flattened to the ground. If Jiang Fei wanted to launch an attack now, there was nothing to get from them. Might as well wait until there was actually something to gain. Jiang Fei opened the level ranking board and noted that he was still at the number 1 place. 7-star warrior was coming in close at the 2nd place. The last trip Jiang Fei took with them into the secret dungeon was profitable in terms of experience points. Basically everyone who had entered the secret dungeon was now enlisted in the level ranking board. Qin Shi, who was at the 2nd place, was overthrown by 7-star warrior. In fact, besides 7-star warrior, many others had risen up the ranking board. Verger Glider, level 43, 7-star warrior, level 41, Gale Eversummer, level 40, Meaty Juggernaut, level 40, Cold Feather He, level 40, Little Rain, level 40, Lady Casanova, level 39, Night Shadow, level 39, Demon Dawn Master, level 39, Happy Drunk, level 39. 6 out of the top 10 players in the level ranking board was from the Imperial Dragon, and the top 4 players were dominated by them as well. At this point, Jiang Fei's guild popularity had far surpassed the aristocrats. Even so, neither Happy Drunk nor Han Tianyu was feeling down about it. Especially Han Tianyu, since they were brothers. He had said it before, he would not mind if the aristocrats were given to Jiang Fei. Happy Drunk might have a say in it, but it was all good since Jiang Fei had cleared rejected that notion. After Jiang Fei's feat of defeating 3 Jiaonans, Han Tianyu's likability to Jiang Fei had risen even higher. Sister Rose. The guild is doing well, I supposed, asked Jiang Fei in a message to Rosette Rose. Huh? Oh, my young master, you're alive. Here I thought that you've quit the game and left to be a monk, said Rosette Rose sarcastically. Even though Jiang Fei had entrusted her with the responsibility of the guild, he himself had disappeared for a few days. It was only natural for Rosette Rose to feel annoyed. Hello! Am actually busy with other work. It doesn't matter, does it? Since I am a fool in managing the guild. That's your forte. Not mine, said Jiang Fei in a playful manner. He was rather enjoying it since the guild was still doing fine even without him being at the scene for a few days. That might be true, but there's still some work for you to do. If you're too free, go around and find a level 40 dungeon. That, or a good monster spawn point. best if it's a level 40 map. Almost everyone in the guild has reached level 40. The average level now is 36, and in just 1 or 2 weeks, everyone would reach level 40. Don't tell me you only want to start searching for a farming place then. Okay, relax, I have got this. Jiang Fei replied. Until this point, Jiang Fei had no idea that he needed to find a place with good monster spawns. Jiang Fei had never been training on random maps since he had always been grinding in dungeons. Jiang Fei summoned Isabella out in the open and then went to the guild storage. There, he withdrew out more than 20 discarded blue and green equipment and fed them to the ring. 0541 was still waiting to decode the data. At that point, even though the restoration of the ring was only at 20%, the ring level up benefit was still the same as before. At the very least, he had gained more inventory slots. And a new ability. Aside from the additional plus 20 luck state, there was an extra ability during crafting and equipment. Besides the additional stat and skill, there was an additional option for Jiang Fei, a drop-down menu that allowed Jiang Fei to choose the stats he wanted. Whoa! What's this? Jiang Fei gasped and quickly made his assumptions. Without wasting any more time, Jiang Fei sped towards the guild's territory blacksmith workshop with materials. At the point of the guild territory construction, the workshop bonus crafting success rate has increased by 2%. Let's try with the black tortoise downfall. Jiang Fei then took a set of materials and started smithing. Ding! Equipment will now be added with an additional stat. Please choose, with a clear system prompt. A drop-down menu appeared and it contained many kinds of skills of level 2 and below. Since Jiang Fei was only an intermediate divine blacksmith, he could only choose equipment skills of level 2 or lower. Skills such as the fear effect on the black dragon scale was considered as higher level skill, which Jiang Fei was not open to. At the very least, he was able to choose the ability he wanted. There was no need to rely on the stupid at $$$r.n.g for overpowered skills. That meant that every single equipment he crafted would never be of trash tier skills. Chapter 347, PvP Quest. Jiang Fei finished crafting one equipment set with 7 extra skills, which he had personally handpicked. In the end, even though the crafted equipment set was only a green grade, the true potential of the equipment was considered to be the same as a blue grade equipment set. This is really cheating. Can I start making personalized equipment set? Jiang Fei was delighted. Perhaps, if there was a bad in every good, it would be the extra time taken for Jiang Fei to handpick the skill sets. Even so, it was time well spent, for he was able to create an equipment set with skills that perfectly matched the user's need. With the first equipment crafted, Jiang Fei was on fervor as he continued to craft the equipment. How could he not? It was extremely addicting to be able to craft equipment that was so strong. From then on, all the equipment set he crafted had skills that perfectly matched the equipment stats. If you were to sell them in the market, they could fetch a few thousand gold coins at least. Other guilds would not hesitate to pour their pot of gold to Jiang Fei just to own one of them. In 2 hours' time, Jiang Fei had crafted a total of 20 equipment sets. Some of the best ones were still blue grade. Even so, all 20 of the equipment sets were strong. While all of them were for tanks, he had some of them fitted for the main tank with large damage reduction, and some were fitted for a secondary tank who had crowd control skills. In conclusion, all of the equipment sets were tailored specially for the players. Right, it's probably enough for now. Even though he had just obtained a new skill, Jiang Fei did not want to spend his entire day crafting. After depositing the equipment sets in the guild storage, he took Isabella off and began to search for monster spawn points. Before Rosette Rose even asked Jiang Fei about level 40 maps. Jiang Fei had already sent Smart Tomato to search for level 40 dungeons. Even if other guilds had found them first, they were not able to easily dominate an entire dungeon just for themselves. Hence, Jiang Fei had chosen not to waste his time to find a dungeon. Instead, he would focus more on finding monster spawn points. With the advantage of his juvenile skygliding dragon, he had the speed to fly around maps in no time at all. Even so, after flying around in Dawnlight City for more than an hour, he could not find a place that was fit for grinding. Most of the monsters here were so weak that Jiang Fei could kill them with one hit. The drops were also very, at best, crap. To be fair, the great Jiang Fei had spent too long in dungeons and secret dungeons that ordinary loots were considered crap. He could never understand the suffering of the plebeians. "Guild Master, do you have some time to spare?" asked Billy Boy in a message. "Yeah, I need your help with a quest." "You?" "Quest?" asked Jiang Fei, stunned. Other might be oblivious, but Jiang Fei knew that Billy Boy was not an average player. He was only playing the game for the sake of PvP. That was the reason why Jiang Fei was shocked to hear Billy Boy saying things about quests. "It's a PvP quest," said Billy Boy as if he knew what Jiang Fei was thinking about him. "Alright, explain the quest to me first." Jiang Fei was interested since after he had obtained a new equipment set, he had never been in a fight. "Well, technically it is a guild quest. A small squad is needed to infiltrate the other city. After that we will destroy another city guild's territory." "What?" Jiang Fei was surprised. To summarize, all they needed to do was to rush to another city and make a mess. Even though the situation in Twilight City was not ideal since the top two guilds were removed from their places, it was still a whole city versus a small squad. Even if it was just the guild that one had targeted, it was 5 against a guild. There's no need for worry about an attack. The quest will grant every one of us a charm to hide our personal information. During the entire duration of the quest, we will act as spies. Not even players with inspect skills could detect our information. As long as we don't open our mouth and tell anyone, no one would know. "Interesting," said Jiang Fei. "It should be that way." With the charm given by the system, no one could find out who they were. Without it, once a player enters a city that was not their own, the system will add a tag beside your name to tell the world where you came from. This was one of the reasons why Cosmic Dragon had not entered Dawnlight City. It was to hide his personal information about his origin. If he had, so what if he could fight Jiang Fei with his hand tied to his back? He would still have to fight the entire of Dawnlight City. "What is the quest reward?" asked Jiang Fei. Since the quest was so dangerous, the reward given must be on par with the difficulty and risk. No one would risk themselves for some mediocre quest. The reward would be a 1-level increase in guild level, as well as claims to all the other guild's materials. Well, that settles it. "Let's do this." Jiang Fei was sold. It was about time for him to do something that a guild master would do for his guild. Happy Drunk was already afraid that Jiang Fei would solely dominate Dawnlight City and cut the supplies for Jiang Fei's territory construction without Han Tianyu's knowledge. Currently, he was depending on materials that his own members gathered through quests and purchases from pug players. On the other hand, the reward was a 1-level increase in the guild's level. Now that was the big fish that Jiang Fei wanted. Nothing had to be said much about level besides the higher the level, the better the benefits. "The 5 players? I assume you're one of them. What about the others?" Jiang Fei asked. "With you, I just need to find 3 more. Since this is considered a stealth mission, I need someone who can run or escape when trouble comes. Healers are not necessary since we will be fighting a swarm of players. Right now, I'm thinking of 1 thief and 1 hunter. Well, I can't run nor I can escape." "What do you want me for?" "The reason you're in the team is to fight. The girl that is always by your side, I assume her dragon form skill is ready by now." Billy Boy had finally revealed the main reason why he wanted Jiang Fei to be part of the stealth team. Back during the war with 2 guilds from Twilight City, he had witnessed the prowess of Isabella's dragon form. Hence, Isabella would be their trump card. If they were somehow discovered, Isabella would then unleash hell upon them. "Sigh, when everything is ready, add me into the party," said Jiang Fei. In no time at all, Jiang Fei received the invite and the few of them headed toward the teleportation circle. Chapter 348, Next Target, Ironblood Alliance. At the teleportation circle, Jiang Fei met up with the rest of the squad. Archdemon Fighter, Burning-Eyed Shauna, Spellsword, Primal Pepper, Assassin, Hazy Memory, Gunslinger, Billy Boy. After examining all of the members' stats and equipment, Jiang Fei quietly nodded, satisfied. Looked like the merger of the two guilds into Imperial Dragon had produced a strong guild with powerful assets. Besides hazy memory, the rest of the members had rare classes. Even though rare classes were not as hard to find and obtain compared to hidden class, the class advancement quests for rare classes were hard to complete. Even though hazy memory was a normal player with normal class, he must have a certain level of skill to be able to enter this party that Billy Boy had picked himself. Now that the team has gathered, all 5 of them stepped into the magic circle. With a bright flash of light, Jiang Fei and his party were in Twilight City. "So this is Twilight City," said Shauna as he started to act like one of those tourists who had never seen the world. The structural design of each building was not the same as Dawnlight City. Even so, all of them functioned the same way. When they arrived, no one paid heed to any one of them. The teleportation circle that they had just stepped out of functioned like a teleportation point when a player used a return scroll. With the protection charm given to them by the system, there were no special tags on their name. Hence, they immediately blended in. To be fair, there were a few pairs of eyes that were staring at them. The reason was because of Jiang Fei's flashy equipment. No matter where he went, Jiang Fei's golden armor was bound to attract attention. That and the beautiful girl who was near Jiang Fei. If the rest of the team had reached level 40, Jiang Fei would surely have postponed the quest to craft all of them the mythical beast equipment set. On one hand, they would be attracting unwanted attention. On the other, they would be insanely stronger than before. Even so, those players who were staring at Jiang Fei quickly averted their gaze. They were only interested in his armor and nothing else. "Where to?" asked Jiang Fei. "We need to go outside the city to find an NPC. He is the spy of Dawnlight City and he will tell us the next step," said Billy Boy. "Alright, let's go." With Billy Boy leading the party, all 6 of them proceeded to the main gates. The party walked out of the city instead of using their mounts. Jiang Fei could not afford to summon his dragon mount since the only dragon mount user in the game was him. Due to the dragon mount, Jiang Fei was not able to use other mount. The party was forced to walk instead of using their mounts in order to blend in. The first step of the quest was easy since Billy Boy had the coordinates of the NPC. "All is well, my friends of Dawnlight City. You have arrived," said an NPC with the name tag Spy from Dawnlight City. "What the hell? That name is too direct. Won't anyone find this NPC and kill him immediately?" said Primal Pepper. "Haha. This NPC is just a quest NPC. He would not drop anything. In fact, if you kill him, he will respawn again after 10 minutes, said Billy Boy. Seemed like he had done his homework thoroughly. TSK. The developers of the game must have been lazy. At least give this person a better name, said Primal Pepper. Bah, it's just a quest. Calm down. Jiang Fei laughed. We are sent here by the governors of Dawnlight City. How can we be of service, said Billy Boy to the NPC while Primal Pepper had his fit. Thank goodness. Twilight City is getting stronger by the day, and if we do nothing to stop them, this city will pose a threat to Dawnlight City, said the NPC as he was only doing what he was programmed to do. How was Twilight City getting stronger when Jiang Fei just destroyed their strongest guilds? What threat would they pose? What do we need to do? Asked Billy Boy. This NPC was not programmed like Isabella, hence there was no need to waste much time chatting with him. It was best to quickly trigger the quest simply by asking things like how can I help, or how can I help you? I need you to go and destroy the adventurers' base inside the city to lower their morale, said the spy from Dawnlight City. Ding! Quest updated. Quest, destroy the enemy's base. Quest target, destroy any guild territory's storage unit in Twilight City. Reward, guild level +1, time limit, 4 hours. Players of Twilight City will be informed about your quest in 1 hour. With the notification, everyone's quest window popped up and was updated. OF*CK. There's a time limit. Only 4 hours? Shauna bellowed angrily. 4 hours is fine. The real countdown is 1 hour. If we are exposed, the guild we target as well as the entire city will be after us. How are we supposed to protect ourselves as well as destroy the guild storage unit? Asked Primal Pepper as if he was giving up. No time to lose, let's go now, said Billy Boy. As Primal Pepper had so angrily said, once the 1-hour timer was over, everyone in Twilight City would be alerted to Jiang Fei's party presence. By then, Isabella's dragon form would be a waste. There were more than 1 million players in Twilight City and they were fighting in their own base. They could respawn without any difficulties. Isabella's dragon form would not be effective. Even if her dragon form could last for hours, she would be running out of breath before any players gave up fighting. Jiang Fei and the rest of the party would die in a heartbeat. Once Jiang Fei is killed, Isabella would forcefully be unsummoned. In short, they would have to complete the mission before anyone knew they were even there. Since Twilight City was left with only one guild with a territory, Billy Boy had no choice but to target Ironblood Alliance. Even though they had no problem with each other, for the quest's sake, Billy Boy had to choose them as their target of destruction. Billy Boy quickly informed everyone in the party the details about the guild. He had really done his homework thoroughly and had even informed the team about the approximate location of the guild's territory. It's now up to you, Guild Master. The party arrived at the guild's base in 20 minutes and saw the Ironblood Alliance's territory. To investigate further about the territory, Jiang Fei was tasked to use his dragon mount and scout the enemy's territory from the sky. It was extremely efficient since no one would expect anyone to be in the sky. After finding a place that had no players, Jiang Fei summoned the dragon and shot to the sky. From that high altitude, players from the ground would only see Jiang Fei as a small black dot. Unless someone was searching for him, no one would suspect the black dot in the sky was an enemy. Chapter 349, Charge. After a few circles in the sky, Jiang Fei had scouted the territory of the Ironblood Alliance Guild. Their quest was to destroy the guild storage unit, which was located deep inside the castle. It was inevitable. Others did it since it was the safest way to secure the guild's materials. Even Jiang Fei had designed Imperial Dragon's storage unit to be the same way. All those important, countless, priceless materials had to be secured somewhere with tight security. The only thing that Jiang Fei felt lucky for was the fact that their progress of their castle building was not as far as Imperial Dragon. Although Imperial Dragon started off slower than Ironblood Alliance, the aristocrats had sent their help, thus allowing Jiang Fei to move faster and further in terms of territory construction. Ironblood Alliance was not done with their construction. If they had, Jiang Fei would be forced to send in Isabella in her dragon form to attack. There was no other way for him to attack. When a guild territory had finished its basic construction, only players with the guild master permission were allowed in. However, since they had not finished their construction, Jiang Fei and the party would only need to avoid the scout tower's detection AoE as well as other players. In theory, they could maintain stealth throughout the mission. Once Jiang Fei returned to regroup with the others, he informed everyone and drew a makeshift map on the ground. Billy Boy sighed in relief since he, too, had feared that the territory was completed. Let's get going now. Guild Master, fly to the sky and provide insights. Hazy, take the lead and find a path for us. The rest of us, stay put until Guild Master and Hazy Memory give us the green light. Billy Boy gave the command and everyone nodded in agreement. They would have to move fast since the 1-hour timer was left with only 30 minutes. If they could not finish their mission within the 1-hour time frame, all of Twilight City would be alerted to their presence and it would take them only 5 minutes for nearby players to defend the storage unit, 10 minutes for all members of the guild to reach their base, and 30 minutes for all Twilight City players to join the defensive right. Time was the luxury that Jiang Fei and the party did not have. Puff! With a puff of smoke, Hazy Memory turned invisible and moved quickly toward the enemy base. At that moment, Jiang Fei applauded Billy Boy's judgment to bring an assassin to this mission. Jiang Fei summoned the sky-gliding dragon and soared into the sky with Isabella behind his back. As such, Jiang Fei informed Hazy Memory about his general location while Hazy Memory would scout and find a suitable path for the rest of the party to infiltrate undetected. Being stealthy in the game and in reality were two different things. In the real world, even if you were caught by a guard, a quick chase and kill would eliminate that person, thus removing your presence again. In the game, however, once you kill a player, they would respawn immediately. Easily, they could open the guild chat channel and inform everyone about the attack. That was why Billy Boy had sent in the stealthy hazy memory to find a path with no players for them to infiltrate. One wrong move and the mission would be compromised. Destroying the storage unit would require for special bombs that were also given by the system. Each player could only hold one of them, and those who had the bomb could not be invisible. That was one of the other reasons why Billy Boy had brought in an assassin, since the rest of the team could not be invisible. If the quest was not limited with time, Billy Boy would not need to waste so much effort. Jiang Fei alone could finish the job, with Isabella attacking the territory with her forbidden spell. In the worst-case scenario, a team of invisible thieves could sneak in and attack. However, the risk was high, as well as the reward for completion. Billy Boy had chosen the safe way instead, with Jiang Fei being the eye in the sky. The party was able to move easily whilst avoiding the detection from players and towers. Even so, there was a problem. Even if those enemies were not on guard, they were coming in and out of the guild territory to restock or to craft equipment. To avoid any player detection, Hazy Memory would scout the area. When someone was coming, he would inform Billy Boy and the rest to hide in a corner. Only when the coast was clear, they would move on closer to the storage unit. Little by little, the party was able to make progress. However, the time taken was just too long. Even Billy Boy started to feel nervous. Jiang Fei was high in the sky. He did not feel much danger as compared to Billy Boy and the party who were behind enemy lines. There were many times that they had gotten overly close to the enemies. It was because of Jiang Fei and Hazy Memory's instruction that they were able to quickly move around buildings and hide from being sighted. If their plans failed and they were detected, if they chose to fight, they would be killed. If that happened, the only way for Billy Boy and the party to leave Twilight City was through Beginner's Village. That was experienced by the over 200,000 players from the top 2 guilds of Twilight City. Having to fight in someone's turf was an extreme disadvantage. The first disadvantage was not being able to re-equip. Once the gates were closed, there was no way for one to use the teleportation circle to return to one's own city. It was either run or be killed. Currently, Twilight City's teleportation circle was not even functioning. Hence, the only bad end for the party was to be killed until their level dropped so low to the point where the system would automatically send you back to Beginner's Village. That was the sort of danger that, except Jiang Fei, the rest of the party felt. He could fly. Hence, if there was a fight that he knew that he could not win, he could easily fly away to safety. If the teleportation circle was working, he could easily fly to it and head back to Dawnlight City. As time passed by, Billy Boy started to panic as everyone was about to be alerted of their presence. If they were found out, their quest would be abandoned and their mission would change from destruction to survival. "Guild Master, how far is it?" asked Billy Boy. At that point, he was very nervous as there was only 5 minutes left. "2 more streets," said Jiang Fei from the sky. This is the center of the Iron Blood Alliance. There were so many NPCs around as well as players coming in and out. "We need more time to get closer to the storage unit." 5 minutes is definitely not enough, Billy Boy said. "What do we do now?" asked Burning-Eyed Shauna. "Give me a sec. We can run. If we use our skill, 1 minute would be enough to reach the storage unit. In that time, if things go well, we could blast the storage unit, and after that," asked Hazy Memory. "After that, the guild master will swoop down and take all the materials. As for the rest of us, every man for himself," said Billy Boy with a straight face. Chapter 350, Push Forward. Even though Billy Boy's suggestion was reckless, it was the only way left for them to finish the mission. They were already at the center of the enemy's base. Going back now would be too late. "Push forward then," said Shauna. "This is the last spur." Primal Pepper chimed in as well. hazy memory kept quiet. He was an assassin with the ability to hide in the shadows. Besides Jiang Fei, he was the next person who could escape. Ready. Go, cried Billy Boy as the entire party got out of hiding, into the streets, and straight towards the storage unit with Jiang Fei's guidance. Hey, watch it, are you blind? Watch where you're going, where's the fire, mate? One by one Billy Boys stumbled into players of Iron Blood alliances and quickly ran away from them. At first, no one suspected anything since they were in the center of the guild's territory. There were at least tens of thousands of members, and surely no one would know every single one of the members. It was only common to not recognize a player. Something's wrong. Those players were not wearing the guild's emblem, someone yelled. Stop right there. Chase them. Soon, someone managed to find out something was wrong. In a large guild, having an emblem was like having a uniform. Only guild members would be given the emblem that would appear on their armors. Without that emblem, it was easy to distinguish non-members. Make haste. Guild Master, it's probably time for you to come down and blow up that storage unit, said Billy Boy without stopping. Faster, said Shauna to himself as he activated haste, a skill that would increase movement speed. In that instant, during the skill active duration, the party was able to outrun the chasing mob. What did you say? There are 3 players coming into the base, said Iron Bloodheart, the guild master of Iron Blood Alliance. He was stunned since Iron Blood Alliance was currently the strongest guild after the 2 guilds that had been decimated. No one should dare to pick a fight with him. Who are they? What do they want? We have no idea. We tried to ask, but they just kept running, said one of the members. Did they kill anyone? Iron Bloodheart asked. No. We have even attacked them, but they chose to run instead. This is odd, Iron Bloodheart frowned. What could the infiltrators want if they did not attack? Ding! The spies of Dawnlight City had infiltrated Twilight City. Their target is to destroy the storage unit of the Iron Blood Alliance. At that moment, the truth was revealed by the system. The entire city of Twilight immediately came alive. Normal players began to discuss amongst themselves about what was happening as they made their way slowly toward the Iron Blood Alliance's territory. Get everyone to the storage and guard the place. Defend it at all cost, cried Iron Bloodheart as he used his guild master privilege to broadcast the message to every single member. Shush! 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 Beams of white pillar made of light appear in the city because members of Iron Blood Alliance had used their teleportation scroll to return to their base. Oh no! Burning-eyed Shauna cursed as they had only just reached the entrance of the storage unit. It's fine. We can still make it, said Billy Boy. The announcement was only just made and players had only just reached Twilight City. It would take them at most 2 minutes to get to Billy Boy and the party. Guild Master. It is your time to shine, said Billy Boy. Everyone else, use the bombs now. Bella, stop them from getting close to us. Jiang Fei gave the command as he joined Billy Boy to install the bomb. The bomb given by the system required 1 minute and 30 seconds to be installed. By then, most of the enemies would have arrived. Those who were chasing after the party had only just arrived. Those players would not allow the party to do whatever they were doing. Hence, all they had to do was to attack them. Isabella then charged to stop those players. Flame burst. Boom! Minus 7,895, minus 7,921. Pillars of flame came bursting from the ground and killed many players who were in the front line. Those players had severely underestimated Isabella's prowess and had charged too close to her. Black Dragon Breath. Minus 6,873, minus 6,698. Isabella held nothing back when Jiang Fei had given the order to defend him. Ding! You have killed player XXX. Obtain 35 honor points. Ding! You have killed player XXX. Obtain 35 honor points. Since they were fighting an enemy in other cities, Jiang Fei did not suffer from any penalty. Instead, he had even gained a good number of honor points. Stop them. At that point, Jiang Fei knew that the players were getting nervous. Even though Isabella was single target, she had single-handedly killed more than 6 players in a few hits. The problem was that those players showed no signs of fear as they stepped over the dead bodies and rushed to the front. Rain of fire! Isabella did not hold back and used one of her stronger skills. The sky cracked and meteor in the size of a football came raining down. It was a powerful AoE skill that dealt powerful damage as well as dot effect. In seconds, a player would receive a total of 20,000 damage. Even though they had healers among their members, it would not be enough to out-heal the damage dealt. At best, they had over 50 players and only 3 healers. It was impossible to heal everyone at the same time. Time is of essence here. Isabella would not be able to last long without transforming, said Jiang Fei. Even though Isabella was strong, she was just a girl in the face of a sea of players. At most, she had the advantage of having a greater attack range. However, if a swarm of players rushed in like a tsunami, she would not be able to handle it. 80,000 health points were not enough. Ding! You have killed player XXX. Obtain 37 honor points. The system chime kept ringing in Jiang Fei's ears. After a few moments, he had already accumulated more than a few hundred honor points. At the same time, the enemies were already close enough to attack Isabella. -328, -487, -386. At this point, Isabella was taking damage from all the range attackers. Lucky for her, Isabella's defense was so strong that the players were not able to deal even 10% of their original attack. However, like Jiang Fei had done before, the power of the swarm was strong. After only the first wave of attack, Isabella had suffered more than 5,000 damage. Mother of TSK. Should I get Isabella to transform now? Jiang Fei began to worry.